Signed Eugene. Signed is actually in the text. Oof, said the scholar. This must be the place, I suppose. The key was in the lock, and the door unlocked, so he gently pushed it open far enough to look in. The reader has no doubt turned over the admirable works of Rembrandt, that Shakespeare of painting. Among so many wonderful engravings there is one, representing Dr. Faustus, that you cannot look at without being dazzled. The scene is a dark cell, in the middle of which is a table covered with hideous objects, skulls, globes, alembics, compasses, parchments with hieroglyphics. Before this table is the doctor dressed in a long gown and with his fur cap pulled down to his very eyebrows. The lower part of his person is not to be seen. Half risen from his immense armchair, he leans with clenched fists on the table and is looking with curiosity and terror at a large, luminous circle, composed of magic letters, which glares on the opposite wall like the solar spectrum in a darkroom. This cabalistic sun seems to the eye to tremble and fills the gloomy cell with its mysterious radiance. It is terrible, and it is beautiful. A scene out of Dr. Faustus presented itself to Jehan when he ventured to look in the half-open door. This, too, was a gloomy hole into which the light was very sparingly admitted. It contained, too, a great armchair and a large table, compasses, alembics, skeletons of animals hanging from the ceiling, a globe lying on the floor with glass jars filled with liquids of various colors, skulls placed on parchments scrawled over with figures and letters, thick manuscripts wide open and heaped one on another, in short all the rubbish of science, and the whole covered with dust and cobwebs. But there was no circle of luminous letters, no doctor in ecstasy contemplating the flaming vision as the eagle gazes at the sun. The cell, however, was not unoccupied. A man seated in the armchair was leaning over the table. His back was turned to Jehan, who could see no more than his shoulders and the back of his head. But he had no difficulty recognizing that bald crown, on which nature had made an everlasting tonsure, as if to mark by this outward symbol the irresistible clerical vocation of the archdeacon. The door had opened so softly that Dom Claude was not aware of the presence of his brother. The young rascal took advantage of this circumstance to examine the cell for a few moments. To the left of the armchair and beneath the small window was a large furnace, which he had not noticed at first glance. The ray of light that entered at the aperture passed through a circular cobweb, in the center of which the motionless insect architect looked like the hub of this wheel of lace. On the stove lay in disorder all sorts of vessels, glass phials, and retorts. Jehan noticed with a sigh that there was no saucepan. Quite impressive, these cooking utensils. There was no fire in the furnace, nor did it appear to have been lit for quite some time. A glass mask, which Jehan observed among the implements of alchemy, and which no doubt served to protect the archdeacon's face when he was at work on any dangerous substance, lay in one corner, covered with dust as if it were forgotten. By its side was a pair of bellows equally dusty, the surface of which bore this legend inlaid in letters of copper: spira, spera, or blow and hope. Other maxims in great number were inscribed, according to the custom of the Hermetic philosophers, on the walls, some written with ink and others cut as if with a metal point. Gothic, Hebrew, Greek, and Roman letters were all mixed together. The inscriptions ran into one another, the more recent effacing the older, and all dovetailing like the boughs of a clump of trees, or pikes in a battle. They composed in fact a confused medley of all human philosophies, reveries, and knowledge. There was one here and there that was conspicuous above the rest like a pennant among the heads of lances. Most of them were short Latin or Greek mottos, such as the Middle Ages were so clever at devising: Unne Ind, homo homini monstrum. Astra, castra, nomen, numen. M epsilon gamma alpha beta iota beta lambda nu, mu kappa alpha kappa nu. Sapiro. Flat ubi volt, 4 etc. There were also, by the way, Hebrew scrawls, which Jehan, who knew very little of Greek, could not decipher, and the whole was crossed in all directions by stars, figures of men and beasts, and triangles, which intersected one another and contributed to make the wall of the cell resemble a sheet of paper on which a monkey has been scribbling with a pen. In other respects, the cell exhibited a general appearance of neglect and dilapidation, and from the state of the utensils it might be inferred that the master had long been distracted from his usual pursuits by other occupations. This master, meanwhile, bending over a vast manuscript adorned by grotesque paintings, appeared to be tormented by an idea that incessantly interrupted his meditations. At least this is what Jahan thought on hearing him utter this soliloquy, with the pensive pauses of one in a cave who thinks aloud. Yes, so Manu asserted and Zoroaster taught. The sun is the offspring of fire, the moon of the sun. Fire is the soul of the universe. Its elementary atoms are incessantly overflowing and pouring on the world in innumerable currents. At the points where these currents intersect one another in the atmosphere they produce light, at their points of intersection in the earth they produce gold. Light, gold, one and the same thing. From the state of fire to the concrete state, the difference between the visible and palpable, between the fluid and solid in the same substance, between steam and ice, nothing more. This is not a dream, it is the general law of nature. But how is science to set about detecting the secret of this general law? Why, this light that floods my hand is gold. These same atoms, which expand according to a certain law, only have to be condensed according to a certain other law. How is this to be done? Some have proposed to effect it by burying a ray of the sun. Averroes, yes, it was Averroes, buried one under the first pillar on the left in the sanctuary of the Quran in the Grand Mosque at Córdoba, but the vault must not be opened to see whether the operation has been successful for 8,000 years. The devil, said Jahan to himself. It is a long time to wait for a crown. Others have thought, continued the archdeacon, that it would be better to operate on a ray of Sirius. But it is very difficult to obtain one of his pure rays because of the simultaneous presence of the other stars, whose light mingles with it. Flamel conceives that it is more simple to operate on terrestrial fire. Flamel. What a predestined name. Flamma, yes, fire. That is all. The diamond is in charcoal, gold is in fire. But how is it to be extracted? Magistry affirms that there are certain names of women possessing so sweet and so mysterious a charm, that it is sufficient to pronounce them during the operation. Let us see what Manu says on the subject. Where women are honored the gods are pleased, where they are despised it is useless to pray to the gods. The mouth of a woman is constantly pure, it is a running water, a ray of sunshine. The name of a woman ought to be agreeable, soft, imaginary, to end with long vowels and to be like words of blessing. Yes, the philosopher is right, thus, La Maria, La Sofia, La Esmeralda, damnation. Always, always that thought. He closed the book with violence. He passed his hand over his brow, as if to chase away the idea that obsessed him. And then he took up a nail and a small hammer, the handle of which was curiously painted with cabalistic letters. For some time past, he said with a bitter smile, I have failed in all my experiments. One fixed idea haunts me and pierces my brain like a red-hot iron. I have not even been able to discover the secret of Cassiodorus, who made a lamp burn without wick and without oil. A simple matter nevertheless. Pest, muttered Jahan. One single miserable thought, then, continued the priest, is sufficient to make a man weak or mad. Oh! How Claude Purnell would laugh at me! She who could not for a moment divert Nicholas Flamel from the prosecution of the great work. But don't I have in my hand the magic hammer of Zekiel? At every blow that the dread rabbi in the recesses of his cell struck on this nail with this hammer, one of his enemies whom he had doomed to destruction sank into the earth, which eventually swallowed him up. The King of France himself, having one night knocked for an amusement at his door, sank up to his knees in the pavement of Paris. This happened less than 3 centuries ago. Well, I have the hammer and the nail, but then these tools are not more formidable in my hands than a ruler in the hands of a carpenter. Yet I would possess the same power if I could only discover the magic word pronounced by Zekiel while striking the nail. Nonsense, thought Jahan. Let's see. Let's try, resumed the archdeacon with vehemence. If I succeed, a blue spark will fly from the head of the nail. Manhattan. Manhattan. That's not it. Sigiani. Sigiani. May this nail open a grave for every man named Phoebus. Curses on it. Forever and ever the same idea. He angrily threw down the hammer and then sank forward in his armchair on the table, so that the enormous back completely hid him from Jahan's sight. For a few minutes he saw no part of the archdeacon except his hand convulsively clenched on a book. All at once Dom Claude rose, picked up a pair of compasses, and engraved in silence on the wall in capital letters the Greek word ankh. My brother is mad, said Jahan to himself. It would have been much more simple to write fatum. Not everybody understands Greek. The archdeacon returned, seated himself again in his armchair, and laid his head on both his hands, like one whose head aches and burns to such a degree that he cannot hold it up. The student watched his brother with astonishment. He, who carried his heart in his hand, who observed no other law in the world but the good law of nature, who let his passions run off by his inclinations, and in whom the lake of powerful emotions was always dry, so assiduous was he every morning in making new channels to drain it, he did not know how furiously this sea of human passions ferments and boils when it is refused any outlet, how it swells, how it rises, how it overflows, how it heaves in inward convulsions till it has broken down its dikes and burst its bed. The austere and icy envelope of Claude Frollo, that cold surface of inaccessible virtue, had always deceived Jahan. The jovial student never dreamed of the lava, deep and furious, that boils beneath the snowy summits of Etna. We do not know whether these ideas occurred to him at the moment, but, volatile as he was, he apprehended that he had seen more than he ought to have seen, that he had surprised the soul of his elder brother in one of its most secret attitudes, and that he must take care not to let Claude know it. Perceiving that the archdeacon had relapsed into his former stupor, he softly drew back his head and made some noise outside the door, that his footfall might apprise the archdeacon of his arrival. Come in, cried his brother, from within the cell. I have been waiting for you. Come in, Master Jacques. The student boldly entered. The archdeacon, to whom such a visitor in such a place was anything but welcome, started at the sight. What? Is it you, Jahan? It is A.J. at any rate, said the student, with his ruddy, impudent, jovial face. The face of Dom Claude resumed its stern expression. What brings you here? Brother, replied the student, assuming as humble, modest, and decorous an air as he could, and twirling his cap on his fingers with a look of innocence, I've come to ask of you, what? A little wholesome advice, which I much need. Jahan dared not add, and a little money, which I need still more. This last half of the sentence he withheld. Sir, said the archdeacon, in an austere tone, I am highly displeased with you. Alas! The student sighed. Dom Claude turned his chair a quarter of a circle and looked steadfastly at Jahan. I am very happy to see you, he said. This was an ominous beginning. Jahan prepared himself for a fierce attack. Every day, Jahan, complaints are brought to me of your misconduct. What do you have to say for yourself about that beating you gave to the young Vicomte Albert de Remonchamp? Oh, replied Jahan. It was nothing. A nasty page amused himself with making his horse run in the mud to splash the students. And what excuse do you have, resumed the archdeacon, for that affair with Mahiat Targel, whose gown you tore? Tunicum decoraverant, 5 says the complaint. Pooh! Only one of the sorry Montega hoods. That's all. The complaint says tunicam and not capetum. Haven't you learned Latin? Jahan made no reply. Yes, continued the priest, the study of letters is at a low ebb now. The Latin language is scarcely understood, the Syriac unknown, the Greek so hateful that it is not called ignorance even if a great scholar skips a Greek word without pronouncing it, says, Greecum est, non legitor 6. Jahan boldly raised his eyes. Brother, he said, would you like me to explain in simple French the Greek word written there on the wall? Which word? Ankh. A slight flush tinged the pallid cheek of the archdeacon, like the puff of smoke that indicates the secret commotions of a volcano. The students scarcely perceived it. Well, Jahan, stammered the elder brother with some effort, what is the meaning of that word? Fate. Dom Claude turned pale, and the student carelessly continued, and that word underneath, engraved by the same hand, signifies impurity. You see, I do know something of Greek. The archdeacon was silent. The Greek lesson had made him thoughtful. Young Jahan, who had all the art of a spoiled child, deemed it a favorable moment for hazarding his request. Assuming, therefore, as soothing a tone as possible, he began, My good brother, surely you will not look morose and take a dislike to me merely on account of a few petty bruises and thumps given in a fair fight to a pack of boys and monkeys, Quibustum marmosetus. 7 You see, I do know something of Latin, brother Claude. But this unctuous hypocrisy failed to have its accustomed effect on the stern older brother. It did not remove a single wrinkle from the brow of the archdeacon. Get to the point, he said drily. Well, then, replied Jahan, screwing up his courage, it is this, I need money. At this straightforward declaration the countenance of the archdeacon assumed a pedagogical and paternal expression. You know, Monsieur Jahan, he said, that our fief of tire chap produces no more, deducting ground rent and other expenses for the 21 houses, than £39, 11 sous, 6 deniers parisis. This is half as much again as in the time of the packlets, but it is not a lot. I need money, repeated Jahan stoically. You know that the official has decided that our 21 houses are liable to the payment of fines to the bishopric, and that to relieve ourselves from this homage we must pay the most reverend bishop 2 marks in silver gilt at the rate of £6 parisis. Now I have not yet been able to save these 2 marks, as you well know. I know that I need money, repeated Jahan for the 3rd time. And what would you do with it? At this question a glimmer of hope danced before Jahan's eyes. He resumed his sweet, fawning manner. Look, my dear brother Claude, it is not for any bad purpose that I make this application. It is not to play the gallant in taverns with your money, or to parade the streets of Paris in a suit of gold brocade with a lackey at my heels. No, brother, it is for an act of charity. What act of charity? Inquired Claude, with some surprise. 2 of my friends have proposed to purchase the layette for the child of a poor widow in Haudry's almshouse. It is a real charity. It would cost 3 florins, and I wish to contribute my share. What are your 2 friends called? Pierre Knockout and Baptiste Squandergoose. Said the archdeacon. Those are names that belong to an act of charity like a cannon belongs on an altar. Jahan had indeed picked very bad names for his 2 friends. He realized it too late. The sagacious Claude continued, What sort of layette must it be to cost 3 florins, and for the infant of one of the Haudry widows? Since when have those widows had young infants to provide clothes for? Well, then, cried Jahan, once more arming himself with his usual impudence, I want money to go at night to see Isabeau Thierry in the Val d'Amour. Dissolute wretch, exclaimed the priest. Said Jahan. This word, which stared the student in the face on the wall of the cell, produced an extraordinary effect on the priest. He bit his lips, and his anger was extinguished in a deep blush. Get out of here, he said to Jahan. I expect someone. Jahan made another attempt. Brother Claude, give me at least 1 petit parisis to get something to eat. Where are you in Gratian's decrees? Asked Dom Claude. I have lost my exercises. Where are you in the Latin humanists? Somebody has stolen my Horace. Where are you in Aristotle? My goodness, brother. Which of the fathers of the church is it who says that heretics have in all ages sought refuge under the briars of Aristotle's metaphysics? Hang Aristotle! I will not tear my religion to rags against his metaphysics. Young man, replied the archdeacon, at the last entry of the king there was a gentleman called Philippe de Comines, who had embroidered on the trappings of his horse this motto, which I counsel you to ponder well, can non laborat non menducit. He who does not work, does not eat. The student remained silent for a moment, with his finger on his ear, his eye on the floor, and a look of irritation on his face. Suddenly, turning toward Claude with the brisk motion of a dog wagging his tail, then, my good brother, he said, you refuse me a so to buy a crust at the baker's? Can non laborat non menducit. At this inflexible answer of the archdeacon's, Jahan covered his face with his hands, sobbed like a woman, and cried in a tone of despair, O tau, 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 tau. 8. What is the meaning of that? Asked Claude, surprised at this mischievous outburst. Why, said the student, after rubbing his eyes with his knuckles to give them the appearance of weeping, it is Greek. It is an anapest of Aeschylus, which expresses grief about life. He then burst into a laugh so droll and so ungovernable that the archdeacon could not help smiling. It was in fact Claude's fault. Why had he so utterly spoiled the boy? Now, my good brother Claude, resumed Jahan, only look at my worn-out boots. Did you ever see a more lamentable sight than boots whose soles stick out like tongues? The archdeacon had quickly resumed his former sternness. I will send you new boots but no money. Only one poor petit parisis, brother, besought Jahan. I will learn Gratian by heart, I will be a good Christian, a real Pythagoras of learning and virtue. One petit parisis, pray. Would you let me fall prey to hunger, which is staring me in the face? Dom Claude shook his wrinkled brow. Can non laborat. Well, then, cried Jahan, interrupting him, long live joyfulness. I will gamble, I will fight, I will break cups, I will go see the girls. Saying this, he put on his cap and snapped his fingers like castanets. The archdeacon stared at him gloomily. Jahan, you have no soul. In that case, according to Epicurus, I am lacking something I cannot know that has no name. Jahan, you have to think seriously of mending your ways. Oh, that, the student cried, looking from his brother to the still and the stove. Everything here is of the devil, just like dice and bottles. Jahan, he said, you are on a very slippery slope. Do you know where you are heading? To the tavern, said Jahan. The tavern leads to the pillory. It is a lantern like any other, and it was perhaps the one with which Diogenes found his man. The pillory leads to the gallows. The gallows is a balance, which has a man at one end and all the world at the other. It is a fine thing to be the man. The gallows leads to hell. That is a big fire. Jahan, Jahan, the end will be bad. The beginning at least will have been good. At this moment a footfall was heard on the stairs. Silence, said the archdeacon. Here is Master Jacques. Listen, Jahan, he added, in a lower tone, be sure not to mention what you see and hear here. Quick! Hide under this furnace and don't so much as breathe. The student crept under the furnace. Here an excellent idea occurred to him. By the way, brother Claude, I must have a florin for not breathing. Silence. You will have it. But give it to me now. There, take it, said the archdeacon angrily, throwing him his purse. Jahan crawled as far as he could under the furnace, and the door opened. Chapter 5. The Two Men in Black. The person who entered had a black gown and a gloomy look. Our friend Jahan, who had arranged himself in his hiding place so that he could hear and see all that went on, was struck at the first glance by the perfect sadness of the visitor's garb and face. A certain gentleness at the same time covered that face, but it was the gentleness of a cat or a judge. The man was very gray, wrinkled, and close to 60, with white eyebrows, hanging lip, and large hands. When Jahan saw that it was nobody, that is to say, in all probability some physician or magistrate, and that his nose was far from his mouth, a sure sign of stupidity, he shrank back in his hole, irritated at the prospect of having to pass an indefinite time in so confined a posture and in such bad company. The archdeacon meanwhile had not even risen for this visitor. He motioned to him to be seated on a stool near the door, and after a few moments' silence, in which he seemed to be pursuing a previous meditation, he said with the tone of a patron to his client, "Good day, Master Jacques." "Good day, master," replied the man in black. In the two ways of pronouncing on the one hand that Master Jacques and on the other that master by way of eminence, there was as much difference as between Monseigneur and Monsieur. It clearly indicated the master and the disciple. "Well," resumed the archdeacon after another silence, which Master Jacques took care not to interrupt, "have you succeeded?" "Alas, master," said the other with a sorrowful smile, "I keep puffing away. More ashes than I want, but not an atom of gold." A gesture of displeasure escaped Dom Claude. "I was talking not of that, Master Jacques Charmolue, but of the proceedings against your sorcerer, Marc Senane, I think you called him, the butler of the Cour des Comptes. Does he confess his guilt? Has the torture produced the desired effect?" "Alas! No," replied Master Jacques, still with his sad smile. "We don't have that consolation. The man is a rock. We could boil him in the swine market before he confesses. However, we are sparing no pains to get at the truth, his joints are all dislocated. We are applying all of St. John's herbs, as that old comedian, Plautus, put it. Advosum stimulus, laminas, crucisque, compadesque, nervos, catinas, carceres, numellas, pedicas, boyas. 9. We are trying everything we can think of, but all with no effect. Oh, he is a terrible fellow. I waste my Latin on him." "Have you found nothing further in his house?" "Yes," said Master Jacques, groping in his pouch, "this parchment. There are words on it that are beyond our comprehension, yet Monsieur Philippe Lullier, the criminal advocate, knows something of Hebrew, which he picked up in the affair of the Jews of Rue Canterston at Brussels." As he said this, Master Jacques unrolled the parchment. "Give it to me," said the archdeacon. He skimmed it. "Pure magic, Master Jacques," he exclaimed. "E Manhattan, that is the cry of the witches on their arrival at their Sabbath meetings. Per ipsum, idicum ipso, itian ipso 10, that is the command that chains down the devil in hell. Hax, pax, max, that belongs to medicine, a remedy for the bite of rabid dogs. Master Jacques, you are the king's proctor in the ecclesiastical court, this parchment is abominable. We will apply the torture again. But here is something else," added Master Jacques, fumbling a second time in his pouch, "that we have found at Marc Senane's. It was a vessel of the same family as those that covered Dom Claude's furnace." "Aha," said the archdeacon. "A crucible of alchemy." "I must confess," resumed Master Jacques, with his timid and awkward smile, "that I tried it on the furnace, but with no better luck than with my own." The archdeacon examined the vessel. "What has he engraved on his crucible?" "Ach, the word that drives away fleas. This Marc Senane is an ignoramus. I can easily believe that you will not make gold with this. It is fit to put in your alcove in summer, and that is all." "Speaking of blunders," said the king's proctor, "I was examining the entrance below before I came up. Is your reverence quite sure that the one of the 7 naked figures at the feet of Our Lady, with wings at his heels, is Mercury?" Certainly, replied the priest. So it is stated by Augustine Niffo, the Italian doctor, who had a bearded demon that revealed everything to him. But we will go down soon, and I will explain this to you by the text. Many thanks, master, said Charmolue, with a very low bow. But I had nearly forgotten, when would it please you that I should order the young sorceress to be apprehended? What sorceress? That Bohemian, you know, who comes every day to dance in the parvis, despite the official prohibition. She has a goat that is possessed, and has the devil's own horns, and reads, and writes, and understands mathematics, and would be enough to bring all Bohemia to the gallows. The indictment is quite ready. A handsome creature, upon my soul, that dancer. The brightest black eyes. Like a pair of gypsy jewels. When shall we begin? The archdeacon turned pale as death. I will tell you, he stammered, with a voice scarcely articulate. Then with an effort he added, take care of Mark Senane. Never fear, said Charmolue, smiling. As soon as I get back I will have him strapped again to the leather bed. But he is a devil of a fellow. He tires Pirat Torquerou himself, and his hands are bigger than mine. As good Plautus says, nudus vinctus, centum pondo, ius quando pens per pedes. Or, naked, tied up, weighed down by 100 pounds, tied to the feet. The windlass will be the best thing for him. Dom Claude appeared to be absorbed in gloomy reverie. Suddenly turning to Charmolue, he said, Master Pirat. Master Jacques, take care of Mark Senane. Yes, Dom Claude. Poor man, he will have suffered a martyrdom. But then what an idea, to go to the Sabbath. A butler of the Cours de Comtes, who ought to know the text of Charlemagne's ordinance. Striga vel masca? A witch or a mask? As for the girl Smerlarda, as they call her, I shall await your orders. Ah, true. And when we are at the entrance you will explain to me what the painted, plaster gardener is there for. Isn't it the sower? Hey, master. What are you thinking about? Dom Claude, engrossed by his own thoughts, paid no attention. Charmolue, following the direction of his eye, perceived that it was mechanically fixed on a large spider's web stretched across the window. At that moment a giddy fly, attracted by the March sun, flew into the net and became entangled in it. At the shock given to his web, an enormous spider rushed from his central cell and then with one leap sprang on the fly, which he folded up in two, using his front antennae, while with his hideous sucker he attacked the head. Poor fly, said the proctor and raised his hand to rescue it. The archdeacon, suddenly starting up, held back his arm with convulsive violence. Master Jacques, he cried. Let fate run its course. The proctor turned around in alarm. It seemed as if his arm was held by iron pincers. The eye of the priest was fixed, wild, glaring, and gazed intently on the horrible coupling of the fly and the spider. Oh, yes, resumed the priest, with a voice that seemed to proceed from his very bowels. This is a symbol of the whole affair. She is young, she flies around. She is merry, she seeks the open air, the spring sunshine, liberty. Oh, yes. But she is stopped at the fatal window, she is caught in the toils of the spider, the hideous spider. Poor dancing girl. Poor predestined fly. Be quiet, Master Jacques. It is fate, alas, Claude. You are the spider. Claude, you are the fly too. You did seek science, the light, the sunshine, you only wanted to reach the open air, the broad daylight of eternal truth. But while darting toward the dazzling window, which opens into the other world, a world of brightness, intelligence, and science, blind fly, silly doctor, you did not perceive that subtle spider's web, spread by fate between the light and you rushed into it, and now, with mangled head and broken wings, you struggle in the iron grip of fate. Master Jacques. Master Jacques. Leave the spider alone. I assure you, said Charmolue, who stared at him without comprehending his meaning, that I will not meddle with it. But, for mercy's sake, master, let go of my arm. You have a hand like of ice. The archdeacon did not hear him. Oh, fool! Fool, he began again, without taking his eyes for a moment off the window. And if you could have broken through those formidable meshes with your delicate wings, do you imagine that you could then have reached the light? How would you have passed through glass that is beyond it, that transparent obstacle, that wall of crystal harder than brass, which separates all philosophies from truth? Oh, vanity of science! How many sages come fluttering from afar to dash their heads against it? How many systems come buzzing to throw themselves against this eternal window? He paused. The concluding reflections, which had insensibly diverted his mind from himself to science, appeared to have restored him a degree of composure. Jacques Charmolue brought him back completely to reality by asking him this question: by the way, master, when will you come and help me make gold? I am not good at it. The archdeacon shook his head with a bitter smile. Master Jacques, he replied, read the Dialogus de Energia et Operation Dominum 11 by Michael Sellis. What we are doing is not absolutely innocent. Speak lower, master, said Charmolue. I thought so myself. But a man may be allowed to dabble a little in hermetics when he is merely king's proctor in the ecclesiastical court at 30 crowns tournois a year. Only let us speak more softly. At that moment chewing sounds came from beneath the furnace and reached the alarmed ear of Charmolue. What is that? He asked. It was the student, who, cramped in his hiding place and very tired of it, found there a hard crust and a cube of moldy cheese and had started eating them without ceremony, for consolation and for breakfast. Since he was very hungry, he made a great deal of noise and smacked his lips so audibly with every mouthful that he excited alarm in the proctor. It's only my cat, said the archdeacon sharply, rewarding herself under there with a mouse. This explanation satisfied Charmolue. In fact, master, he replied, with a respectful smile, every great philosopher has had his familiar beast. As Servius says, you know, nullus enim locus sine genio est 12. Dom Claude, apprehensive of some new prank of Jehan's, reminded his worthy disciple that they had some figures on the entrance to study together, and both left the cell, to the great relief of the student, who had begun to fear seriously that his knees and his chin would grow together. Chapter 6. Consequences of 7 oaths sworn in the open street. Te Deum laudamus. God be praised, exclaimed Master Jehan, climbing from his hole. The 2 screech owls are gone. Ach! Ach! Hacks! Pax! Max! The fleas! The mad dogs! The devil! I've had quite enough of their talk. My head rings like a belfry. Moldy cheese on top of it all. Let us be off too and turn my good brother's money into bottles. He cast a look of kindness and admiration into the interior of the precious purse, adjusted his clothes, wiped his boots, brushed the ashes from his sleeves, whistled a tune, turned a pirouette, looked around to see if there was anything else in the cell that he could make off with, picked up here and there on the furnace some amulet of glass that could be given as a jewel to Isabeau Thierry, opened a door that his brother as a last indulgence had left unlocked, and that he in his turn left open as the last trick he could play on him, and descended the winding stairs, hopping like a bird. In the shadows of the spiral staircase, he passed something that drew back grumbling, and he thought it had to be Quasimodo, and this seemed so funny to him that he descended the rest of the staircase laughing his head off. He was still laughing when he entered the square. He stamped his foot when he found himself again on the ground. Oh, good and honorable pavement of Paris, he exclaimed. Cursed stairs that would make the angels of Jacob's ladder breathless. What was I thinking of to squeeze myself into that stone zigzag that pierces the sky, and all to eat moldy cheese and to see the steeples of Paris through a slit in the wall hole? He had advanced only a few steps when he saw the two screech owls, alias Dom Claude and Master Jacques Charmolue, contemplating one of the sculptures of the entrance. He approached them on tiptoe and heard the archdeacon say in a very low tone to his companion, it was Guillaume de Paris who had a job engraved on that stone of the color of lapis lazuli, and gilded on the edges. Job represents the philosopher's stone, which must be tested and tortured in order to become perfect, as Raymond Lowe writes. Subconservation for me specifici salva anima. 13. What is that to me, said Jahan to himself. I have got the purse. At this moment he heard a loud and sonorous voice behind him articulate a formidable volley of oaths, sang Dieu. Ventre Dieu, bidou. Corps de Dieu. Nombril de Belzebuth. Nom d'un pape. Corniti tonnerre. 14. Upon my soul, cried Jahan, that can only be my friend Captain Phoebus. The name Phoebus struck the ear of the archdeacon just when he was explaining to the king's proctor the dragon hiding his tail in a bath from which smoke and a royal head issue. Dom Claude shuddered, stopped short, to the great surprise of Charmolue, turned around, and saw his brother Jahan accosting a tall officer at the door of the Gondolier mansion. It was in fact Captain Phoebus de Chateaupers. He was leaning against the corner of the house and swearing like a pagan. By my faith, Captain Phoebus, said Jahan, grasping his hand, you swear with admirable verve. Blood and thunder, replied the captain. Blood and thunder to you, rejoined the student. But, I say, gentle captain, what has occasioned this flood of fair words? I beg your pardon, my good friend Jahan, cried Phoebus, shaking him by the hand, a horse at the top of his speed cannot stop short. I was swearing at full gallop. I have just come from those affected prudes, and whenever I leave them I have my throat full of swear words. I am forced to spit them out or they would choke me outright. Blood and thunder. Will you come and drink with me? Asked the student. This proposal pacified the captain. I would, he said, but I have no money. Well, but I have. Aha! Let us see. Jahan showed the purse to the skeptical captain. Meanwhile the archdeacon, who had left Charmolue quite astounded, had approached and stopped within a few paces of the pair, watching both without their being aware of it, so entirely was their attention engrossed by the purse. A purse in your pocket, Jahan, cried Phoebus, is like the moon in a bucket of water. You see it, but it is not there. It is only the shadow. Nothing but pebbles in it, I bet. These are the pebbles that I paid my pocket with, replied Jahan drily, and he emptied the pouch on a post close by, with the air of a Roman saving his country. By heaven, muttered Phoebus. Real money. It's absolutely dazzling. Jahan retained his grave and dignified attitude. A few liards had rolled into the mud, the captain in his enthusiasm stooped to pick them up. Jahan held him back. Fie, Captain Phoebus de Chateaupers. Chateaupers counted the coins and, turning with a solemn look toward his companion, said, Do you know, Jahan, that there are 23 sous parisis? Who did you rob last night in Slash-a-Gullet Alley? Jahan threw back the long, light hair that curled around his face and half closed his disdainful eyes. It is a good thing, he said, to have a brother who is an archdeacon and an idiot. Corne de Dieu, exclaimed Phoebus. The worthy fellow. Let us go and drink, said Jahan. Where shall we go? Asked Phoebus. To Eve's Apple?
No, let's go to à la vieille science. Une vieille qui scie une anse point 15 itis a rebus. I like that.
To hell with rebus, Jahan. The wine is better at Eve's Apple. And then, next to the door, there is a vine in the sun that entertains me when I drink. All right then, to Eve and her apple, said the student and, taking Phoebus's arm, by the way, my dear captain, you just said Slash-a-Gullet Alley. That is very bad language. We are no longer so barbarous. We say Cutthroat Alley. The two friends then turned their steps toward the tavern known by the sign of Eve's Apple. It is unnecessary to add that they had first picked up the money, and that the archdeacon followed them. The archdeacon followed them with a wild and gloomy look. Was this the Phoebus whose accursed name had, ever since his interview with Gringoire, haunted all his thoughts? He did not know, but at any rate it was a Phoebus, and this magic name was enough to lure the archdeacon to follow the two reckless companions with stealthy step. He listened to their conversation and watched their slightest gestures with attentive anxiety. Indeed, nothing was more easy than to hear all they said, so loudly did they carry on their conversation about duels and girls, jugs and drunken frolics. At the turning of a street the sound of a tambourine drifted toward them from a nearby corner. Dom Claude heard the officer say to his brother, "Blood and thunder! Let us quicken our pace." "Why, Phoebus? I am afraid the Bohemian will see me." "What Bohemian?" "The girl with the goat." "La Smeralda?" "The same, Jahan. I always forget her devil of a name." "Hurry! She would recognize me. I don't want that girl to accost me in the street." "Are you acquainted with her, Phoebus?" Here the archdeacon saw Phoebus grin, stoop to Jahan's ear, and whisper a few words into it. The captain then burst into a loud laugh and tossed his head triumphantly. "Truly?" asked Jahan. "Upon my soul," replied Phoebus. "Tonight?" "This very night." "Are you sure she will come?" "Are you crazy, Jahan? Does one doubt things like that? Captain Phoebus, you are a lucky fellow." The archdeacon heard every syllable of this conversation. His teeth chattered. A shudder, visible to the eye, thrilled his whole frame. He paused for a moment, leaned against a post like a drunken man, and again followed the trail of the two boon companions. When he rejoined them, they had moved on in the conversation. He heard them singing at the top of their lungs, "Les enfants de petit carreau se font pendre comme de veau." 16. Chapter 7. The Goblin Monk. The celebrated tavern called Eve's Apple was in the University, at the corner of Rue de la Rondelle and Rue du Bâtonnier. There was a very spacious but very low room, with a vaulted ceiling, the central dome of which was supported by a massive wooden pillar painted yellow, the floor covered with tables, bright tin jugs hanging up against the wall, plenty of drinkers, plenty of loose women, a window on the street, a vine at the door, and over it a creaking square of sheet iron, rusted with rain and turning on an iron spike, on which were painted a woman and an apple. This kind of weather vane, which looked toward the street, was the sign of the house. It was nightfall. The street was dark. And the tavern, full of candles, shone at a distance like a forge. The sounds of carousal, swearing, fighting, mixed with the jingle of glasses, came out from the broken panes. Through the steam that covered the window because of the heat of the room one could see swarms of confused figures, from which burst from time to time roars of laughter. The pedestrians whose business called them that way passed this noisy window without looking in, but at intervals some little, ragged urchin would stand on tiptoe to look and shout the old doggerel couplet with which it was usual in those days to greet drunkards. Aux howls, souls, souls, souls. 17. One man, however, kept incessantly walking back and forth before the noisy tavern, closely watching all goers and comers and never moving farther from it than a sentry from his box. He was muffled up to his eyes in a cloak. This cloak he had just bought at a shop next to the tavern, no doubt as a protection from the cold of the March evenings, but perhaps also to conceal his dress. From time to time he paused before the window, looked through the small diamond-shaped panes bordered with lead, listened, and stamped his feet. Eventually the tavern door opened. It was this that he seemed to be waiting for. Two persons who had been drinking there came out. The ray of light that escaped at the door fell for a moment on their jovial faces. The man in the cloak stationed himself in a doorway on the other side of the street to watch them. "The clock has just struck 7, exclaimed one of the drinkers. "Everyone knows that once you've ridden a bear, you are no longer afraid. But your nose follows the smell of food, like Saint Jacques Delaware El Hospital. It is the time for my appointment." "I tell you," replied his companion with a thick tongue, "that I don't live in the Rue de Mauvaises Paroles, indignisque inter verba mala habitat. I live in the Rue Jean Pain Mollet." "You are more horned than a unicorn, if you contradict me." 18. "Jahan, my friend, you are drunk," said the other. His companion answered, staggering, "That is what you say, Phoebus. But it is proved that Plato had the profile of a hunting dog." The reader has no doubt already recognized our good friends the captain and the student. The man who was watching them in the dark also appeared to have recognized them, for he slowly followed all the zigzags into which the captain was drawn by his companion. The former, a more experienced drinker, had kept his head. The man in the cloak, listening to them attentively, was able to catch the whole of the following interesting conversation. Body of Bacchus. "Mr. Bachelor of Arts, try to walk straight, you know I must leave you. It is 7 o'clock, I tell you, and I have a date with a woman." "Then go, leave me. I see stars and flames. You are like the castle of Dampmartin, bursting with laughter." "By my grandmother's warts, Jahan, the nonsense you talk is too absurd. By the way, Jahan, do you have any money left?" "Mr. Rector, there is no fault, the little butcher shop, Parva Butcheria." "Jahan, my friend Jahan, you know I have a rendezvous with that girl at the end of the Pont Saint-Michel. You know I have to take her to Fallardel's, and I have to pay for the room in advance. The old wench with white whiskers won't let me have any credit. Surely, Jahan, we have not drunk all the priest's money. See if you don't have 1 parisis left." The consciousness of having spent the other hours to good purpose is an excellent sauce to the table. Damnation! Stop this nonsense, Jahan. Tell me, do you have any money left? I must have some, or, by heaven, I will rifle your pockets, even if you were a leper like Job or mangy like Caesar. Why, sir, the Rue Galiaque is a street that has the Rue de la Verrerie at one end, and the Rue de la Tixeranderie at the other. Quite right, my dear friend Jahan, so it has. But, for heaven's sake, come to your senses. It is 7 o'clock, and I want just 1 sou parisis. Silence, now, silence to the song, and attention to the chorus. When it shall befall the cats to be eaten up by rats, then the king of Eris city shall be master, more's the pity. When at St. John's tide the sea, wide and warm although it be, shall be frozen firm and fast, as if by winter's blast, then the folks from Eris, they over the ice shall trudge away. 19. Student of Antichrist, cried Phoebus, may your brains be dashed out with your own books. At the same time he gave the intoxicated student a violent push, which sent him reeling against the wall, or he fell gently on the pavement of Philip Augustus. From a relic of that brotherly compassion that is never wholly banished from the heart of a drunkard, Phoebus rolled Jahan with his foot onto one of those pillows of the poor that Providence keeps ready in the corners of all the streets of Paris, and that the wealthy disdainfully stigmatize with the name garbage heap. The captain placed Jahan's head on an inclined plane of cabbage stalks, and the student instantly began snoring in a magnificent bass. Yet the captain's heart was not wholly free from animosity. So much the worse for you if the devil's cart picks you up as it passes, he said to the sleeping student, and away he went. The man in the cloak, who was still following him, paused for a moment before the helpless youth, as if undecided what to do, then, heaving a deep sigh, he continued to follow the captain. Like them we will leave Jahan sleeping beneath the canopy of heaven and speed after them, if it pleases the reader. On reaching the Rue Saint-André d'Arcs, Phoebus noticed that someone was following him. Happening to turn, he saw a kind of shadow creeping behind him along the walls. He stopped, the figure stopped. He walked on, the figure walked on. He felt only little alarm at this discovery. "Pooh," he said to himself. "I don't have a sou." He halted in front of the College of Autun, where he had begun what he called his studies, close to the statue of Cardinal Pierre Bertrand, carved on the right of the doorway. There, out of naughty schoolboy habit, he never passed the statue without inflicting on it the offense of which Priapus so bitterly complains in Horace's satire Olim Truncus Erum Faculnus. 20 He was so assiduous in his performance of his duty that the inscription Bishop of Autun was almost completely effaced. He stopped in front of the statue as was his habit. The street was absolutely deserted. Nothing was to be seen but the figure, which approached him with slow steps, so slow that he had abundant time to observe that it had a cloak and a hat. When very near to him it stopped and remained as motionless as the statue of Cardinal Bertrand, intently fixing on him, however, a pair of eyes glaring with that vague light that glows at night from those of a cat. The captain was brave and would not have cared a rush for a robber with a cudgel in his fist. But this walking statue, this petrified man, thrilled him with horror. There were at that time in circulation a number of stories of a goblin monk who haunted the streets of Paris at night. These stories crowded confusedly on his memory. He stood stupefied for some minutes, and then broke the silence with a forced laugh. "If you are a robber, as I hope," he said, "you are somewhat like a heron attacking a nutshell. I am the son of a ruined family, my dear fellow. Seek some better game. In the chapel of that college there is somewhat of the true cross, which is kept in the treasure room." The hand of the figure was stretched out from under the cloak and grasped Phoebus's arm with the force of an eagle's talons. "Captain Phoebus de Châteaupers," said the spectre at the same moment. "What the devil?" cried Phoebus. "You know my name." "Not only your name," replied the mysterious stranger in a sepulchral tone. "You have a rendezvous this evening." "I have," answered the astounded Phoebus. "At 7 o'clock. In a quarter of an hour. At Fallardel's at the Pont de Saint-Michel." "Precisely so." "To meet a woman." "I plead guilty." "Whose name is?" "La Smeralda," said Phoebus gaily, having by degrees recovered his levity. At that name the spectre shook the captain's arm with violence. "Captain Phoebus de Châteaupers, you lie." Whoever could have seen at that moment the flushed face of the captain, the backward bound that he made with such force that he pulled his arm from the grip in which it was held, the fierce look with which he grasped the hilt of his sword, and the motionless attitude of the cloaked figure, whoever had witnessed this would have been frightened. It was something like the battle between Don Juan and the statue. "Christ and Satan," cried the captain. "That is a word to which the ear of a Châteaupers is not accustomed. You dare not repeat it." "You lie," the spectre said drily. The captain gnashed his teeth. Goblin monk, phantom, superstitious tales were all forgotten at the moment. He only saw a man and an insult. "Bravely said," he stammered, half choked with rage. He drew his sword, and in a faltering voice, for rage makes one tremble as well as fear, cried, "Here! On the spot! This very moment! Draw your sword! Droll blood must be spilled on this pavement." Meanwhile the other neither flinched nor stirred. When he saw his adversary on guard and ready for the combat, he said, "Captain Phoebus," in a tone shaking with bitterness, "you forget your rendezvous." In men like Phoebus gusts of passion are like boiling milk, which a drop of cold water is sufficient to calm. At those few simple words the captain dropped the weapon that glistened in his hand. "Captain," continued the stranger, "tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, a month, a year, 10 years from now, you will find me ready to cut your throat, but first go to your rendezvous." "In fact," said Phoebus, as if seeking to surrender it himself, a sword and a girl are two delightful things to encounter in a meeting. But I don't see why I should give up one for the other when I can have both." He put his sword back in the scabbard. "Go to your rendezvous," repeated the unknown. "Many thanks, sir, for your courtesy," replied Phoebus, with some embarrassment. "It is very true that there will be time enough tomorrow to slash and cut buttonholes in Father Adam's doublet. I am indebted to you for allowing me one more pleasant quarter of an hour. I did hope, to be sure, to put you to bed in the gutter, and yet be in time for my appointment, especially as in such cases it is stylish to make the girls wait a little. But you appear to be a hearty fellow, and it is safest to put off our meeting till tomorrow. So I shall go to my rendezvous, which is for the hour of 7, as you know." Here Phoebus tapped his forehead. "Ah! I forgot. I must have money, and I have not a single sou left to pay for the miserable room. The old hag always wants to be paid up front. She doesn't trust me." "Here is the money," said the stranger. Phoebus felt the cold hand of the stranger slip into his a heavy coin. He could not help taking it and pressing that hand. "By heaven," he exclaimed. "You are a good fellow." "One condition," said the stranger. "Prove to me that I was wrong, and that you spoke the truth. Hide me in some corner, or I may see whether the girl is really the same whose name you mentioned." "Oh," replied Phoebus. "That will make no difference to me. We will take a room at St. Martha. You can see everything from the garret next to it." "Come along, then," answered the figure. "At your service," said the captain. "For all I know, you may be the devil in person, but let us be good friends tonight. Tomorrow I will pay you my debts, both of the purse and of the sword." They walked away quickly. In a few minutes the noise of the river apprised them that they were on the Pont Saint-Michel, at that time covered with houses. "I will first let you in," said Phoebus to his companion, "and then I'll go get the girl, who is to wait for me near the Petit Châtelet." That companion made no reply. Since they had been walking side by side he had not uttered a word. Phoebus stopped before a low door, against which he kicked violently. A light glimmered through the crevices of the door. "Who's there?" cried a weak voice. "Cor Dieu! Tête Dieu! Ventre Dieu!" replied the captain. The door instantly opened and revealed an old woman and a lamp, both of which trembled. The hag was bent almost double and dressed in rags. Her head shook, and her hands, face, and neck were covered with wrinkles. She had very small eyes, her lips receded almost to her toothless gums, and all around her mouth she had long white hairs resembling the whiskers of a cat. The interior of her dwelling was no less dilapidated. The walls were of plaster, the ceiling was formed of the black rafters and floor of the room above, the fireplace was dismantled, and every corner was covered by cobwebs. 2 or 3 rickety tables and stools occupied the middle of the floor, a dirty boy was playing in the ashes, and at the farther end the stairs, or rather ladder, led up to a trapdoor in the ceiling. On entering this den, the captain's mysterious companion drew his cloak up to his eyes while Phoebus kept swearing like a Turk. He put into the hand of the old woman the coin that had been given to him by the stranger. He made the sun shine in an ECU, as our admirable Renier put it. "Saint Martha's room," added Phoebus. The crone, who called him Monseigneur with every other word, deposited the coin in a drawer. While her back was turned, the ragged urchin rose from the hearth, slowly went to the drawer, took out the piece of money, and put a dry leaf that he had pulled from the kindling in its place. The old woman beckoned to the 2 gentlemen, as she called them, to follow and ascended the ladder before them. On reaching the room above she set the lamp on a trunk, and Phoebus opened a door that led to a dark closet. "This way, my good fellow," he said to his companion. The man in the cloak complied without uttering a word. The door closed after him, he heard Phoebus bolt it and a moment afterward go downstairs with the old woman. The light disappeared along with them. Chapter 8. The usefulness of windows looking toward the river. Claude Frollo, for we presume that the reader, more intelligent than Phoebus, has discovered that the spectre monk was no other than the Archdeacon. Claude Frollo groped around for a few moments in the dark hole in which the captain had bolted him. It was in fact a loft such as builders sometimes leave in the roof above the outer walls of a house. The vertical section of this garret, as Phoebus had aptly called it, would have been a triangle. It had neither window nor loophole, and the inclined plane of the roof would not permit a person to stand upright in it. Claude therefore crouched in dust and mortar that crunched under him. His brain seemed to be on fire, but what passed at that moment in the dark soul of the Archdeacon none but God and himself could ever know. In what fatal order did he arrange in his thoughts La Esmeralda, Phoebus, Jacques Charmolue, his young brother, whom he so loved yet whom he had left in the mud, his archdeacon's gown, his reputation perhaps, staked as it was at Fallardell's, all these images, all these adventures? I cannot tell. But it is certain that these ideas formed in his mind a horrible constellation. He waited a full quarter of an hour. To him this interval appeared a century. Suddenly he heard the stairs creak, someone was coming up. The trapdoor opened, a light was discernible. In the crazy door of the loft there was a crevice to which he brought his eye. It was wide enough to allow him to see all that went on in the adjoining room. The old woman appeared first, with the lamp in her hand, then Phoebus, turning up his whiskers, then a third face, that of the beautiful and graceful Esmeralda. The priest saw it rise above the floor like a dazzling apparition. Claude trembled, a cloud darkened his eyes, his arteries beat with violence, he was stunned with a rushing like a mighty wind, everything around him seemed to whirl, and suddenly sight and hearing failed him. When he regained his senses, Phoebus and La Esmeralda were alone, sitting on the wooden chest by the side of the lamp, which threw a strong light on their two youthful faces and enabled the archdeacon to discover a miserable bed at the far end of the garret. Beside this bed was a window, through the panes of which, broken like a spider's web by a shower of rain, he could see a patch of sky and the moon couched on a bed of light downy clouds. The girl was flushed, confused, trembling. Her long, downcast eyelashes shaded her crimson cheeks. The face of the officer, to which she dared not raise her eyes, was radiant with delight. Unconsciously, and with a charming clumsiness, she traced unmeaning lines on the lid of the chest with the tip of her finger and then looked at the finger that had been thus employed. Her feet could not be seen, the little goat was cowering on them. The captain was very elegantly dressed, he had great tufts at his collar and cuffs. This was the style of the times. Dom Claude did not manage to listen to their conversation without pain. He heard what they said through the sound of boiling blood in his veins. An amorous conversation is very banal. It is a perpetual I love you, a phrase musical enough to the parties concerned but exceedingly dull and insipid to indifferent listeners when not adorned with a few rhetorical flourishes. Claude, however, was not an indifferent listener. Oh! Do not despise me, Monseigneur Phoebus, said the girl, without raising her eyes. I fear that what I am doing is wrong. Despise you, my pretty dear, replied the officer, with a superior and distinguished air of gallantry. Despise you? Why? For having followed you. I perceive, my beauty, that we don't understand one another. I ought, by rights, not to despise you but to hate you. The girl looked at him in alarm. Hate me? What, then, have I done? For your having needed so much wooing. Alas, she said. I am breaking a vow. I shall never find my parents again. The charm will lose its power. But no matter. What do I need a father or mother for now? As she spoke, she fixed on the captain her large, dark eyes, moist with delight and tenderness. Devil take me if I understand you, exclaimed Phoebus. La Esmeralda was silent for a moment, a tear then trickled from her eye, a sigh burst from her lips, and she said, Oh, my lord, I love you. There was around this young girl such an air of chastity, such a spell of virtue, that Phoebus did not feel quite at ease by her side. This confession, however, emboldened him. "You do love me," he said, with transport, throwing his arm around the waist of the gypsy. He had waited for the chance. "Phoebus," resumed the Bohemian, gently removing from her waist his tenacious hand, "you are kind, you are generous, you are handsome, you saved me, who am but a poor orphan. I have long been dreaming about an officer saving my life. It was you that I dreamed of before I knew you. The officer of my dreams had a handsome uniform like you, the look of a gentleman, and a sword. Your name is Phoebus, it is a fine name, I love your name, I love your sword. Draw your sword, Phoebus, let me look at it." "Strange girl," said the captain, unsheathing his sword with a smile. The gypsy looked at the handle and at the blade, examined with special curiosity the cipher on the hilt, and kissed the weapon, saying, "You belong to a brave man. I love my captain." As she bent over it, Phoebus availed himself of the opportunity to imprint a kiss on her beautiful neck. The girl suddenly raised her head with a face red like a cherry. The priest gnashed his teeth in the dark. "Phoebus," the gypsy began again, "let me talk to you. Just stand up and walk, and let me hear your spurs rattle. How handsome you are." The captain rose in compliance with her wish and said in a tone of rebuke, yet with a smile of satisfaction, "Why, how childish you are. But, my dear, did you ever see me in my ceremonial uniform?" "Alas, no," she replied. "Now that is handsome." Phoebus went and again seated himself beside her, but much closer than before. "Listen, my dear." The gypsy patted his lips with her pretty hand, with the grace and playfulness of a child. "No, no, I won't listen to you. Do you love me? I want you to tell me if you love me." "Do I love you, angel of my life?" exclaimed the captain, half sinking on his knee. "I love you and have never loved any but you." The captain had so often repeated this declaration in many a similar situation that he uttered it without forgetting a word or making a single blunder. At this impassioned declaration, the gypsy raised her eyes with a look of angelic happiness toward the dirty ceiling that here usurped the place of heaven. "Oh," she softly murmured, "this is the moment when one ought to die." Phoebus thought it the right time for stealing another kiss, which inflicted fresh torment on the miserable archdeacon in his hiding place. "To die?" cried the amorous captain. "What are you talking of, my angel? Why, it is the very time to live, or Jupiter is a fake. Die at such a moment as this? A good joke, by the devil's horns. No, no, that won't do. Listen, my dear excuse me, Esmeralda, but you have such a prodigiously outlandish name that I can't get it into my head. It is an obstacle that gets in my way." "Good God," said the poor girl. "And I thought it a pretty name just because of its outlandishness. But since you dislike it, I will change it to whatever you please." "No, my darling, don't think about such trifles. It is a name one must get used to, that's all. When I have learned it by heart, I shall say it without a problem. But listen, my dear Similar, I passionately adore you. I cannot tell how much I love you. It is a marvel, and I know a girl who is bursting with rage about it." "Who is that?" inquired the jealous girl. "That has nothing to do with us," said Phoebus. "Do you love me?" "Do I?" she said. "Well, that is enough. You shall see how I love you too. May the great devil Neptunus impale me on his fork if I don't make you the happiest girl in the world. We will have a pretty little apartment somewhere or other. My archers shall parade under your windows. They are all on horseback, and Captain Mignon's look like fools next to them. I will take you to the Grange de Rully, it is a magnificent sight. 80,000 armed men, 30,000 suits of bright armor, cuirasses or brigandines, the 67 banners of all the trades, the standards of the Parliament, the Chambre de Commerce, the workers of the Mint, in short, a hell of a spectacle. I'll take you to see the lions at the Hotel du Roi. All the women love it. For some moments the girl, absorbed in her own charming thoughts, was drinking in the intoxicating tones of his voice without listening to the meaning of his words. "Oh, you shall be so happy," continued the captain, at the same time examining the buckle of her belt. "What are you doing?" she said sharply, roused from her reverie. "Nothing," replied Phoebus. "I was only saying that you must abandon this strange outfit when you are with me." "When I am with you, my Phoebus," said the girl affectionately, and again she became silent and thoughtful. Suddenly she turned toward him. "Phoebus," she said, with an expression of infinite love, "teach me your religion." "My religion?" cried the captain, bursting into a laugh. "I instruct you in my religion. Blood and thunder! What do you want with my religion?" "So that we may be married," replied the gypsy. The captain's face assumed a mixed expression of surprise, disdain, and licentious passion. "Pooh," he said. "What should we marry for?" The Bohemian turned pale and sorrowfully drooped her head on her chest. "My sweet one," returned Phoebus tenderly, "these are silly notions. Of what use is marriage? Do people love one another the less for not having mangled Latin in the presence of a priest?" As he said this in his kindest tones, he came very close to the gypsy girl, his caressing hands reassumed their position around her narrow, supple waist. His eyes glowed more and more, and everything betrayed the fact that Monsieur Phoebus was obviously reaching one of those states in which Jupiter himself did so many foolish things that Homer was obliged to call in the clouds for help. 21. Dom Claude, meanwhile, saw all that went on. The planks of which the door was made were so decayed that they left large gaps for his hawk's eye. The swarthy, broad-shouldered priest, who had previously known only the austere virginity of the cloister, quivered and boiled at the scene. The sight of the beautiful girl in a tête-à-tête with the ardent officer seemed to infuse molten lead into his veins. He was extraordinarily disturbed. His eye plunged with jealous desire beneath all the undone buttons. Whoever could have seen, at that moment, the face of the unhappy man closely pressed against the cracks of the door would have taken it for the face of a tiger watching from its cage a hyena devouring a gazelle. His eyes flamed like candles through the gaps of the door. All at once Phoebus snatched away the gypsy's shawl. The poor girl, who had remained pale and dreamy, started up and hastily retreated from the enterprising officer. Casting a glance at her bare shoulders, blushing, confused, and dumb with shame, she crossed her two finely turned arms over her bosom to conceal it. Except for the flush that crimsoned her cheeks, whoever saw her so silent, motionless, and with downcast eyes, would have taken her for a statue of modesty. This attack of the captain's on her outfit had uncovered the mysterious amulet that she wore around her neck. "What is that?" he said, seizing this pretext for approaching the beautiful creature whom his vehemence had just frightened. "Don't touch it," she answered sharply. "It is my protector. It will enable me to find my family, if I do nothing unworthy of it. Oh, leave me, Captain, I beg you." "Ah, mother! My poor mother! Where are you? Help, help your child! Captain Phoebus, please give me my shawl." "Oh, mademoiselle," said Phoebus, stepping back, in a tone of indifference. "I see plainly that you do not love me." "I do not love you," exclaimed the unhappy girl, at the same time clinging to the captain and making him sit down by her. "Not love you, my Phoebus? Cruel man to say so. Do you want to break my heart? Take me. Take everything. I am yours. Of what use to me is the amulet? What need do I have of a mother? To me you are father and mother because I love you, Phoebus, my beloved Phoebus. Look at me, you will not push away one who seeks you out of her own accord. My soul, my life, my body, my person, my all are yours. So we won't marry because it bores you. Who am I, a miserable gutter girl, while you Phoebus are a gentleman? What a marriage that would be if a street dancer were betrothed to an officer. I was mad. I will be the proudest and happiest of women. And when I grow old and ugly, Phoebus, when I am no longer fit for you to love, then permit me to be your servant. Others will then embroider scarves for you, but you will let me clean your boots and your spurs, and brush your uniform. You will grant me that indulgence, won't you, my Phoebus? Meanwhile, take me, let me belong to you and be the only object of your love. We gypsies want nothing else but air and love. As she said this, she threw her arms around the neck of the officer. She looked at him, smiling through her tears with the gaze of a supplicant. Her delicate throat was pressed against the rough cloth and embroidery of his uniform. She twisted her beautiful, half-naked body on his knees. The captain, intoxicated, pressed ardent lips to the beautiful dark shoulders. The young girl, eyes turned toward the ceiling, fell back, trembling and palpitating under this kiss. All at once above the head of the captain she beheld another head, a livid, green, convulsive face, with the look of one of the damned. Close to this face was a hand holding a dagger. It was the face and the hand of the priest. He had broken down the door. The girl was struck speechless and paralyzed by this terrible apparition. She was like a dove raising her head just when a falcon finds her nest. She didn't even have the power to shriek. She saw the dagger descend on the captain and rise again bloodied. "Perdition!" he exclaimed and fell. She fainted. When her eyes closed and her senses were forsaking her, she thought she felt a kiss, like the executioner's hot iron, impressed on her lips. On coming to herself, she was surrounded by soldiers of the watch. The captain was carried away bathed in blood. The priest was gone. The window at the farther end of the chamber, which looked toward the river, was wide open. A cloak, supposed to belong to the officer, was picked up, and she heard the men saying to one another, "A witch has stabbed a captain." Book 8. Chapter 1. The coin transformed into a dry leaf. For over a month Gringoire and the whole crew in the Corps de Miracles had been in a state of extreme anxiety. La Esmeralda was missing. They knew neither what had become of her, which sorely grieved the Duke of Egypt and his vagabond subjects, nor what had become of her goat, which redoubled Gringoire's sorrow. One night the girl had disappeared, and all searches had proved fruitless. No traces of her could be discovered. A few dirty beggars had told Gringoire that they had met her that evening near the Pont Street Michel, walking along with an officer, but this husband after the fashion of Bohemia was a skeptical philosopher, and, besides, he knew better than anyone else how well his wife could defend herself. He had had abundant opportunities of judging what invincible chastity resulted from the two combined virtues of the amulet and the gypsy, and had mathematically calculated the resistance of that chastity to the second power. He was therefore quite easy on that point. But for this very reason he was more puzzled by her disappearance. So deeply did he take it to heart that he would have worried himself thinner had it been possible for him to become skinnier than he was. He had forgotten everything else, even his literary pursuits, even his great work De Figuris Regularibus et Irregularibus, one which he intended to get printed with the first money he got. For he was head over heels in love with printing, ever since he had seen the Didascalon of Hugo St. Victor, two printed with the celebrated types of Vindel and of Spire. One day, while sorrowfully passing the Tournelle, a prison for criminals, he perceived a crowd of people around one of the doors of the Palace of Justice. "What is going on here?" he asked a young man who was coming out. "I do not know, sir," answered the young man. "I am told that they are trying a woman for murdering an officer of the king's ordnance. Because there seems to be something of sorcery in the business, the bishop and the official have interfered. My brother, the archdeacon of Joses, devotes all his time to it. I wanted to speak to him but could not get to him for the crowd, which irritated me exceedingly, because I am in great need of money." "Alas, sir," said Gringoire, "I wish it was in my power to lend you some, but my breeches are all in holes, not with crowns or any other coin, I can assure you." He dared not tell the young man that he knew his brother, the archdeacon, whom he had never called on since the scene in the church, a negligent behavior of which he felt ashamed. The student went his way, and Gringoire followed the crowd ascending the great staircase. In his estimation there was nothing like a criminal trial for dispelling melancholy. The judges were in general so amusingly stupid. The people with whom he had mingled moved on and elbowed one another in silence. After a slow and tiresome shuffling along an endless passage, which wound through the palace like the intestinal canal of the old building, he arrived at a low door opening into a hall, which, from his stature, he was enabled to survey above the undulating heads of the crowd. The hall was spacious and dark, which made it appear still larger. Night was falling, the long windows admitted only a faint light, which faded before it reached the vaulted roof, an enormous trellis of carved woodwork whose 1,000 figures seemed to move confusedly in the dark. There were already several lighted candles here and there on the tables, which threw their rays on the heads of clerks poring over heaps of papers. The back of the hall was occupied by the crowd. On the right and left were lawyers seated at tables. At the farther end, on a raised platform, a great number of judges, men with immovable and sinister-looking faces, the last rows of whom were scarcely discernible in the darkness. The walls were covered with a field of fleurs de lis. A large crucifix was indistinctly seen above the judges, and on every side an array of pikes and halberds, which the light of the candles seemed to tip with fire. "Sir," said Gringoire to one of his neighbors, "who are all those people sitting in rows there, like prelates in council?" "Sir," answered his neighbor, "those are the councillors of the great chamber on the right, and the councillors of inquiry on the left, the masters in black gowns, and the messers in red ones." "And who is that great red thing sweating?" inquired Gringoire. "That is Monsieur the President." "And those sheep behind him," continued Gringoire, who, as we have already observed, was not fond of magistrates. This was perhaps because of the grudge he bore the Palace of Justice ever since his theatrical misadventure. "They are the masters of requisitions of the king's household." "And that boar in front of them?" "The clerk to the Court of Parliament." "And that crocodile, on the right?" "Master Philippe Lullier, special attorney to the king." "And that great black cat on the left?" "Master Jacques Charmolue, the king's proctor in the ecclesiastical court, with the gentlemen of the officiality." "But, I ask you, sir, what are all these worthy folks doing here?" "They are trying somebody." "Who is it?" "I do not see the accused." "It is a young woman, sir. She stands with her back toward us, and we can't see her for the crowd." "Why, there she is, where you see that group of halberds." "Do you know her name?" asked Gringoire. "No, sir, I've just arrived, but I presume that there is sorcery in the case, as the clergy attends the trial." "Come on," said our philosopher. "Let us watch all these lawyers banqueting on human flesh. It is a spectacle as good as any other." Here the bystanders imposed silence on the interlocutors. An important witness was under examination. "Gentlemen," said an old woman in the middle of the hall, who was so muffled up she looked like a walking bundle of rags, "Gentlemen, it is true that my name is Fallardel, and that I have kept house for 40 years on the Pont de Saint-Michel, and regularly paid rent, taxes, and rates. My door is opposite the house of Tassin Cailart, the fabric dyer who is upstream from me. A poor old woman now, my lords, but once a pretty girl. People had been telling me for a few days, La Fallardel, don't use your spinning wheel too much at night. The devil likes to comb old women spinning with his horns. I am sure that the goblin monk that was wandering around the temple last year is now roaming the site. One night I was spinning when there was a knock at my door. I asked who's there. And there was such a swearing. I opened the door, 2 men came in, a man in black with a handsome officer. Nothing was to be seen of the man in black but his eyes, for all the world like 2 burning coals, all the rest of him was cloak and hat. St. Martha's room, they said to me. That is my room upstairs, gentlemen, my best room. They gave me a crown. I put it into my drawer, saying to myself, it will serve tomorrow to buy tripe at the butcher's of the Gloriette. Well, we went upstairs, and while my back was turned the man in black disappeared. This amazed me a little. The officer, as handsome a gentleman as you would wish to set eyes on, went downstairs with me, and out he goes. By the time I had spun a quarter of a bobbin, in he comes again with a pretty doll of a girl, who would have dazzled you like the sun if she had been properly attired. She had with her a goat, a large goat, it might be black, it might be white, I don't recollect now. The girl, that was no concern of mine, but the goat, I must say. I don't like those animals, they have got a beard and horns, too like a man, and then the thing smells of witchcraft. However, I said nothing, and why should I? Hadn't I got the money? And all right too, my lord, wasn't it? So I took the captain and the girl to the room upstairs and left them alone, that is to say, with the goat. I went down and began spinning again. But I ought to tell you that my house has a ground floor and a floor above, the back of it looks out on the river, like all the other houses on the bridge, and the windows of both the ground floor and the chamber open toward the water. Well, as I said just now, I began spinning again. I can't tell why I thought of the goblin monk, which the goat had put into my head, and then the girl was dressed in such a strange fashion. Well, suddenly I heard such a scream upstairs, and something fall on the floor, and the window open. I ran to my window, which is under it, and saw a black figure drop before my eyes and tumble into the water. It was a spectre in the habit of a priest. The moon was shining bright, so I saw it as plain as I see you now. It swam away toward the city. I was trembling all over and called the watch. When those gentlemen came in, they did not know what to make of it at first, and, being rather drunk, they began beating me. I soon set them right. We went up, and what should we find but my best room drenched with blood, the captain lying at full length with a dagger in his bosom, the girl pretending to be dead, and the goat frightened out of its wits. A pretty job, I said. It will take me 2 weeks to get the floor clean again, scour and scrub it as I must. They carried away the officer, poor young man, and the girl with her bosom all bare. But, worse than that, the next day, when I went to the drawer for the crown to buy tripe, lo and behold, I found nothing but a withered leaf where I had left it. The old woman ceased speaking. A murmur of horror arose from the listeners. The spectre, the goat, and all that, looked very like much sorcery, said Gringoire to a neighbor. Oh yes, and the withered leaf, added another. No doubt, observed a third, it was a witch working with the goblin monk to rob the officer. Gringoire himself could scarcely help thinking that there was some probability in the conjecture. Witness, said the president in a dignified manner, have you nothing further to communicate to the court? No, my lord, replied the old woman, only that in the report my house is called a crazy, filthy hovel, which is an outrageous falsehood. To be sure, the houses on the bridge are not the best looking because there are so many people living there, but butchers like to live in them, and they are rich and some of them are married to very good-looking, clean women. The magistrate whom Gringoire had compared to a crocodile now rose. Silence, he said. I beg you, my lord and gentlemen, to bear in mind that a dagger was found on the accused. Witness, have you brought with you the leaf into which the crown given you by the demon was changed? Yes, sir, she replied. Here it is. An usher handed the dry leaf to the crocodile, who gave a sinister shake of the head and passed it to the president, and the president sent it to the king's proctor in the ecclesiastical court, so it went the rounds of the hall. Upon my word, a birch leaf, ejaculated Master Jacques Charmolue. More proof of sorcery. A counselor then rose and spoke. Witness, he said, 2 men went upstairs together in your house, a man in black, who immediately disappeared, and whom you afterwards saw swimming in the Seine, in the habit of a priest, and the officer. Which of the 2 gave you the crown? The old woman considered for a moment. It was the officer, she said. A murmur again ran through the court. Ah, thought Gringoire, that alters the case materially. Master Philippe Lullier, special attorney to the king, again interposed. Let me remind you, my lord and gentlemen, that the officer, in his deposition, taken in writing by his bedside, while admitting that he had a confused idea when he was accosted by the man in black that it might be the goblin monk, added that the phantom had strongly urged him to keep his appointment with the accused, and when the said captain observed that he had no money, he gave him the crown with which the officer paid the witness Falardel. The crown therefore is a coin of hell. This conclusive observation appeared to dispel all the lingering doubts of Gringoire and the other skeptics among the audience. Gentlemen are in possession of the papers, added the king's attorney, sitting down. They can refer to the deposition of Captain Phoebus de Chateaupers. At that name the accused rose. Her head was seen above the crowd. To his horror, Gringoire recognized La Esmeralda. She was pale, her hair, once so gracefully braided and woven with sequins, was disheveled, her lips were blue, her eyes hollow. Alas! What a change! Phoebus, she exclaimed wildly. Where is he? Oh, my lords, before you put me to death, for mercy's sake tell me if he still lives. Silence, woman, replied the president. We have nothing to do with that. If you have any pity, tell me if he is alive, she resumed, clasping her beautiful, thin hands. Her chains rustled along her dress. Well, said the king's advocate drily, he is dying. Are you satisfied? The unhappy girl sank down again on her seat, voiceless, tearless, white as wax. The president stooped toward a man placed at his feet, who had a gold-laced cap, a black gown, a chain around his neck, and a wand in his hand. Usher, bring in the second prisoner. All eyes turned toward a small door, which opened and, to the extreme agitation of Gringoire, in walked a pretty goat with gilded horns and hoofs. The elegant creature stopped for a moment on the threshold, stretching out her neck as if, perched on the point of some rock, she was overlooking a vast plain beneath her. Suddenly she saw the Bohemian and, springing over the table and the head of a clerk of the court, in 2 leaps she was at her feet. She then nestled gracefully at the feet of her mistress, soliciting a word or a caress. But the prisoner remained motionless, and poor Jolly herself could not get even a look. No, by my faith. It's the same nasty beast, cried old Falardel. I could swear positively to them both. If it pleases you, my lord and gentlemen, began Charmolue, we will proceed to the examination of the second prisoner. The second prisoner was the goat, sure enough. Nothing was more common in those days than to indict animals for sorcery. In the accounts of the Provosti for 1466 we find, among others, the curious details of the costs of the trial of Gillet-Soulard and his sow, executed for their crimes in Corbeil. Every item is there, the charge for the pigsty made for the sow, the 500 bundles of wood carried to the port of Morsant, the 3 quarts of wine and the bread, the last meal of the sufferer, fraternally shared by the executioner, even the 11 days' keep and subsistence of the sow at 8 deniers parisis each. Sometimes, indeed, our pious ancestors went still farther than animals. The capitularies of Charlemagne and Louis le Debonair decreed the infliction of severe punishments on those luminous phantoms that have the audacity to appear in the air. The proctor of the ecclesiastical court then pronounced this solemn denunciation: if the demon that possesses this goat, and that has withstood all the exorcisms that have been tried, persists in his wicked deeds and shocks the court with them, we forewarn him that we shall be forced to demand that he be sentenced to the gallows or the stake. Gringoire broke out in a cold sweat. Charmolue took from a table the tambourine of the gypsy, held it in a particular way to the goat, and asked, "What time is it?" The goat eyed him with an intelligent look, raised her gilded hoof, and struck 7 strokes. It was actually 7 o'clock. A shudder of terror thrilled the crowd. Gringoire could no longer contain himself. "The creature will be her own destruction," he exclaimed aloud. "Don't you see that she knows not what she does?" "Silence in the court," cried the usher sternly. Jacques Charmolue, by shifting the tambourine in various ways, made the goat exhibit several other tricks with regard to the day of the month of the year, and so forth, which the reader has already witnessed, and, from an optical delusion peculiar to judicial proceedings, the very same spectators, who had perhaps many a time applauded the innocent pranks of Jolly in the streets, were horrified by them within the walls of the Palace of Justice. The goat was decidedly a devil. But, worst of all, when the king's proctor had emptied out on the table a little leather bag filled with block letters that Jolly had around her neck, and the goat was seen sorting out with her foot the letters of the fatal name Phoebus, the spells to which the captain had fallen a victim appeared to be irresistibly proven, in the opinion of all. The Bohemian, that exquisite dancer who had so often enchanted passers-by with her graceful performances, was a terrifying witch. The poor girl, meanwhile, showed not the slightest sign of life. She noticed neither Jolly's fond tricks, nor the threats of the judges, nor the muttered imprecations of the audience. In order to rouse her, a sergeant went to her and shook her most unmercifully, while the head judge, raising his voice in a solemn tone, said, "Girl, you are of Bohemian race, given to unrighteous deeds. In company with the bewitched goat, your accomplice, implicated in this indictment, you did, on the night of the 29th of March, in concert with the powers of darkness, and by the aid of charms and unlawful practices, stab and slay Phoebus de Châteaupers, captain of the archers of the king's ordnance. Do you persist in denying this?" "Oh, horror of horrors," exclaimed the prisoner, covering her face with her hands. "Oh, my Phoebus! This is hell indeed." "Do you persist in denying it?" asked the head judge coldly. "Do I deny it?" she said in a fearful tone and with flashing eye as she rose from her seat. "Then," proceeded the head judge calmly, "how do you explain the facts that led to these accusations?" In broken accents, she replied, "I have already told you. I don't know. It was a priest, a stranger to me, an infernal priest who haunts me." "There it is," resumed the judge, "the goblin monk. Oh, sirs, have pity on me. I am but a poor girl, a poor gypsy girl," continued the judge. Master Jacques Charmolue, in his gentlest, softest tone, then said, "In consequence of the painful obstinacy of the prisoner, I demand the application of torture." "Granted," said the head judge. The unhappy girl shook all over. She rose, however, at the order of the bailiffs and, preceded by Charmolue and official priests, walked with relatively firm step between 2 rows of armor toward a low door, which suddenly opened, and closed after her. To Gringoire it seemed as though she had been swallowed up by the gaping jaws of some monster. As soon as she had disappeared, a plaintive bleating was heard. It was the poor goat bewailing the loss of her mistress. The proceedings were suspended. A counselor observed that the judges must be fatigued, and that they would be detained a long time if they waited for the conclusion of the torture, to which the head judge replied that a magistrate ought to have learned to sacrifice personal convenience to his duty. "What a strange and bothersome girl," said an old judge, "to bring the torture on herself just now, when we ought to be at supper." Chapter 2. The Coin Transformed into a Dry Leaf, Part 2. Having ascended and descended some steps in passages so dark that they were lighted in broad day by lamps, La Esmeralda, still surrounded by her dismal escort, was thrust by the sergeants of the palace into a sinister room. This circular chamber occupied the ground floor of one of the towers that still interrupt the layer of new buildings with which modern Paris has covered the old city. There were no windows in this dungeon, nor was there any aperture other than the low entrance closed by a strong iron door. At the same time there was no lack of light. In the thickness of the wall there was a furnace, in which burned a great fire that threw a red glow over the cave and quite eclipsed the light of a miserable candle placed in one corner. The iron portcullis, which served as a door to the furnace, was drawn up at that moment, so that at its flaming mouth there were to be seen only the lower extremities of its bars, resembling a row of black, sharp, parted teeth. This made the furnace look like the mouth of one of those legendary dragons who vomit fire and smoke. By the light it produced, the prisoner perceived around the room a variety of instruments, the uses of which were unknown to her. In the middle was a leather mattress laid almost flat on the floor, from which hung a whip with a buckle, fastened to a copper ring. A grotesque monster sculpted in the keystone of the vaulted ceiling held the whip between his teeth. Tongs, pincers, broad plowshares lay scattered, heating up in the fire of the furnace. Its blood-red light illuminated nothing but an assemblage of horrible objects. This hell was merely called the chamber of the question. On the bed was carelessly seated Pierrat Tortru, the official torturer. His assistants, two square-faced gnomes with leather aprons and canvas breeches, were stirring the coals under the iron implements. In vain, the poor girl tried to be brave. On entering this room she was struck with horror. The sergeants of the bailiff of the palace ranged themselves on one side, and the official priests on the other. In one corner was a table, at which sat a clerk with pen, ink, and paper. Master Jacques Charmolue approached the gypsy with one of his kindest smiles. "My dear child," he said, "do you persist in your denial?" "Yes," she replied, in a scarcely audible voice. "In that case," rejoined Charmolue, "it will be very painful to us to question you more urgently than we would like. Please sit down on this bed. Master Pierrat, make room for this young woman, and shut the door." Pierrat rose grumbling. "If I shut the door," he muttered, "my fire will go out." "Well, then, my good fellow," replied Charmolue, "leave it open." Meanwhile La Esmeralda remained standing. That leather bed, on which so many wretched creatures had writhed in agony, frightened her. Horror froze the very marrow of her bones. There she stood bewildered, stupefied. At a sign from Charmolue the two assistants took hold of her and placed her in a sitting posture on the bed. Those men did not hurt her, but when they grasped her, when the leather touched her, she felt all her blood flow back to her heart. She looked wildly around the room. She imagined that she saw those ugly implements of torture leaving their places and advancing from every part of the room toward her, to crawl over her, and to bite, pinch, and sting her like bats, millipedes, and spiders. "Where is the doctor?" asked Charmolue. "Here," answered a man in a black gown whom she had not yet noticed. She shuddered. "Demoiselle," resumed the smooth tongue of the proctor of the ecclesiastical court, "for the third time, do you persist in denying the charges preferred against you?" This time her voice failed, she was able only to nod an affirmative. "You persist," cried Charmolue. "I am very sorry for it, but I am obliged to perform the duty of my office." "Mr. Proctor," said Pierrat abruptly, "what shall we begin with?" Charmolue paused for a moment, with the ambiguous grimace of a poet at a loss for a rhyme. "With the boot," he replied at length. The unfortunate girl felt herself so totally abandoned by God and man that her head sank on her bosom, like some inert and lifeless thing. The torturer and the physician approached her together. At the same time the two assistants began to rummage in their hideous arsenal. At the clanking of the horrible irons the unhappy girl shivered like a dead frog to which one administers electric shocks. "Oh, my Phoebus," she murmured, in so low a tone it was inaudible. Then she relapsed into her former insensibility and death-like silence. This sight would have broken any other heart than the hearts of her judges. The wretched being to whom all this tremendous apparatus of saws, wheels, and pulleys was about to be applied, the being about to be consigned to the iron grip of executioners and pincers, was a gentle, tender, frail creature, poor grain of wheat, given up by human justice to be ground in the horrible mill of torture. Meanwhile, the calloused hands of Pierret's men had brutally stripped that lovely leg, and that small, elegant foot, which had so often delighted bystanders in the streets of Paris with its gracefulness and agility. "It's a pity," muttered the torturer, surveying those graceful and delicate shapes. Had the archdeacon been present, he would assuredly have thought at that very moment of his symbol of the spider and the fly. Soon the poor girl saw through the cloud before her eyes the boot approaching. Then her foot was hidden in the iron-bound apparatus. Terror then restored her strength. "Take it off," she cried wildly, at the same time starting up. "Have mercy." She sprang from the bed with the intention of throwing herself at the feet of the king's proctor, but, her leg being confined in the heavy block of oak sheathed with iron, she sank down powerless as a bee with wings of lead. On a sign from Charmolot she was put back on the bed, and two coarse hands fastened around her slender waist the whip that hung from the ceiling. "For the last time," said Charmolot, with his imperturbable benignity, "do you confess to the crimes of which you are accused?" "I am innocent." "Then how do you explain the circumstances alleged against you?" "Alas, sir, I do not know." "You deny them?" "Everything." "Begin," said Charmolot to Pierrat. Pierrat turned a screw, the boot became more and more contracted, and the wretched sufferer gave one of those horrible shrieks that have no spelling in any human language. "Stop!" Charmolot said to Pierrat. "Do you confess?" he asked the gypsy. "Everything," cried the miserable girl. "I confess." "Have mercy." "Mercy." In defying the torture she had miscalculated her strength. Poor thing! Her life had till then been so bright, so cheerful, so joyous. The first pain defeated her. "Humanity obliges me to inform you," observed the king's proctor, "that, though you confess, you can expect nothing but death." "I wish for it," she said. And she sank back on the leather bed, suspended, as if lifeless, by the thong buckled around her waist. "So, my pretty." "Hold up a little," said Master Pierrat, raising her. "You look like the golden sheep around the neck of Monsieur of Burgundy." Jacques Charmolot again raised his voice. "Clerk, write. Bohemian girl, you confess your participation in the feasts, Sabbaths, and practices of hell, with demons, sorcerers, and witches?" "Answer." "Yes," she said in a voice so soft that it disappeared into her breathing. "You confess that you have seen the ram that Beelzebub displays in the clouds to summon his children to their Sabbath, and which is visible only to sorcerers?" "Yes." "You confess that you have had commerce with the devil in the shape of the pet goat implicated in these proceedings?" "Yes." "Last, you declare and confess that, instigated by, and with the assistance of the devil and the goblin monk, you did, on the night of the 29th of March, kill and slay a captain, named Phoebus de Châteaupers?" She fixed her glazed eyes on the magistrate and replied, as if mechanically, without shock or convulsion, "Yes." It was evident that her spirit was utterly broken. "Right, clerk," said Charmolot. Then turning to Pierret's men, he proceeded, "Untie the prisoner, and let her be taken back into court." When the boot was removed, the proctor examined her foot, still swollen with the pain. "Come, come," he said, "it is not much the worse. You cried out in time. You would soon be able to dance as well as ever, my beauty." Then, addressing the official priests, "Justice is enlightened at last," he said. "It is a consolation, gentlemen. And the girl will bear witness that we have shown her the greatest mercy." Chapter 3. Conclusion of the coin transformed into a dry leaf. When she again entered the court, pale and limping, she was greeted with a general buzz of pleasure. On the part of the public it came from that feeling of gratified impatience that is experienced in the theater at the conclusion of the last intermission of a play, when the curtain rises and the fifth act begins. On the part of the judges, it came from the prospect of soon being dismissed to their suppers. The poor little goat too bleated for joy. She would have run to her mistress, but she had been tied to a bench. It was now dark night. The candles, having received no supplement to their number, gave so faint a light that the walls of the court were not visible. The darkness enveloped objects in a sort of fog. Through it, a few unfeeling faces of judges alone were barely distinguishable. Opposite them, at the other end of the long hall, they could perceive a vague patch of white in relief against the dark background. It was the accused. She advanced with faltering steps to her place. When Charmolue had magisterially resumed possession of his, he sat down. Rising again, he said, without too strongly betraying the vanity of success, "The accused has confessed to everything." "Bohemian girl," began the head judge, "you have confessed, then, all your misdeeds of magic, of prostitution, and of murder committed on the body of Phoebus de Châteaupers?" Her heart was wrung, and she was heard sobbing in the dark. "Whatever you like," she answered faintly, "only kill me quickly." "Mr. Proctor of the King," said the head judge, "the court is ready to hear your requisitions." Master Charmolue produced a tremendous roll of paper, from which he began to read with abundant gesticulation, and the exaggerated emphasis of the bar, a Latin oration in which all the evidence was built on Ciceronian periphrases, flanked by quotations from Plautus, his favorite comic writer. "We are sorry that we cannot offer to the reader this delectable composition." The orator delivered it with wonderful gestures. Before he had finished, big drops of perspiration trickled from his brow, and his eyes appeared to be popping from his head. Suddenly he stopped short in the middle of a sentence. His gaze, which was normally so bland, and even so stupid, became terrifying. "Gentlemen," he cried, now deigning to speak in French, for it was not in his manuscript, "to such a degree is Satan mixed up in this business that there he is personally present at our proceedings, and making a mockery of their majesty." As he said this, he pointed at the little goat, which, observing the gesticulations of Charmolue, seated herself on her rump and was imitating as well as she could, with her forepaws and bearded head, the pathetic pantomime of the king's proctor in the ecclesiastical court. The reader will remember that this was one of her most amusing tricks. This incident, the last proof, produced a powerful effect. To put an end to this scandal, the goat's legs were bound, and the king's proctor resumed the thread of his eloquent harangue. It was very long, but the conclusion was admirable. Here is the last sentence. One must add Master Charmolue's rolling syllables and breathless gestures, ideo domini, coram striga demonstrata, crimen patente, intention criminis existent, in nomine sancta ecclesiae noster domini Parisiensis, qua est in Caesina habendiam nimidam ultimitibusam justitiam and illa hac intemeratus civitatis insula, tenore presentium declaramus nos requirir, primo aliquandum pecuniarium indemnitatum, secundo amendationem honorabilment portalium maximum nostra domini, ecclesia. Cathedralis, tertio, sententiam in virtut codicis striga cum isue capella, seu in trivio vulgariter dicto la greve, seu in insula exeunt in fluvio sequani, juxta pointum jardini regles, executate sint. Or, this is why, my elders, in the presence of a confessed witch, the crime being obvious, criminal intention present, in the name of the Holy Church of Notre-Dame of Paris, which is in possession of all justice of every sort, high and low, in this spotless island of the sight, by the tenor of those present, we declare that we require, first of all, financial restitution and the payment of a fine, second, a formal apology in front of the main entrance of the Cathedral of Notre-Dame, and third, the sentence that condemns this witch and her goat to be executed on the square, popularly known as the Greve, near the end of the island around which flows the Seine, near the edge of the royal gardens. He put on his cap and sat down. A man in a black gown, near the prisoner, then rose. It was her lawyer. The judges, feeling the lack of supper, began to murmur. "Be brief," said the head judge. "My lord," replied the lawyer, since the prisoner has confessed the crime I have but a few words to offer. In the Salic law there is this clause: if a witch has eaten a man, and she is convicted of it, she shall pay a fine of 8,000 deniers, which makes 200 sous in gold. May it please the court then to sentence my client to pay this fine. That clause has become obsolete, said the advocate extraordinary to the king. Nego, replied the lawyer of the prisoner. To the vote, said a counselor. The crime is obvious. The question was put to the vote without their leaving the court. The judges decided quickly, they were pressed for time. Their capped heads were seen uncovered one after another in the shadows as the question was put to them successively in a low tone by the head magistrate. The poor prisoner appeared to be looking at them, but her eye no longer saw the objects before it. The clerk of the court began writing and then handed a long parchment to the head judge. The unhappy girl heard a bustle among the people, pikes clashing together, and a chilling voice pronounced these words. Bohemian girl, on the day that shall please our lord the king, at the hour of noon, you shall be drawn in a cart, stripped to your slip, barefoot, with a rope around your neck, to the main entrance of the church of Notre-Dame, and shall there do penance, holding in your hand a 2-pound wax taper, and from there you shall be taken to the place de Grève, and there hanged by the neck on the gallows of the sight, and your goat likewise, and you shall pay to the official 3 gold lions in reparation of the crimes by you committed and by you confessed, of sorcery, magic, lasciviousness, and murder done upon the body of Sieur Phoebus de Châteaupers. May God receive your soul. Oh! It must be a dream, murmured the prisoner, and she felt rough hands bearing her away. Chapter 4. Lasciate ogni speranza 3. In the Middle Ages, when a building was complete, there was almost as much of it underground as above. A palace, a fortress, a church, always had a double basement, unless it stood on piles like Notre-Dame. Under a cathedral there was a kind of subterranean church, low, dark, mysterious, blind, and mute, beneath the upper nave, which was resplendent with light and rang with the pealing of organs and bells, night and day. Sometimes it was a catacomb. In palaces, in bastilles, it was a prison, sometimes a sepulchre, and sometimes both together. These mighty edifices, the mode of whose formation and vegetation we have elsewhere described, had not merely foundations but, as it were, roots, which shot out into the soil in chambers, in galleries, in staircases, like the buildings above them. Thus churches, palaces, bastilles, were buried up to the middle in the ground. The vaults of a building were another building, to which you descended instead of ascending, and which installed their subterraneous stories beneath the exterior stories, like those woods and mountains that appear upside down in the mirror of a lake beneath the woods and mountains rising from its banks. In the Bastille Saint-Antoine, in the Palace of Justice, in the Louvre, these subterraneous edifices were prisons. The stories of these prisons became smaller and gloomier the lower you descended. They were so many zones pervaded by different shades of horror. Dante could not find anything more suitable for his hell. These crater-like dungeons usually terminated in a deep hole gradually widening from the bottom upward, in which Dante has placed his Satan, but where society confined culprits under sentence of death. For once a miserable wretch was buried there, farewell to light, to air, to life, to every hope. There was no leaving the place except for the gallows or the stake. Sometimes the prisoner was left there to rot. Human justice called this forgetting. The condemned felt himself cut off from his kind by a gigantic mountain of stones and a host of jailers, and the entire prison, the massive fortress, was nothing but one enormous complicated lock, which shut him off from the living world. Into a dungeon of this kind, the prison cells dug by St. Louis, the in-pace of the Tournelle, La Esmeralda was thrust after her condemnation, no doubt for fear of escape, with the colossal palace of justice over her head. Poor girl! She could not have stirred the smallest of the stones of which it was built. Certainly, fate and society had been equally unjust. Such an excess of misery and torture was not needed to crush so frail a creature. There she was, wrapped in darkness, buried, entombed, walled up. Whoever saw her in this state after having seen her laughing and dancing in the sun would have shuddered. Cold as night, cold as death, not a breath of air in her dark locks, not a human sound in her ear, not a glimmer of light in her eyes, weighted down with chains, bent double, crouched beside a pitcher and a loaf of bread, on a little straw, in the pool formed beneath her by the water that dripped from the walls of her dungeon, motionless and scarcely breathing, she was almost beyond suffering. Phoebus, the sun, the daylight, the free air, the streets of Paris, the dances to such applause, the prattle of love with the officer, then the priest, the old woman, the dagger, the blood, the torture, the gallows, all this had again passed before her mind, sometimes like a gay and golden vision, at others like a hideous nightmare, but it was now no more than a horrible and indistinct struggle, which was veiled in darkness, or distant music played above on the earth, which was not heard at the depths to which the unfortunate creature was sunk. Since she had been there she had not awakened, she had not slept. In this profound wretchedness, in the gloom of this dungeon, she could no more distinguish waking from sleeping, dream from reality, than night from day. She had ceased to feel, to know, to think. At the very most she dreamed. Never had a living creature been plunged so deeply into nothingness. Thus numbed, frozen, and petrified, she scarcely noticed the noise of a trapdoor, which had opened 2 or 3 times somewhere near her, but without admitting a glimmer of light, and through which a hand had thrown down to her a crust of black bread. It was nevertheless the sole communication with mankind still left to her, the periodical visit of the jailer. Only one sound automatically engaged her hearing. Above her head dampness filtered through the mossy stones of the vaulted roof, and a drop of water fell from it at equal intervals. She listened stupidly to the noise made by this drop falling into the pool of water by her side. This was the only motion still perceptible around her, the only clock that marked the lapse of time, the only noise that reached her of all the noises that are made on the face of the earth. To leave nothing out, she did indeed sometimes feel, in the dark and filthy muddiness of her abode, something cold crawling around on her foot or her arm, and she shuddered. How long she had been in this place she did not know. She remembered a death sentence passed somewhere on somebody, she remembered that she had then been borne away, and that she had awoken frozen, in darkness and silence. She had crawled around on her hands because iron rings had then cut into her ankles and chains had rattled. She recognized that there was a solid wall all around her, that under her there were paving stones covered with water, and a bundle of straw. There was no lamp or ventilation. She had then seated herself on the straw and sometimes, for change of posture, on the lowest of the stone steps of her dungeon. At one time she had tried to count the dark minutes measured by the drop of water, but soon this melancholy task imposed by a sick mind stopped all by itself, and it left her in a stupor. At length, one day, or one night, for midnight and noon were of the same color in this sepulchre, she heard above her a louder noise than that usually made by the jailer when he brought her loaf and her pitcher of water. She raised her head and saw a reddish ray entering through a cranny in a kind of trapdoor placed in the vault of the in-pace. At the same time the heavy iron bars rattled, the door grated on its rusty hinges, it turned, and she saw a lantern, a hand, and the lower halves of 2 figures, the door being too low for her to perceive their heads. The light hurt her eyes so much that she closed them. When she opened them again the door was shut, a lantern was placed on one of the steps, and something like a human form stood before her. A monk's black cloak descended to its feet, a hood of the same color concealed the face. Nothing was to be seen of the person, not even the hands. The figure looked like a long black winding sheet standing upright, under which something seemed to move. For some minutes she kept her eyes intently fixed on this spectral shape. Neither spoke. You would have taken them for 2 statues confronting each other. Only 2 things showed signs of life in the dungeon, the wick of the lantern, which crackled because of the humidity, and the drip of water from the roof that broke this irregular crackling with its monotonous plash, which made the light of the lantern dance in concentric rings on the oily surface of the puddle. At length the prisoner broke silence. Who are you? A priest. The word, the accent, the voice made her shudder. Are you prepared? Asked the priest, in a low tone. For what? To die. Oh, she said. Will it be soon? Tomorrow. Her head, which she had raised with a look of joy, again sank on her bosom. It is a long time till then, she murmured. Why not today? What difference could it have made to them? You must be very unhappy, then, said the priest after a moment's silence. I am very cold, she replied. She clasped her feet with her hands, a habit of the unfortunate victims of cold that we have already seen in the recluse of the Tour-Roland, and her teeth chattered. The priest seemed from beneath the hood to look around the dungeon. Without light. Without fire. In the water. It's horrible. Yes, she answered, with that air of astonishment that suffering had imparted, everybody enjoys the light. Why should I know only darkness? Do you know, resumed the priest, after another pause, why you are here? I think I did know, said she, passing her attenuated fingers over her brow, as if to assist her memory, but I don't know. Suddenly she burst out crying like a child. I want to leave this place, sir. I am cold, I am afraid, and there are loathsome things that crawl on me. Well, come along with me. With these words the priest took hold of her arm. The wretched girl was almost chilled to the bone, but that hand produced a sensation of cold. Oh, she murmured. It is the icy hand of death. Who are you then? The priest pushed back his hood. She looked at him. It was that sinister face that had so long haunted her, the demon head that had appeared to her at Fallardel's above the head of her adored Phoebus, that eye that she had last seen glistening near a dagger. This apparition, always so fatal to her, which had thrown her from misery to misery, roused her from her stupor. The thick veil that seemed to have spread itself over her memory was torn away. All the circumstances of her dismal adventure, from the nocturnal scene in Fallardel's to her condemnation in the Tournelle, came back to her, not vague and confused as at the time of their occurrence but distinct, fresh, palpitating, terrible. These memories, almost obliterated by the excess of her sufferings, were revived by the somber figure before hers, like words written with invisible ink on white paper that stand out all fresh when the paper is held to the fire. All the wounds of her heart seemed to be torn open afresh, and to bleed once more. Ha! She cried with a convulsive tremor and, holding her hands over her eyes, it is the priest. Then she dropped her enfeebled arms, she remained sitting, her head bent forward, her eye fixed on the ground, mute and trembling. The priest looked at her with the eye of a hawk that has long been descending in silence from the highest height of the heavens in smaller and smaller circles around a poor lark sitting in the corn, and, having suddenly pounced like winged lightning on his prey, clutches the panting victim in his talons. She began to murmur softly, "Get it over with. Be done with it." The last blow, and she bowed her head with terror, like the lamb awaiting the fatal stroke from the hand of the butcher. At length he asked, "Are you horrified by me?" She made no reply. "Are you horrified by me?" he repeated. Her lips were compressed as though she smiled. "Yes," she said, "the executioner mocks the condemned. For months he has been haunting, threatening, terrifying me. Without him, oh, God, how happy I was. It was he who hurled me into this abyss. It was he who killed him, who killed my Phoebus." Sobbing vehemently, she raised her eyes to the priest. "Who are you, wretch?" she exclaimed. "What have I done to you? Why should you hate me so? What do you have against me?" "I love you," said the priest. Her tears suddenly ceased. She eyed him with the vacant stare of an idiot. He had meanwhile sunk onto his knees and gazed on her with a flaming eye. "Do you hear? I love you," he repeated. "Ah! What love?" said the unhappy creature, shuddering. "The love of the damned," he replied. Both remained silent for some minutes, crushed by the weight of their emotions, he was frantic, she was stupefied. "Listen," said the priest at length, who had suddenly recovered an amazing degree of composure. "You will know everything. I will tell you what till now I have scarcely dared tell myself when I secretly examined my conscience, during those hours of the night when it is so dark that it seems as if even God could not see us. Listen. Before I saw you I was happy. And I." She sighed faintly. "Do not interrupt me. Yes, I was happy, or at least I thought that I was. Priests consulted me about chastity, and doctors consulted me on doctrine. Science was everything to me, it was a sister, and a sister was enough for me. In spite, however, of my determination to acknowledge no other influence, that power of nature which, silly youth that I was, I had hoped to crush for life, had more than once convulsively shaken the chain of those iron vows that bind me, miserable man that I am, to the cold stones of the altar. But fasting, prayer, study, the mortifications of the cloister restored to the spirit mastery over the passions. I avoided women. Besides, I needed only to open a book and all the impure vapors of my brain were dispelled by the splendor of science. In a few minutes the dark things of the earth fled far away, and I found myself calm, bedazzled, and serene in the soothing light of everlasting truth. So long as the demon sent only vague shadows of women to attack me, so long as they passed casually before my eyes, at church, in the streets, in the fields, and scarcely recurred to my thoughts, I vanquished him with ease. Alas! If victory has not remained mine, it is God's fault for not making man equal in strength to the demon. Listen. One day. The priest paused, the prisoner heard painful tears through his bosom. He resumed. One day I was sitting at the window of my cell. What was I doing? Oh! All of it is a blur. I was reading. The window looked out on an open square. I heard the sound of a tambourine. Irritated at being disturbed in my reverie, I looked down on the square. What I saw there, and what others besides me saw, was not a sight made for human eyes. There, in the middle of the pavement, it was noon, brilliant sunshine, a creature was dancing, a creature so beautiful that God would have preferred her to the Virgin, and would have chosen her for his mother, and would have wanted to have been born of her if she had existed when he himself was made man. Her eyes were black and splendid, amid her dark hair were locks that, reflecting the sun's beams, shone like threads of gold. Her feet disappeared in movement like the spokes of a rapidly turning wheel. Around her head, in her black braids, there were pieces of gold, which sparkled in the sun and formed a crown of stars for her brow. Her dress, sewn with 1,000 sequins, glistened dark blue like a summer night. Her brown and supple arms whirled around her body like two scarves. The form of her body was astonishing in its beauty. Oh, the resplendent figure, which had something luminous about it even in the broad sunlight. Alas, young woman, it was you. Surprised, charmed, intoxicated, I let myself go, watching you. I looked until I shuddered with fear. I felt that the hand of fate was upon me. The priest, oppressed by emotion, paused again for a moment. Then he proceeded. Half fascinated already, I tried to grasp at something to break my fall. I remembered the traps that Satan had previously prepared for me. The creature before me possessed that superhuman beauty that can come only from heaven or from hell. She was not a mere girl, molded of common clay and faintly illuminated from within by the flickering ray of a woman's soul. It was an angel, but an angel of darkness, of fire, not of light. At the moment when these thoughts were crossing my brain, I saw near her a goat, a beast that one associates with witches. It looked at me and laughed. The noontide sun tipped the goat's horns with flame. Then I perceived the demon's trap, and had no further doubt that you were from hell, and had come for my perdition. I believed it. The priest here looked steadfastly in the face of the prisoner and coldly added, I believe it still. Meanwhile the spell began to work on me by degrees. Your dancing turned my brain. I felt the mysterious spell take hold of me. All that should have been vigilant in my soul was lulled to sleep, and, like a man dying in the snow, I took pleasure in yielding to this slumber. All at once I heard you begin to sing. What could I do? Your singing was more fascinating than your dancing. I would have fled. Impossible. I was riveted, rooted, to the spot. I was forced to remain till you had finished. My feet were ice, my head boiled. At length, perhaps out of pity for me, your song ceased, and I saw you depart. The reflection of the dazzling vision, the sounds of the enchanting music, vanished gradually from my eyes and died away in my ears. Then I sank into the corner of the window, stiffer and more helpless than a fallen statue. The vesper bell awoke me. I got up. I fled, but alas! Something had fallen within me that I could not raise up, something had come upon me from which I could not flee. He paused again and continued. Yes, from that day I was possessed with a spirit that I did not know. I had recourse to my remedies, the cloister, the altar, work, books. Madness. Oh, how hollow science sounds when you dash against it in despair, a head filled with passions. Do you know, maiden, what I always saw between the book and me from that day on? You, your shadow, the image of the luminous apparition that had one day passed before me. But that image no longer had the same color, it was dark, funereal, shadow, like the black circle that dances for a long time before the eye that has been imprudent enough to stare at the sun. I could not get away from it. I kept hearing your song ringing in my ears, kept seeing your feet dancing on my breviary, at night, in my dreams. I felt your body gliding against my flesh, and I wanted to see you again, to touch you, to know who you were, to determine whether you resembled the ideal image that stayed with me, perhaps to break the illusion with reality. In any event, I hoped that a new impression would efface the first, for the first had become intolerable to me. I sought you out. Again I saw you. When I had seen you twice I wished to see you 1,000 times, to have you always in my sight. Then, who can stop himself on the steep descent to perdition? Then I was no longer my own master. I became a vagrant, like yourself. I waited for you in doorways. I lurked at the corners of streets, I watched you from my tower. Each night, on examining myself, I found that I was more helpless, more spellbound, more bewitched, more undone. I learned who you were, gypsy, bohemian, gitana, zingara. How could I doubt any longer that there was witchcraft in the case? Listen. I hoped that the law would break the charm. A sorceress had bewitched Bruno d'Ast, he had her burned and was cured. I knew it. I resolved to try the same remedy. In the first place I obtained an ordinance forbidding you to appear in the precincts of our church, hoping to forget you if I couldn't see you anymore. Ignoring this prohibition, you came as usual. Then I conceived the idea of kidnapping you. One night I attempted to make it happen. There were 2 of us. We already had you in our clutches when that miserable officer came up and rescued you. Thus did your sufferings, mine, and his, begin. Finally, not knowing what to do, I denounced you to the officials. I thought that I would be cured, as Bruno d'Ast was. I also had a confused notion that a trial would deliver you into my power, that in a prison I would have you, would hold you, that there you could not escape me. When one is doing evil, it is madness to stop halfway. The extremity of guilt has its delirium of rapture. In prison and on a bed of straw, a priest and a witch could discover delicious pleasures and melt into each other's arms. Therefore I denounced you. That was when I frightened you during our encounters. The conspiracy that I was brewing against you, the storm that I was going to unleash on your head escaped from my control in threats and lightning. Nevertheless, I hesitated. My plan had horrible parts that made me back off. I might have given up my designs, my hideous ideas would perhaps have evaporated from my brain without producing any result. I imagined that I could follow up or stop the proceedings whenever I pleased. But every wicked thought is inexorable and hurries to become a fact, and where I fancied myself all-powerful, fate proved more mighty than I, alas! Alas! It was fate that caught you, and threw you among the terrible gears of the machine that I had secretly constructed. Listen to me. I am nearly done. One day, another day of lovely sunshine, I saw walking before me a man who pronounced your name, who laughed, and whose eyes glistened with lasciviousness. Damnation! I followed him, you know the rest. He ceased speaking. Oh, my Phoebus, was all the poor girl could say. Not that name, said the priest, seizing her arm with violence. Do not say that name. Wretched as we are, it is that name that has undone us, or rather, we are undoing one another through the unaccountable game of fate. You are suffering, I know it. You are cold, the darkness blinds you, the dungeon restrains you. But perhaps you still have some light in the recesses of your soul, even if it is only your childish love for that empty man who played with your heart, while I carry a dungeon within me. Within me is the chill of winter, ice, despair. Night is in my soul. Do you know all that I have suffered? I was at your trial. I was sitting on the official's bench. Yes, one of those priests' cowls-covered torments unequal but by those of the damned. When they took you away, I was there. When they interrogated you, I was their den of wolves. It was my crime, it was my scaffold that I saw rising slowly on your face. With every proof, with every witness, I was there. I could have counted every one of your steps along that painful path. I was there when that savage beast, I did not expect torture, bore you off to his den. I followed you into the torture chamber. I saw you stripped, and your delicate limbs manhandled by the infamous hands of the executioner. I saw your foot, which I would have given an empire to kiss, that foot by which to have been trampled upon would have been to me happiness. I saw it encased in the horrible boot that transforms the limbs of a living being into a bloody mess. O wretched one! While I watched that, I carried beneath my cloak a dagger that I cut my chest with. At the shriek that was forced from you, I plunged it into my bosom. If there had been a second cry of pain, it would have reached my heart. Look, I think it is still bleeding. He threw open his cassock. His breast was lacerated as by the claws of a tiger. The prisoner recoiled in horror. O maiden, said the priest. Take pity on me. You think you are miserable. Alas! You do not know what misery is. It is to love a woman, to be a priest, to be hated, to love with all the force of your soul, to feel that you would give for the least of her smiles your blood, your life, your character, your salvation, immortality and eternity, this world and the next. To regret that you are not a king, a genie, an emperor, an archangel, a god, so that you could cast a greater slave at her feet. To clasp her night and day in your dreams and in your thoughts, to see her in love with a soldier's uniform, and to have nothing to offer her but the wretched cassock, which is to her an object of fear and disgust. To be present, with a heart bursting with jealousy and rage, while she lavishes on an idiotic braggart the treasures of love and beauty. To see the body that burns you, the sweet breast, that tender flesh palpitate and blush under another's kisses. O heaven! To love her foot, her arm, her shoulder, to think of her blue veins, of her brown skin until you spend entire nights writhing on the floor of your cell, and to see all the caresses you have been saving up for her lead to her torture. To have succeeded only in laying her on the leather bed. Oh, these are pincers heated in the fire of hell. Happy in comparison is he who was sawed apart between two planks, or quartered by horses. Do you know what agony it is when, during the long nights, your arteries boil, your heart is breaking, your head splitting, and your teeth tear your own flesh? Thoughts of love, jealousy, and despair are pitiless tormentors, and they turn me pitilessly on a red-hot spit. Girl, have mercy. Stop for a moment. A bit of ash on that fire. Wipe, I beg you, the sweat pouring off my brow in great drops. Child. Torture me with one hand, but caress me with the other. Have pity, girl. Have pity on me. The priest rolled in the water on the floor and dashed his head against the stone steps of the dungeon. The gypsy listened to him, looked at him. When he ceased speaking, breathless and exhausted, she repeated in a low tone, "Oh, my Phoebus." The priest crawled toward her on his knees. "I implore you," he cried, "if you have any compassion, do not push me away. I love you. I am miserable. When you say that name, it is as if you were tearing with your teeth all the fibers of my heart. Only have pity. If you come from hell, I will go there with you. All that I have done for this. The hell where you are will be to me a paradise. The sight of you is more charming than that of God. Oh, tell me, will you not have me? I should have thought that the day when a woman could reject such love the mountains would be moved. Oh, if you would, how happy we might yet be. We would flee. I would help you to escape. We would seek that spot on earth where there are the most trees, the most sunshine, the most azure sky." She interrupted him with a loud, terrible laugh. "Look, father, you have blood on your fingers." The priest, motionless for some moments, as if petrified, stared at his hand. "Why, yes," he replied at length with a strange sweetness. "Abuse me, jeer at me, overwhelm me. But come, come. Let us lose no time. It will be tomorrow, I tell you. The gallows of the grave, you know it, it is always ready. It is horrible to see you drawn in that cart. Oh, mercy, mercy. I never realized until now how much I love you. Oh, follow me. You will take your own time to love me after I have saved you. You can hate me as long as you like. Only come. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. The gallows. Oh, save yourself, spare me." In a state approaching madness, he seized her arm and would have carried her away. She stared at him. "What has become of my Phoebus?" she inquired. "Ah," said the priest, letting go of her arm. "You have no pity." "What has become of Phoebus?" she repeated coldly. "He is dead," replied the priest. "Dead," she said, still cold and immobile. "Then why persuade me to live?" He did not hear her. "Oh, yes," he said, as if talking to himself, "he must be dead." I struck home. The point must have reached his heart. Oh, I lived at the edge of that dagger. The girl rushed on him like an enraged tigress and thrust him toward the steps with supernatural force. "Begone, monster! Begone, murderer! Leave me to die. May both our blood mark your brow with an everlasting stain. Be yours, priest. Never. Never. Nothing will bring us together, not even hell itself. Go, accursed, never." The priest had stumbled up the steps. Silently disengaging his feet from the skirts of his cassock, he picked up his lantern and began slowly to go to the door. He opened it and went out. The prisoner gazed after him. Suddenly the girl saw his head again. His face was ghastly. With a rattle of rage and despair he cried, "I tell you he is dead." She fell with her face to the ground, and no sound could be heard in the dungeon except the plash of the dropping water, which made ripples in the pool in the profound darkness. Chapter 5. The Mother. I cannot conceive anything in the world more delightful than the ideas awakened in the heart of a mother at the sight of her child's little shoe, especially if it is a holiday, a Sunday, a baptismal shoe, a shoe embroidered down to the very sole, a shoe on which the infant has never yet stepped. This shoe is so small and so pretty, it seems so impossible for it to be walked in that it seems to the mother as though she saw her child. She smiles at it, she kisses it, she talks to it, she asks herself if a foot can really be so small, and, if the infant should be absent, the pretty shoe is sufficient to make the sweet and fragile little creature appear before her eyes. She imagines she sees her, she does see her, all alive, all joyful, with her delicate hands, her round head, her pure lips, her serene eyes, the whites of which are blue. If it is winter, there she is, crawling on the carpet, climbing laboriously up on a stool, and the mother trembles lest she approach too near to the fire. If it is summer, she is wandering around in the courtyard or in the garden, looking innocently and fearlessly at the big dogs and the big horses, pulling up the grass growing between the stones, playing with the shells and the flowers, and making the gardener scold on finding sand on his borders and dirt on his paths. Everything laughs, everything shines, everything plays around the child, even the very breeze and the sunshine, which touzle the locks of her soft hair. All this the little shoe shows the mother, and it makes her heart melt like wax before the fire. But when the child has lost, these thousand images of joy, delight, and affection, which crowd around the little shoe, are transformed into as many horrible things. The pretty little embroidered shoe then becomes only an instrument of torture, which eternally racks the mother's heart. It is still the same fiber that vibrates, the deepest and the most keenly sensitive fiber, not under the caresses of an angel but in the grip of a demon. One morning when the sun of May was rising in one of those deep blue skies beneath which Garofalo loved to picture the taking down from the cross, the recluse of the Tour Roland heard the rumbling of wheels, the tramp of horses, and the clanking of iron in the Place de Grève. The noise scarcely roused her, she pulled her hair over her ears so that she might not hear it, and again fell on her knees gazing at the inanimate object that she had adored this way for 15 years. To her this little shoe was, as we have already observed, the universe. Her thoughts were wrapped up in it and never to be parted from it except by death. How many bitter imprecations, how many touching complaints, how many earnest prayers she had addressed to heaven on the subject of this charming little shoe of rose-colored satin was known to the cell of the Tour Roland alone. Never were keener sorrows poured out over an object so pretty and so delicate. On this particular morning her grief seemed to burst forth with greater violence than usual, and she was heard from outside lamenting with a loud and monotonous voice that wrung the heart. "Oh, my daughter," she said. "My daughter! My poor dear little daughter! Never, no never shall I see you again. And still it seems as if it had happened only yesterday. Oh, my God! My God! Better that she had not been given to me at all than to have had her taken from me so soon. And yet you must know that our children are a part of ourselves, and that a mother who has lost her child is tempted not to believe in God. Ah! Wretch that I was, to go out that day. Oh, Lord! Lord! To snatch her from me that way. You could never have seen me with her, when I warmed her, all happy, before the fire, when she laughed while she nursed, when I made her little feet step up my bosom to my lips. Had you seen this, oh, my God, you would have had pity on my joy, you would not have taken from me the only love that was left in my heart. Was I then so vile a wretch? O Lord, that you could not look at me before condemning me? Alas! Alas! There is the shoe, but where is the foot? Where is the child? My child! My own child! What have they done with you? O Lord, give me back my child. My knees have been flayed for these 15 years in praying to you. Is not this enough? Restore her to me for a day, an hour, a minute, only 1 minute, O Lord. And then cast me to the evil one to all eternity. Oh, if I knew where to find you, I would grasp the skirts of your garment with both these hands and not let you go till you had given me back my child. See her pretty little shoe. Have you no compassion? Can you doom a wretched mother to 15 years of such torment? Blessed Virgin of Heaven! They have stolen my child, they have devoured her on the moor, they have drunk her blood, they have gnawed her bones. Kind Virgin, have pity on me. My daughter. I want my daughter. What is it to me that she is in paradise? I want none of your angels, I want my child. Oh, I will writhe on the ground, I will dash my head against the stones, I will gladly seal my own perdition, if you will only restore to me my child. You see how these arms are bitten. Has then the good God no compassion? Oh, let them give me nothing but black bread and salt, provided I have my daughter, she will be to me both meat and drink, and warmth and sunshine. I confess that I am only a vile sinner, but my child was making me pious. Out of love for her I was amending my life, and I saw you through her smile as through the opened heavens. Oh, that I could just once more, only once, put this pretty shoe on her rosy little foot, I would die blessing you, Holy Virgin. But no. 15 years, she must be grown up now. Unfortunate girl. It is too certain that I shall never see you again, not even in heaven, for there I shall never enter. Oh, what misery, to say, there is her shoe and that is all. The wretched creature threw herself on that shoe, a source of solace and of sorrow for so many years, and she sobbed as though her heart would break, just as she had done on the very first day. Grief like this never grows old. For a mother who has lost her child, it is always the first day. This pain never ages. It is useless that the colors of mourning fade. The heart remains black as ever. At this moment the brisk and merry voices of boys passed her cell. At the sight or the sound of children, the unhappy mother would always dart into the darkest corner of her sepulchre, so quickly that you would think she was striving to bury her head in the wall, so that she might not hear them. On this occasion, contrary to her custom, she started up and listened attentively. One of the boys was just saying to another, "They are going to hang a gypsy today." With the sudden bound of the spider, which we recently saw rushing on the fly entangled in her net, she sprang to the window, which looked, as the reader knows, toward the Place de Grève. A ladder was actually leaning against the permanent gallows, and the hangman was engaged in adjusting the chains, which had become rusty with rain. A few people were standing around. The laughing troop of boys was already far off. The sack woman looked around for some passer-by she might question. She perceived close to her cell a priest who pretended to be reading in the public breviary but whose thoughts were much less engaged by the book than by the gallows, toward which he glanced from time to time with a wild and gloomy look. She recognized in him the Archdeacon of Joses, an austere and holy man. "Father," she inquired, "whom are they going to hang over there?" The priest looked at her without answering. She repeated the question. "I don't know," he said. "Some boys," answered the woman, "said just now that it was a gypsy." "I believe so," replied the priest. Paquette la Chantefleurie burst into a hysterical laugh. "Sister," said the archdeacon, "you seem to hate the gypsies with all your heart." "Hate them?" cried the recluse. "Why, they are witches, child stealers. They devoured my little girl, my child, my only child. They ate my heart along with her, I have none now." She was terrifying. The priest eyed her coldly. "There is one in particular," she resumed, "that I hate and that I have cursed, a young girl about the same age that my child would have been now had they not eaten her. Whenever this young viper passes my cell she disturbs my blood." "Well, then, sister, rejoice," said the priest, cold as the statue on a sepulchre. "It is for her that these preparations are being made." His head sank on his bosom, and he slowly withdrew. The recluse waved her arms in triumph. "Thank you, priest," she cried. "I told her what she would come to." Then she began to pace back and forth before her window, her hair disheveled, her eye glaring, banging her shoulder against the wall, with the wild air of a caged she-wolf that has been hungry a long time and is aware that the hour for her meal is approaching. Chapter 6. 3 human hearts differently constituted. Phoebus, meanwhile, was not dead. Men of that kind are hard to kill. When Master Philippe Lullier, special attorney to the king, said to poor Esmeralda, "He is dying," he was either misinformed or joking. When the archdeacon repeated to her after condemnation, "He is dying," the fact was that he knew nothing about it, but he believed it, he had no doubt of it, he made sure of it, he hoped it. It would have gone too much against the grain to give good news of his rival to the woman whom he loved. Every man in his place would have done the same. Not that Phoebus's wound was not severe, but the injury was less serious than the archdeacon flattered himself it was. The master surgeon to whose house the soldiers of the watch had immediately carried him was for more than a week worried for his life, and had even told him so in Latin. Youth, however, enabled him to get the better of it, and, as frequently happens, notwithstanding prognostics and diagnostics, nature had amused herself in saving the patient under the doctor's nose. It was while lying on the master surgeon's pallet bed that he underwent the first interrogations of Philippe Lullier and the inquisitors of the official, which had annoyed him exceedingly. One fine morning, therefore, finding himself better, he had left his gold spurs in payment at the surgeon's and slipped away. This circumstance, however, had not in the least affected the judicial proceedings. Justice in those days cared little about propriety and accuracy in a criminal process. Provided that the accused was hung, it was perfectly satisfied. Now the judges had sufficient evidence against Esmeralda. They believed Phoebus to be dead, and that was quite enough. Phoebus, for his part, had not fled far. He had merely rejoined his company, garrisoned in Quenbri, on the Isle de France, a few stations from Paris. He felt no inclination whatsoever to come forward personally in this trial. He had a vague impression that he should cut a ridiculous figure in it. At bottom, he did not know what to think of the whole affair. Irreligious and superstitious, like every soldier who was nothing but a soldier, when he called to mind all the circumstances of this adventure he could not tell what to make of the goat, of the odd way in which he had first met La Esmeralda, of the no less strange manner in which she had betrayed her love, of her being a gypsy, and, last, of the goblin monk. He imagined that more magic than love was mixed up in it, and there was probably a sorceress, perhaps the devil, who had gotten involved. In short, it was a comedy or, to use the language of those days, a mystery of a very disagreeable nature, in which he had played an extremely awkward part, that of the butt of all blows and jokes. The captain was quite crushed. He felt the sort of shame that La Fontaine so admirably compares with that of a fox caught by a hen. 6 He hoped, besides, that the affair would not circulate and that in his absence his name would scarcely be mentioned in connection with it, or at any rate not beyond the pleadings in the Tournelle. Neither was he far wrong in this expectation. There were then no newspapers, and scarcely a week passed without some counterfeiter who was boiled, some witch hanged, or some heretic burned, at one of the numberless justices of Paris. People were so accustomed to see the old feudal Themis, with bare arms and rolled-up sleeves, performing her duty at the gallows and the pillory that they scarcely took any notice of such events. In those days the higher classes scarcely knew the name of the victim who was carried past to the corner of the street, and the people at most regaled themselves with this coarse fare. An execution was a familiar incident in public places, like the oven of the baker, or the butcher's slaughterhouse. The hangman was just a kind of butcher, a shade darker than the other. Phoebus therefore soon set his mind at ease with regard to the witch Esmeralda, or similar, as he called her, the wound inflicted by the Bohemian or the goblin monk, he did not care which, and the outcome of the trial. But no sooner was his heart vacant on this score than the image of Fleur-de-Lis returned to it. The heart of Captain Phoebus, like the philosophy of those times, abhorred a vacuum. Besides, Quenbri was a very stupid place, a village of blacksmiths and dairywomen with chapped hands, a long line of crazy cottages bordering both sides of the high road for a mile. It was a queue. Fleur-de-Lis was his last passion but one, a handsome girl with a good dowry. One fine morning, therefore, completely recovered, and presuming that the affair with the Bohemian must after the lapse of 2 months be completely blown over and forgotten, the amorous knight pranced to the door of the Gondolier mansion. He took no notice of a large crowd assembled in the Place du Parvis, before the main entrance of Notre Dame. He remembered that it was the month of May, and, supposing that the people might be drawn together by some religious holiday or procession, he tied his horse to the ring at the gate and gaily went upstairs to his fair betrothed. She was alone with her mother. Fleur-de-Lis resented the scene with the sorceress, her goat, her cursed block letters, and the long absences of Phoebus. Nevertheless, at the entrance of her truant he looked so handsome, had such a new uniform, such a smart shoulder belt, and so impassioned an air, that she blushed with pleasure. The noble young lady was herself more charming than ever. Her magnificent blonde hair was admirably braided, she was dressed completely in sky blue, which so well suits women of a fair complexion. Colombe had taught her this technique of coquetry, and her eyes swam in that languor of love that makes them even more beautiful. Phoebus, who had for so long seen nothing superior in beauty to the girls of Quenbray, was infatuated with Fleur-de-Lis, and this imparted such a warmth and such a tone of gallantry to his manner that his peace was instantly made. Madame de Gondelaurier herself, maternally seated as usual in her great armchair, did not have the heart to scold him, and as for the reproaches of Fleur-de-Lis, they expired in tender endearments. The young lady was seated near the window, still working away at her grotto of Neptune. The captain leaned over the back of her chair, and in an undertone she commenced her half-caressing, half-scolding inquiries. "What have you been doing with yourself for 2 whole months, you naughty man?" "I swear," replied Phoebus, who did not relish the question, "you are so beautiful that an archbishop could not help falling in love with you." She could not keep from smiling. "That's good. But let's leave my beauty aside for the moment. I want an answer to my question." "Well, then, my dear cousin, I was ordered away to be garrisoned." "Where, if you please? And why not come to bid me adieu?" "At Quenbray." Phoebus was delighted that the first question enabled him to shirk the second. "But that is close by, sir. How is it that you have not been once to see me?" Here Phoebus was seriously embarrassed. "Why, our duty, and, besides, charming cousin, I have been ill." "Ill?" she exclaimed, in alarm. "Yes, wounded." "Wounded?" The poor girl was extremely upset. "Oh, you need not frighten yourself about that," said Phoebus carelessly. "It was nothing. A quarrel, a scratch with a sword, what is that to you?" "What is that to me?" cried Fleur-de-Lis, raising her beautiful eyes swimming in tears. "Oh, in so saying you do not say what you are thinking. How did you get the scratch? I insist on knowing everything." "Well then, my fair cousin, I had a quarrel with Mahefetti, you know him, the lieutenant of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, and each of us ripped up a few inches of the other's skin. That is everything." The mendacious captain knew well that an affair of honor always raises a man in the eyes of a woman. Accordingly, Fleur-de-Lis turned around and looked him in the face with emotions of fear, pleasure, and admiration. Still she was not completely satisfied. "Ah, Phoebus," she said, "how I rejoice that you are quite well again. I do not know your Mahefetti, but he is a miserable fellow. And what was the cause of this quarrel?" Here Phoebus, whose imagination was not the most fertile, began to be puzzled about how to overcome his own prowess. "Oh, what do I know? A mere nothing, a wrong word." "But, fair cousin," he cried, in order to change the topic, "what is going on in the Parvis? Look," he continued, stepping to the window, "what a crowd there is in the square." "I don't know," replied Fleur-de-Lis. "I did hear that a witch is to do penance this morning in front of the church before they hang her." The captain was so sure that the affair with La Esmeralda was long since over that he was not in the least troubled by Fleur-de-Lis's news. He nevertheless asked her 1 or 2 questions. "What is the name of the witch?" "I do not know," she answered. "And what do they say she has done?" "I don't know," she said, with another shrug of her fair shoulders. "Oh, my God," said the mother. "There are nowadays so many sorcerers and witches that they burn them, I believe, without knowing their names. You might as well ask the name of every cloud in the sky. But why should we care? God Almighty will be sure to keep a correct list." Here the venerable lady rose and advanced to the window. "Bless me! There is indeed a crowd, as you say, Phoebus. Why, the very roofs are covered with people. Do you know, Phoebus, this reminds me of my youth, of the entry of King Charles VII, when there was as great a crowd as this. I forget what year it was, only the people were much more good-looking than now. There were people on the battlements of the gate of St. Antoine. The king had the queen on the saddle behind him, and after their highnesses came all the ladies riding in the same way behind their lords. I remember everyone laughed heartily because next to Armagnan de Garland, who was very short, there was Lord Maitfelon, who was a knight of gigantal proportions. He had killed mountains of Englishmen. It was very beautiful. A procession of all the gentlemen of France with their banners waving in the air. There were those who had pennants and those who had banners. What do I know? The Lord of Calais had a pennant. Jean de Chateaumarant had a banner. The Lord of Coucy had a banner that was more elaborate than all the others except for the Duke of Bourbon. Alas, it is so sad to think that all that existed once and is no more. The lovers were not listening to the worthy dowager. Phoebus had again planted himself behind his betrothed and was leaning over the back of her chair. It was a lovely position from which his libertine gaze wandered over all the openings of her décolletage. Dazzled by that skin, which shone like satin, the captain said to himself, "How can one love anyone but a blonde?" Both kept silent. The young lady gave him from time to time a look of passion and tenderness, and their hair mingled together in the spring sunshine. "Phoebus," said Fleur-de-Lis abruptly, in a low tone, "we are to be married in 3 months. Swear that you never loved any other but me." "I do swear it, beautiful angel," replied Phoebus, and his impassioned look concurred with the emphatic accent of his words to convince Fleur-de-Lis. It is possible that at the moment he himself believed what he asserted. Meanwhile the good mother, pleased to see the young people on such excellent terms, had left the apartment to attend to some domestic matter or other. Phoebus noticed her absence, which emboldened the enterprising captain. Fleur-de-Lis loved him, she was betrothed to him, she was alone with him. His former fondness for her was revived, if not in all its freshness, at any rate in all its ardor. After all, it is not such a crime to taste the fruits of the orchard before their time. I do not know if such ideas crossed his mind, but this much is certain, that Fleur-de-Lis became suddenly alarmed at the expression of his gaze. She looked around her, her mother was gone. "My God," she said, flushed and agitated. "I am very hot." "Why," replied Phoebus, "I dare say it is almost noon. The sun is troublesome. I will draw the curtains." "No, no," cried the trembling damsel. "On the contrary, I need air." And, rising, she ran to the window and stepped out on the balcony. Phoebus followed her there. The Place du Parvis, in front of Notre-Dame, into which, as the reader knows, this balcony looked, presented at this moment a sinister and singular spectacle, which quickly changed the nature of the timid Fleur-de-Lis's alarm. An immense crowd, which flowed back into all the adjacent streets, covered the square. The low wall that encompassed the Parvis would not have been sufficient to keep it clear had it not been thickly lined by sergeants of the Onze and musketeers, with their guns in their hands. The wide doors of the church were closed, contrasting with the numberless windows around the square, which, thrown open up to the very roofs, displayed thousands of heads heaped one above another, nearly like piles of cannonballs in an armory. The surface of this crowd was gray, squalid, dirty. The sight it was awaiting was evidently one of those that have the privilege of calling together all that is most disgusting in the population. Nothing could be more hideous than the noise that arose from this assemblage of yellowing caps and unkempt heads. In this crowd there were more women than men, more laughing than crying. Every so often some harsh or shrill voice was heard above the general din. "I say, Mahiat Balifer, is she going to be hanged there?" "No, idiot, only to do penance there in her slip. The priest is going to cough Latin in her face. It is always done here, at noon precisely. If you want to see the hanging, get over to the Greve. I will go afterwards." "Is it true, La Boucambrie, that she refused to confess her?" "It seems so, La Bichaine." "You see, the pagan." "It is the custom, sir. The bailiff of the palace is bound to deliver the culprit for execution, if of the laity, to the provost of Paris, but if a clergyman, to the official of the bishopric." "I thank you, sir." "Oh, my God!" "The poor creature," exclaimed Fleur-de-Lis, surveying the populace with a look of pain. The captain was too much engaged with her to notice the rabble. He rubbed against her skirts from behind. "For goodness sake, Phoebus, leave me alone. If my mother were to return, she would see your hand." At this moment the clock of Notre Dame slowly struck 12. A murmur of satisfaction ran through the crowd. Scarcely had the last vibration of the 12th stroke faded when the vast assemblage of heads was broken into waves like the sea in a gale of wind, and one immense shout of "There she is!" burst simultaneously from pavement, windows, and roofs. Fleur-de-Lis covered her eyes with her hands so that she would not see. "Charming girl, do you want to go back in?" asked Phoebus. "No," she replied, and those eyes that she had shut for fear she opened again out of curiosity. A cart, drawn by a strong Norman shaft horse and completely surrounded by horsemen in purple livery, marked with white crosses, had just come from the Rue Street Pirosbuffs and entered the square. The sergeants of the watch opened a passage for it through the people by clubbing with their staves. Beside the cart rode officers of justice and police, who could be recognized by their black outfits and the awkward manner in which they sat in their saddles. At their head paraded Master Jacques Charmolue. In the fatal vehicle was seated a young girl, with her hands tied behind her, and no priest at her side. She was stripped to her slip, her long black hair, for it was not then customary to cut it off till the culprit was at the foot of the gallows, fell loosely over her bosom and her half-uncovered shoulders. Through this flowing hair, more glossy than a raven's plumage, you could see a twisted, gray, rough rope, which chafed her delicate clavicle and twined itself around the neck of the poor girl like an earthworm on a flower. Beneath this cord glistened a little amulet adorned with green beads, which had been left her no doubt because one refuses nothing to those who are going to die. The spectators in the windows could see at the bottom of the cart her naked legs, which she strove to conceal beneath her, as if by a last instinct of feminine modesty. At her feet there was a little goat, also bound. The prisoner held with her teeth her slip, which was not properly fastened. Her misery seemed to be greatly aggravated by her being so exposed, nearly naked, to the public gaze. Alas! It is not for such tremors that modesty is intended. "Jesus," said Fleur-de-Lis sharply to the captain. "It's that miserable bohemian with the goat." As she said this she turned around toward Phoebus. He was staring at the cart. He was unusually pale. "What bohemian with the goat?" he said, faltering. "What?" rejoined Fleur-de-Lis. "Don't you remember?" "I don't know what you mean," said Phoebus, interrupting her. He moved to go back in, but Fleur-de-Lis, whose jealousy, once so strongly excited by this same gypsy, was reawakened, cast on him a penetrating look full of mistrust. She remembered vaguely having heard that a captain was implicated in the proceedings against this witch. "What ails you?" she said to Phoebus. "One would think that the sight of this creature had given you a shock." "Me? Not at all," stammered Phoebus, with a forced laugh. "Then stay," she answered imperiously, "and let us look on until it is all over." The unlucky captain was forced to stay. He recovered his composure somewhat on observing that the prisoner never raised her eyes from the bottom planks of the cart. It was only too surely La Esmeralda. At the lowest point of misfortune and ignominy, she was still beautiful. Her large, black eyes appeared still larger, because her cheeks were so hollow. Her vivid profile was pure and sublime. She resembled what she was as a virgin of Masaccios resembles a virgin of Raphael's, feebler, thinner, more frail. Otherwise, there was nothing about her, except her modesty, that she had not abandoned to chance, so deeply was she broken by stupor and despair. At each jolt of the cart her form rebounded like a dead or broken thing, her gaze was dull and inert. A tear glistened in her eye, but it was motionless and looked as if it were frozen. Meanwhile the somber cavalcade had passed through the crowd, through shouts of joy and looks of curiosity. In order to be faithful historians, we must record that many of the mob, and of the hardest-hearted too, on seeing her so beautiful and so overwhelmed, were moved by pity. The cart had now reached the Parvis. It stopped before the central doorway. The escort ranged itself on either side. The mob kept silence, and amid this silence, full of solemnity and anxiety, the two doors of the great entrance turned as if spontaneously on their hinges, which creaked with the shrillness of a fife. The crowd had a view of the whole length of the church, vast, gloomy, hung with black, dimly lit by a few tapers glimmering in the distance on the high altar, and opening like the mouth of a cavern on the square, bright with the glorious sunshine. At the farthest end, in the darkness of the apse, a colossal silver cross could barely be seen in relief against a black curtain that fell behind it from the vault to the floor. The whole nave was deserted. Heads of priests were however visible confusedly moving around in the distant stalls of the choir, and at the moment when the great door opened there burst from the church a deep, loud, and monotonous chant, exploding, as it were, in gusts, fragments of lugubrious psalms on the head of the condemned one.
Non timebo millia populi circumdantis me, exurge, domina, salvum me fac, Deus. Salvum me fac, Deus, cuniam intraverunt acus candorra animam meam. Infixus sumindia limu profundi, ad non es substantia.
At the same time another voice, isolated from the chorus, resounded on the steps of the high altar this melancholy offering.
Qui verbum meum audit, ad creditei qui misit me, abet vitam ternam at India judicium non banit, se transit ac accento grave murta India vitam set.
These songs sung by old men lost in the darkness over that beautiful creature, full of youth and life, caressed by the warm air of spring and inundated with the sunlight, belonged to the Mass for the dead. The people listened quietly. The terrified girl, staring into the dark entrails of the church, seemed to lose both sight and thought. Her pale lips moved, as if in prayer, and, when the executioner's man went to assist her in descending from the cart, he heard her repeating in a faint voice the word Phoebus. Her hands were unbound, and she stepped down, accompanied by her goat, which had also been untied and bleated for joy on finding itself at liberty, and she was made to walk barefoot on the hard paving stones to the foot of the steps leading to the entrance. The rope that was fastened around her neck trailed behind her, it looked like a snake that was following her. The singing in the church ceased. A large gold crucifix and a row of candles began to move in the darkness. The sound of the armor of the Swiss Guard was heard. A few moments later a long procession of priests in hoods and deacons in dalmatics slowly advanced singing toward the prisoner and spread out before her eyes and those of the mob. She stared at the one who walked at its head immediately after the bearer of the crucifix. "Oh," she muttered to herself, shuddering. "There he is again. The priest." It was in fact the archdeacon. On his left was the suschanter, and on his right the chantre bearing the staff of his office. He advanced, with head thrown back, and eyes staring and open, chanting with a loud voice.
De ventre inferi clamavi, ex audisti vossem meam. E progesistimi in profundum, in corde maris, e flumen circundedit-me. 8.
At the moment when he appeared in the broad daylight beneath the agile arch of the door, wrapped within a cape of silver marked with a black cross, he was so pale that some in the crowd thought it must be one of the marble bishops kneeling on the sepulchral monuments in the choir who had risen and come to receive on the brink of the tomb the one who was about to die. She, not less pale, not less statue-like, was scarcely aware that a heavy lighted candle of yellow wax had been put into her hand. She did not hear the squeaking voice of the clerk reading the fatal syllables of the penance. When told to say Amen, she said Amen. When she saw the priest make a sign to those who had her in custody to retire, and advance alone toward her, she regained some signs of life. She felt the blood boil in her head, and a spark of indignation was rekindled in that soul, already so cold and numb. The archdeacon approached her slowly. Even in this extremity she saw him survey her nearly naked form with an eye glowing with lust, desire, and jealousy. In a loud voice he addressed her, "Young woman, have you prayed God to pardon your crimes and misdemeanors?" Then stooping, as the spectators imagined, to receive her last confession, he whispered, "Will you have me? I can still save you." She stared at him steadfastly. "Go to the devil, your master, or I will denounce you." He grinned a ghastly smile. "They will not believe you," he replied. "You will only add scandal to guilt. Answer quickly, will you have me? What have you done with my Phoebus?" "He is dead," said the priest. At that moment the wretched archdeacon raised his head mechanically and saw on the other side of the square the captain standing in the balcony with Fleur-de-Lis. He shuddered, passed his hand over his eyes, looked again, muttered a malediction, and all his features contracted violently. "Well, die then," he said. "No one shall have you." Then, lifting his hand over the gypsy, he pronounced these words in a loud and sullen tone, "I nunc anima anceps, itis et tibi Deus misericors." 9. This was the dreadful formula with which it was customary to conclude these gloomy ceremonies. It was the signal given by the priest to the executioner. The populace fell on their knees. "Kyrie eleison," 10 said the priests, who stopped beneath the doorway. "Kyrie eleison," repeated the crowd with a murmur that rose above their heads like the rumbling of an agitated sea. "Amen," said the archdeacon. He turned his back on the prisoner, his head sank on his bosom, he crossed his hands. He rejoined the train of priests and a moment later disappeared with the crucifix, the candles, and the hoods, beneath the dark arches of the cathedral, and his sonorous voice faded gradually in the choir, while chanting this verse of anguish, Omnes curits tuae fluctus tuae super me transirent. 11. At the same time the intermittent reverberation of the iron-shod lances of the halberts of the Swiss Guard faded away between the columns of the nave. It sounded like a clock hammer striking the last hour of the accused. Meanwhile the doors of Notre-Dame were left open, putting the empty church on view. It was desolate, in mourning, without candles or singing. The condemned girl stood motionless in her place, waiting for them to dispose of her. One of the guards was obliged to make a sign to Master Charmolue, who, during the entire scene, had been studying the bas-relief of the great doorway, representing, according to some, the sacrifice of Abraham, according to others, an alchemical operation, the angel represented by the sun, fire by the bundle of sticks, and the alchemist by Abraham. It was with some difficulty that he was roused from this contemplation, but at length he turned around, and at a sign he made 2 men in yellow suits, the executioner's assistants, approached the gypsy to tie her hands again. When she had to get back in the fatal cart and set out for her last stop, the unfortunate creature was probably seized by some keen longing for life. She raised her dry but red eyes toward heaven, toward the sun, toward the silvery clouds, interrupted here and there with patches of azure sky, and then she cast them down around her upon the earth, upon the crowd, upon the houses. Suddenly, while the men in yellow were tying her elbows together, she gave a startling scream, a scream of joy. In the balcony at the corner of the square she had spotted him, her friend, her lord, her Phoebus, just as he looked when he was alive. The judge had lied to her. The priest had lied to her. It was he himself, she could not possibly doubt it. There he was, handsome, living, dressed in his brilliant uniform, with a feather on his head and the sword by his side. "Phoebus," she cried. "My Phoebus!" And she would have stretched out her arms trembling with love and transport toward him, but they were bound. Then she saw the captain frown. A beautiful young girl who leaned on him looked at him with a disdainful mouth and angry eye. Phoebus then uttered a few words, which she was too far off to hear, both hastily retreated from the balcony into the room, and the window was immediately closed. "Phoebus," she cried wildly. "Do you believe it?" A horrible idea had just flashed upon her. She remembered that she had been condemned for the murder of Captain Phoebus de Châteaupers. She had borne up thus far against everything. This last shock was too violent. She fell senseless on the ground. "Come," said Charmolue. "Carry her to the cart, and let us put an end to the business." Nobody had noticed in the gallery of the royal statues, immediately above the pointed arches of the entrance, a strange-looking spectator, who had till then been watching everything impassively, head so outstretched, visage so deformed that, except for his apparel, half red and half purple, he might have been taken for one of those stone monsters out of whose mouths the long gutters of the cathedral have for these 600 years disgorged themselves. This spectator had not lost a single detail of the tragedy that had been played out since noon in front of the main entrance of Notre Dame. From the very beginning he had, unobserved, securely tied to one of the small pillars of the gallery a knotted rope, the end of which reached the ground. This done, he had settled in watching as quietly as before, hissing from time to time at the crows as they flew past him. Suddenly, when the executioner's assistants were preparing to obey Charmolue's order, he climbed across the balustrade of the gallery, seized the rope with his feet, knees, and hands, glided down the facade like a drop of rain down a pane of glass, ran up to the two men with the swiftness of a cat that has fallen from a roof, knocked both of them to the ground with his enormous fists, and bore off the gypsy on one arm, as a girl would a doll. With one bound he was in the church, holding the young girl up above his head and shouting with a terrific voice, "Sanctuary! Sanctuary!" This was all done with the speed of lightning. "Sanctuary! Sanctuary!" repeated the mob, and the clapping of 10,000 hands caused Quasimodo's only eye to shine with joy and exultation. This shock brought La Esmeralda to her senses. She opened her eyes, looked at Quasimodo, and instantly closed them again, as if horror-stricken at the sight of her deliverer. Charmolue stood stupefied. So did the executioners and the whole escort. Within the walls of Notre Dame the prisoner was secure from molestation. The cathedral was a place of refuge. Human justice dared not cross its threshold. Quasimodo paused under the great entrance. His large feet seemed as firmly rooted in the pavement of the church as the massive Roman pillars. His great hairy head appeared to be set upon his shoulders like that of the lion, who too has a copious mane and no neck. He held the young girl, trembling all over, suspended from his calloused hands like a piece of white cloth. But he carried her so carefully that it was as if he was fearful of breaking or bruising her. He felt, it seemed, that a thing so delicate, so exquisite, so precious, was not made for such hands as his. At times he looked as though he did not dare touch her even with his breath. Then, all at once, he would clasp her tight in his arms, against his angular bosom, as his treasure, as his all, as the mother of that girl would herself have done. His Cyclops I bent over her, shed over her a flood of tenderness, of pity, of grief, and was suddenly raised again, flashing lightning. At this sight the women laughed and cried, the crowd stamped with enthusiasm, for at that moment Quasimodo was really beautiful. Yes, he was beautiful, that orphan, that foundling, that outcast. He felt himself august and strong. He looked in the face that society from which he was banished, and in which he had so powerfully intervened. He stared down the human justice from which he had snatched its victim, those judges, those executioners, all that force of the kings, which he, the meanest of the mean, had foiled with the force of God. And then, so touching was that protection afforded by a being so deformed to a being so unfortunate as the girl condemned to die and saved by Quasimodo. It was the two extreme miseries of nature in society meeting and helping each other. However, after a triumph of a few minutes, Quasimodo rushed suddenly into the church with his burden. The people, fond of daring deeds, followed him with their eyes along the dark nave, regretting that he had so soon withdrawn himself from their praise. Suddenly he was again glimpsed at one of the ends of the gallery of the kings of France. He ran along it like a maniac, holding up his prize in his arms, and shouting, "Sanctuary!" The people greeted him with fresh applause. Having crossed the gallery, he again plunged inside the church. A moment later, he again appeared on the upper platform, still bearing the gypsy in his arms, still running madly, still shouting, "Sanctuary!" Again the mob applauded. Eventually he made his third appearance on the top of the great bell tower. There he seemed to show proudly to the whole city the girl he had saved, and his thundering voice, that voice which was heard so seldom, and which he himself never heard, made the air ring with the repeated shout of "Sanctuary! Sanctuary! Sanctuary!" "Hurrah! Hurrah!" cried the populace, and this prodigious acclamation was heard on the other side of the river by the crowd collected in the Place de Grève, and by the recluse, who was still waiting with her eyes riveted on the gallows. Book 9. Chapter 1. A High Fever. Claude Frollo was no longer in Notre Dame when his foster son so abruptly cut the fatal noose in which the unhappy archdeacon had trapped the gypsy himself. On returning to the sacristy he had stripped off the alb, the cape, and the stole, thrown them all into the hands of the stupefied beadle, hurried out the private door of the cloisters, ordered a boatman of the Touraine to carry him across the river, and wandered among the hilly streets of the university, meeting at every step groups of men and women hastening joyously toward the Pont Saint-Michel, in hopes of being in time to see the witch hanged. Pale and haggard, blinded and more bewildered than an owl let loose and pursued by a troop of boys in broad daylight, he did not know where he was, what he did, or whether he was awake or dreaming. He walked, he ran, taking any street at random, still driven onward by the Grève, the horrible Grève, which he vaguely knew to be behind him. In this way he went around the hill of Saint Genevieve and left the town by the gate of St. Victor. As long as he could see, on turning around, the line of towers enclosing the university and the scattered houses of the suburb, he continued on, but when at last the hilliness of the terrain had completely blocked his view of that hateful Paris, when he could pretend to be 100 leagues off, in the country, in a desert, he paused, and felt as though he could breathe again. A crowd of horrible ideas then came to his mind. He saw clearly into the recesses of his soul, and he shuddered. He thought of that unhappy girl who had undone him, and whom he had undone. With haggard eye he followed the double winding way along which fatality had urged their two destinies to the point of intersection, where it had pitilessly dashed them against one another. He thought of the madness of eternal vows, of the vanity of chastity, science, religion, virtue, and of the uselessness of God. He willfully plunged into evil thoughts, and as he immersed himself in them he felt a satanic laugh explode within him. And when, while diving into his soul this way, he saw how large a space nature had prepared there from the passions, he laughed still more bitterly. He stirred up from the bottom of his heart all its hatred and its malice, and he perceived, with the cold indifference of a physician examining a patient, that this hatred and this malice were only distorted love, that love, the source of every virtue in man, was transformed into horrid things in the heart of a priest, and that someone constituted as he was, in becoming a priest made himself a demon. He then laughed more hideously than ever, and suddenly he again turned pale on considering the darkest side of his fatal passion, that corrosive, venomous, rancorous, implacable love, which had consigned the one to the gallows, the other to hell. She was condemned. He was damned. And then he laughed again on thinking that Phoebus was not dead, that he was still alive, gay, and joyous, that he had a sharper uniform than ever, and a new mistress, whom he took to see the former one hanged. He laughed still more heartily on reflecting that, among all the living beings whose death he had wished for, the gypsy, the only creature he did not hate, was also the only one who could not escape him. From the captain, his thoughts turned to the people, and an unspeakable jealousy overtook him. He thought about how the woman he loved had been exposed to the gaze of the crowd, of the entire population of Paris, in her slip, half naked. He wrung his hands thinking that this woman, whose body glimpsed in the dark would have been for him the supreme happiness, had been delivered in full daylight, at noon, to an entire people dressed as if for a night of voluptuous pleasures. He cried in rage at all of these mysteries of love that were profaned, sullied, stripped bare, faded forever. He cried in rage imagining how those vulgar gazes had found their satisfaction in the badly tied slip, and that this beautiful girl, this virgin lily, this vessel of modesty and delicacy to whom he dared raise his lips only while trembling, had been transformed into a sort of whore, in whom the vile common people of Paris, robbers, beggars, and lackeys alike, collectively tasted an offensive, impure, and depraved pleasure. And when he strove to picture to himself the happiness that he might have found on earth if she had not been a gypsy, and if he had not been a priest, if Phoebus had not existed, and if she had loved him, when he considered that a life of serenity and affection might have been possible for him, too, even for him, that, at that very moment, there were here and there on the earth happy couples lost in long conversations under orange groves, on the banks of murmuring streams, in the presence of a setting sun, or of a starry sky, and that, if God had willed it, he might have formed with her one of those blessed couples, his heart dissolved in tenderness and despair. She formed the subject of his every thought. It was this fixed idea that haunted him incessantly, that tortured him, that racked his brain and gnawed his insides. He felt no regret about anything, he felt no remorse, all that he had done he was ready to do again. He would rather see her in the hands of the hangman than in the arms of the captain. But so acute was his anguish that at times he tore off his hair by handfuls to see if it was not turning white. There was one moment among others when it occurred to him that possibly at that very instant the hideous cord that he had seen in the morning might be drawing tight its iron noose around that neck so frail and so graceful. This idea made perspiration start from every pore. There was another moment when, laughing diabolically at himself all the while, he thought of La Esmeralda as she was on the first day he had ever seen her, all life, all mirth, all joy, adorned, agile, dancing, winged, harmonious, and of La Esmeralda of the last hour, stripped, the rope around her neck, slowly ascending with bare feet the rough ladder to the gallows. This twofold picture was drawn before him with such force that it extracted from him a terrible shriek. While this storm of despair was breaking, disturbing, overthrowing, uprooting everything in his soul, his eye ranged over the scene around him. At his feet some hens were pecking in the bushes, and picking up the burnished insects that were running around in the sun. Overhead groups of dappled clouds were sprinkled on an azure sky. On the horizon the steeple of the Abbey of St. Victor pierced the curve of the hill with its slate obelisk, and the miller of Copo watched the laboring sails of his mills turn, whistling, all the while. This active, organized, tranquil life around him reproduced in 1,000 forms gave him pain. And so he began again to flee. He ran through the fields until nightfall. This flight from nature, from life, from himself, from man, from God, from everything, lasted till evening. Sometimes he threw himself on his face on the earth and tore up the young corn with his fingers. At other moments he paused in some lone village street, and his thoughts were so unbearable that he grasped his head with both hands and tried to wrench it from his shoulders in order to dash it against the ground. When the sun began to set, he examined himself again, and he found that he was almost mad. The storm that had been raging within him from the moment he had lost the hope and the will to save the gypsy had not left in his mind a single healthy thought or idea. His reason was laid low, almost utterly destroyed. His mind retained only two distinct images, La Esmeralda and the gallows. All the rest was black. These two images formed a horrible pair, and the more he fixed on them what was left of his thought and attention, the more they seemed to increase, according to a fantastic progression, the one in charm, in grace, in beauty, in light, the other in horror, so that at last La Esmeralda appeared like a star, the gallows like an enormous fleshless arm. It is remarkable that, during the whole of this torture, he never had any serious idea of putting an end to his life. This was how he was. The wretched man was tenacious of life. Perhaps he really saw hell gaping before him. The day, meanwhile, continued to fade. The living principle that still existed within him began to think confusedly of returning home. He thought that he was far from Paris, but on examining the objects around he found that he had done nothing but turn around the walls of the university. The steeple of St. Sulpice and the three tall spires of St. Germain-des-Prés shot up above the horizon on his right. He proceeded in that direction. When he heard the who goes there, of the men-at-arms of the abbot around the ramparts of the walls of Street Germain, he turned away and took a path that presented itself between the Abbey Mill and the leper house of the hamlet, and soon he found himself on the edge of the Preux Clercs. This meadow was celebrated for its chaos, which lasted night and day. It was the hydra of the poor monks of St. Germain. Quat monachus sancti Germani pretensus hydra fiut, clericis nova semper desidiorum captia succitantibus. When the archdeacon was afraid of meeting someone, he was afraid of every human face. He had avoided the university in the hamlet of Street Germain. He wished to make it as late as possible before he entered the streets. He proceeded along the Preux Clercs, took the lonely path that separated it from the Dieu Neuf, and at last reached the bank of the river. There Dom Claude found a boatman who for a few deniers took him up the Seine to the point of the sight and set him ashore on that vacant tongue of land where the reader has already seen Gringoire dreaming, which extended beyond the King's Gardens parallel with the Isle of the Cattle Ferryman. The monotonous rocking of the boat and the murmur of the water had somewhat lulled the wretched Claude. When the boatman had left him, he remained standing stupidly on the beach, looking straight forward. All the objects he saw seemed to dance before his eyes, forming a sort of phantasmagoria. It is not uncommon for the fatigue of excessive grief to produce this effect on the mind. The sun had set behind the tall Tour de Nesle. It was just twilight. The sky was white, the water of the river was white. Between these the left bank of the Seine, on which his eyes were fixed, extended its somber mass, which, gradually diminished by the perspective, pierced the haze of the horizon like a black arrow. It was covered with houses, of which nothing was distinguishable but a dark silhouette, standing out in stark relief in the dark against the light ground of the sky and the water. Lights began to glimmer here and there in the windows. This immense black obelisk, thus bound by the two white sheets of the sky and the river, very wide at this place, produced on Dom Claude a singular effect. You could compare it with what a man would experience lying down on his back at the foot of the steeple of Strasbourg Cathedral, looking at its enormous spire piercing the penumbra of the twilight above his head. Only here, Claude was standing and the obelisk lying down. But as the river, in reflecting the sky, lengthened the abyss beneath him, the immense promontory shot forth into space like any church steeple, and the impression was the same. That impression was rendered the more striking and extraordinary by the fact that this steeple was 2 leagues high, a colossal, immeasurable, unparalleled object, a Tower of Babel. An edifice such as human eye never beheld. The chimneys of the houses, the battlements of the walls, the angles of the roofs, the steeple of the Augustines, the Tour de Nesle, all those sharp points that indented the profile of the immense obelisk, heightened the illusion by presenting to the eye a grotesque semblance of the carving of a labored and fantastic sculpture. Claude, in his hallucinatory state, imagined that he saw with his own eyes, the Tower of Hell. The 1,000 lights gleaming from bottom to top of this frightful tower appeared to him to be so many entrances to the immense furnace within, and the voices and sounds that came out of it were the shrieks and moans of the damned. A deep fear came over him. He covered his ears with his hands so that he might not hear, turned his back that he might not see, and hurried away from the terrible vision. But the vision was within him. On entering the streets, the passers-by who jostled one another by the light of the shop fronts appeared like specters incessantly going and coming around him. Strange noises rang in his ears, extraordinary fantasies disturbed his mind. He saw neither houses nor pavement, neither men, women, nor carriages, but a chaos of confused objects blending one with another. At the corner of the Rue de la Barillerie there was a grocer's shop, the penthouse of which was hung all along, according to immemorial custom, with tin hoops, to which were attached imitation candles of wood. These, shaken by the wind, clattered like castanets. He imagined that he heard the skeletons of Montfaucon knocking together in the dark. Oh, he muttered. The night wind is driving them against one another, and mingling the clank of their chain with the rattling of their bones. She is there too, perhaps, among them. Distracted, he did not know where he was going. After a few steps, he was on the Pont Saint-Michel. He saw a light in the window of a ground floor room. He approached it. Through a cracked pane he saw a sordid room, which awakened confused recollections in his mind. In this apartment, faintly lit by a lamp, he saw a blond, jovial-looking young man, who, while laughing, kissed a young woman who was dressed very provocatively. Near the lamp was seated an old woman spinning and singing in a quivering voice. Since the young man was not always laughing, the old woman's song passed through the cracks and was audible to the priest. It was something unintelligible and horrible at the same time.
Grève, aboyer, grève grouille. File, file ma quenouille file sa corde au bourreau qui siffle dans le préau. Grève, aboyer, grève grouille. La belle corde de chanvre. Semer d'ici jusqu'à vendre du chanvre et non pas du blé, le voleur n'a pas volé la belle corde de chanvre. Grève, grouille, grève aboyer. Pour voir la fille de joie pendre au gibet chassieux, les fenêtres sont des yeux. Grève, grouille, grève aboyer. Point 2.
With that the young man laughed and caressed the girl. The old woman was Fallardel, the girl was a prostitute, and the young man was his brother, Jahan. He continued to watch them. He saw Jahan go to a window at the farther end of the room, open it, and look out on the quay, where 1,000 lit windows shone in the distance, and he heard him say while shutting the window, "Upon my soul, it is a dark night. The citizens are lighting up their candles, and God Almighty his stars." Jahan then went back to his companion and held up a bottle that stood on the table. "Damn," he cried. "Empty already. And I have no more money. I will not be happy with Jupiter until he has changed your 2 white breasts into 2 black bottles from which I will suck night and day the wine of bone." This lovely joke made the girl laugh. Saying this, he came out of the house. Dom Claude just had time to throw himself on the ground so that he might not be met, looked in the face, and recognized by his brother. Luckily the street was dark and the student not sober. "Oh ho," he said. "Here is one who has been enjoying himself today." With his foot he shook Dom Claude, who held his breath. "Dead drunk," resumed Jahan. "Full enough, it seems. A real leech peeled away from a cask. Bald too," he added, stooping. "An old man. Fortunate Senex. Happy old man." Dom Claude then heard him move away, saying, "Never mind. Reason is a fine thing, though, and my brother the archdeacon is very lucky in being prudent and having money." The archdeacon then rose and ran without stopping toward Notre-Dame, whose enormous towers he saw lifting themselves in the dark above the houses. At the moment when, quite breathless, he reached the Place du Parvis, he paused, and he dared not raise his eyes to the fatal edifice. "Oh," he said, in a low tone. "Is it true, then, that such a thing could have happened here today, this very morning?" He ventured, however, to look at the church. The facade was dark, the sky behind it glistened with stars. The crescent of the moon, which had not been long above the horizon, was seen at that moment on the top of the right-hand tower, and seemed to be perched like a luminous bird on the edge of the parapet, cut out into large trefoils. The door of the cloisters was shut, but the archdeacon always carried with him the key of the tower where he had his laboratory. Using it, he entered the church. He found the interior dark and silent as the grave. From the large shadows that fell from all sides in broad sheets, he knew that the hangings put up for the morning ceremony had not been removed. The great silver cross glistened in the gloom, it was dotted with sparkling points, like the Milky Way of this sepulchral night. The tall windows of the choir shone above the black drapery, the tops of their pointed arches. The panes admitted a faint ray of moonlight, and had only those doubtful colors of night, a sort of violet, white, and blue whose tint is otherwise found only on the faces of the dead. The archdeacon, seeing all around the choir these pale points of arches, thought that it was a circle of ghastly faces staring at him. He began to flee across the church. It seemed to him then that the church too moved, breathed, lived, that each massive column was transformed into an enormous leg, stamping the ground with its broad stone foot, and that the gigantic cathedral was a sort of prodigious elephant, puffing and walking, with pillars for legs, the two towers for trunks, and the immense sheet of black cloth for trappings. Thus the fever or the frenzy of the wretched priest had reached such a degree of intensity that to him the external world was nothing but a kind of visible, palpable, terrifying apocalypse. For a moment he felt somewhat relieved. On entering one of the aisles, he saw a reddish light behind a cluster of pillars. He ran toward it as toward a star. It was the poor lamp that night and day threw a dim light on the public breviary of Notre-Dame, beneath its iron grating. He hurried to the sacred book, in hopes of finding in it some consolation or encouragement. It was open at this passage of Job, which caught his eye. Then a spirit passed before my face, the hair of my flesh stood up. On reading this fearful text he felt much the same as a blind man whose fingers are pricked by the staff he has picked up. His knees failed him, and he sank down on the pavement, thinking of her who had that day suffered death. He felt his brain enveloped in such monstrous, exploding fumes that it seemed as if his head had been turned into one of the chimneys of hell. He must have remained for a long time in this posture, neither thinking nor feeling, helpless and passive in the hand of the demon. Eventually, recovering some degree of consciousness, he thought of seeking refuge in the tower, near his trusty Quasimodo. He rose and, being afraid, he took the lamp of the breviary to light his way. This was a sacrilege, but he no longer cared about such a trivial one. He slowly ascended the staircase of the tower, filled with a secret dread, which was communicated to the passers-by who now and then crossed the parvis, on seeing the mysterious light of this lamp mounting so late from tiny window to tiny window all the way to the top of the tower. Suddenly he felt cool air on his face and found himself under the doorway of the uppermost gallery. The night was cold. The sky was covered with clouds, the large white masses of which, overlapping each other at the edges and being compressed at the corners, resembled the ice of a river that has broken up in winter. The crescent moon, embedded in those clouds, looked like a celestial ship surrounded by aerial sheets of ice. He looked down through the iron railing of the miniature colonnade that joins the two towers and for a moment contemplated through the veil of mist and smoke the vast extent of the roofs of Paris, sharp, countless, crowded together, and small as the ripples of a calm sea in a summer night. The moon gave only a faint light, which cast an ashy tint to earth and sky. At this moment the clock raised its loud and solemn voice. It was midnight. The priest thought of noon. It was again 12 o'clock. Oh, he muttered to himself. She must be cold by this time. All at once a gust of wind extinguished his lamp, and at the same moment he saw something white, a shade, a human form, a female, appear at the opposite corner of the tower. He shuddered. By the side of this female there was a little goat, which mingled her bleating with the last tones of the bell. He had the courage to look at her. It was she herself. She was pale, she was sad. Her hair fell over her shoulders as in the morning, but there was no rope around her neck, her hands were not bound, she was free, she was dead. She was dressed in white and had a white veil over her head. She came toward him slowly, looking up at the sky and followed by the supernatural goat. He was petrified. He would have fled but was unable to do so. All he could do was back a step away for everyone that she advanced. He retreated in this manner till he was beneath the dark vault of the staircase. His blood curdled at the idea that she might come that way too. If she had, he might have died of fright. She did in fact approach as near as the door of the staircase, where she paused for a moment. She cast a fixed look into the darkness, but without appearing to discern the priest, and passed on. She seemed to him taller than when alive. He saw the moonshine through her white robe, he heard her breath. When she was gone he began to descend the stairs as slowly as the spectre. Horror-stricken, his hair erect, still holding the extinguished lamp in his hand. He thought he was a ghost himself. While descending the spiral staircase, he heard a voice, laughing and repeating distinctly in his ear, "A spirit passed before my face, the hair of my flesh stood up." Chapter 2. One-eyed, hunchback, and lame. In the Middle Ages every town, and until the time of Louis XII every town in France, had its sanctuaries. Amid the deluge of penal laws and barbarous jurisdictions that inundated the division of Paris that we have called the site, these sanctuaries were sorts of islands, which were beyond the level of human justice. Every criminal who took refuge in them was saved. There were in a district almost as many sanctuaries as places of execution. It was the abuse of impunity going hand in hand with the abuse of punishment, two bad things, which strove to correct one another. The palaces of the king, the mansions of the princes, but above all the churches, had the right of sanctuary. Sometimes that right was conferred for a time on a whole city that needed to be repopulated. Louis XI made Paris a sanctuary in 1467. Once he had set foot in the sanctuary, the criminal was sacred, but he could not leave. One step out of the island asylum plunged him again into the sea. The wheel, the gallows, the rack, kept strict guard around his retreat, and they watched their prey incessantly as sharks prowl around a ship. Condemned persons thus rescued have been known to grow grey in a cloister, on the staircase of a palace, in the garden of an abbey, at the entrance of a church. In this way the sanctuary was a prison as much as any place that bore the name. It sometimes happened that a solemn ordinance of Parliament violated the sanctuary and gave up the condemned to the executioner, but this was rare. The parliaments were afraid of the bishops, and when the gowns of the two professions got tangled in a conflict, the soutanes of the church generally got the better of it. At times, however, as in the case of the assassins of Pigeon, who was the executioner of Paris, and in that of Emery Rousseau, the murderer of Jean Bayeret, justice leaped over the church and went on to the execution of its sentences. But unless authorized by an ordinance of the Parliament, woe to him who forcibly violated the sanctuary. Everybody knows the fate of Robert de Clermont, Marshal of France, and Jean de Chalons, Marshal of Champagne, and yet the party in whose case they had intervened, one Perrin Mark, was nothing but a money-changer's man and a miserable assassin. But the two marshals had broken open the doors of St. Mary. 3. That was the outrage. Such was the respect with which sanctuaries were invested that, according to tradition, it occasionally extended to brute animals. Amoin relates that when a stag hunted by Dagobert took refuge near the tomb of Saint Denis, the dog stopped short and merely barked at him. Churches had in general a place devoted to lodging fugitives. In 1407 Nicolas Flamel had built for such persons, in the church of Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, a room that cost him £4, 6 sous, 16 deniers parisis. In Notre-Dame it was a small cell on the top of the aisles, under the flying buttresses, facing the cloisters, on the very spot where the wife of the present keeper of the towers made herself a garden, which is to the hanging gardens of Babylon what a lettuce is to a palm tree, or a porter is to Semiramis. It was here that, after his wild and triumphant course through towers and galleries, Quasimodo deposited La Esmeralda. As long as this race lasted the girl had not recovered her senses, half stupefied, half awake. She had the feeling that she was floating in the air, that she was floating, flying, and that something was lifting her high above the earth. From time to time she heard the loud laugh and the harsh voice of Quasimodo in her ear. She opened her eyes, and then beneath her she confusedly saw Paris inlaid with its 1,000 roofs of slate and tile, like red and blue mosaic work, and above her head the frightening but joyful face of Quasimodo. Again her eyes closed. She imagined that it was all over, that she had been executed during her swoon, and that the deformed spirit who had governed her destiny had seized and borne her away. She did not dare to look at it and let herself be carried away. But when the breathless bell ringer had laid her down in the cell of sanctuary, when she felt his huge hands gently untying the cord that had rubbed her arms raw, she experienced the kind of shock that abruptly awakens those on board a ship that runs aground in the middle of a dark night. Her ideas awoke as well and returned to her one by one. She saw that she was in Notre-Dame. She remembered having been snatched out of the hands of the executioner, that Phoebus was alive, and that he no longer loved her. As these two ideas, one of which imparted such bitterness to the other, presented themselves at once to the poor girl, she turned toward Quasimodo, who remained standing beside her, and who frightened her, and said, "Why did you save me?" He looked anxiously at her, as if trying to guess what she said. She repeated the question. He then cast on her a deeply sorrowful look and withdrew. She was lost in astonishment. A few moments afterward he returned, bringing a bundle, which he laid at her feet. It contained clothing that charitable women had left for her at the door of the church. She then cast her eyes down at herself, and saw that she was almost naked, and blushed. Life had fully returned. Quasimodo seemed to share this feeling of modesty. Covering his face with his large hand, he again retreated, but slowly. She dressed herself quickly. It was a white robe with a white veil, the habit of a novice of the Hôtel Dieu. She had scarcely finished before Quasimodo returned. He brought a basket under one arm and a mattress under the other. The basket contained a bottle, bread, and some other provisions. He set down the basket, and said, "Eat." He spread the mattress on the floor and said, "Sleep." It was his own dinner, his own bed, that the bell ringer had brought her. The gypsy lifted her eyes to his face to thank him, but she could not utter a word. The poor fellow was absolutely hideous. She lowered her head with a thrill of horror. "Ah," he said. "I frighten you, I see. I am ugly enough. Don't look at me, but listen to me. In the daytime you shall stay here, at night you can walk all over the church. But do not leave the church either by night or by day, or they will catch you and kill you, and it will be the death of me." Moved by this speech, she raised her head to reply, but he was gone. Once more she was alone, thinking about the singular words of this almost monstrous being, and struck by the tone of his voice, at once so harsh and so gentle. Then she began to examine her cell. It was a chamber some 6 feet square, with a small aperture for a window and a door opening onto the slightly inclined plane of the roof, composed of flat stones. Several gutters, terminating in heads of animals, seemed to bend down over it, and to stretch out their necks to look in at the window. On a level with its roof she perceived 1,000 chimney tops, coughing up the smoke of all the fires of Paris. Melancholy prospect for the poor gypsy, a foundling, rescued from the gallows, an unfortunate young creature who had neither country nor family nor home. When the idea of her forlorn situation wrung her heart more keenly than ever, she felt a hairy, shaggy head rubbing against her hands and her knees. She shuddered, everything frightened her now, and looked. It was the poor goat, the nimble Jolly, which had escaped along with her when Quasimodo dispersed Charmolud's brigade, and had been at her feet for nearly an hour, lavishing caresses on her mistress, without obtaining a single glance. The gypsy covered the fond animal with kisses. "Oh, Jolly," she said. "How I have forgotten you. And yet you think of me. You are not an ingrate." At the same time, as if an invisible hand had removed the obstruction that had so long kept back her tears, she began to weep, and as they flowed down her cheeks, she felt the bitterest portion of her sorrows disappearing along with them. Evening came. The night was so beautiful, the moonlight so soft, that she ventured to walk along the high gallery that runs around the church. She felt somewhat refreshed by her walk, so calm did the earth appear to her, beheld from that height. Chapter 3. Death. The next morning she noticed on awakening that she had slept. This singular circumstance astonished her, it had been so long that she had been unaccustomed to sleep. A joyful ray of the rising sun caressed her cheek. But besides the sun she saw at this garret window an object that frightened her, the unlucky face of Quasimodo. She involuntarily closed her eyes, but in vain. She still imagined that she saw through her rosy lids that visage so like an ugly mask. She kept her eyes shut. Soon she heard a hoarse voice saying very kindly, "Don't be afraid. I am your friend. I came to see you sleep. What harm can it do you, if I come to look at you when your eyes are shut? Now I am going. There, now, I am behind the wall. Now you can open your eyes." More pathetic than these words was the tone in which they were uttered. The gypsy, affected by them, opened her eyes. He was actually no longer at the window. She went to it, looked out, and saw the poor hunchback cowering under the wall, in a posture of grief and resignation. She made an effort to overcome the aversion that he inspired. "Come," she said kindly to him. Observing the movement of her lips, Quasimodo imagined that she was bidding him to go away. He then rose and retreated, limping with lowered head, without so much as daring to look despairingly at the girl. "Come then," she cried, but he continued to move off. She then darted out of the cell, ran to him, and took hold of his arm. On feeling her touch, Quasimodo trembled in every limb. He lifted his supplicating eye and, finding that she drew him toward her, his whole face shone with joy and tenderness. She wanted him to go into her cell, but he insisted on staying at her threshold. "No, no," he said, "the owl never enters the nest of the lark." Then she seated herself gracefully on her bed, with her goat at her feet. Both remained for some minutes motionless, contemplating in silence, he so much beauty, she so much ugliness. Every moment she discovered in Quasimodo some new deformity. Her gaze wandered from his knock-knees to his hunchback, from his hunchback to his only eye. She could not conceive how a creature so awkwardly put together could exist. At the same time, he had such an air of sadness and gentleness that she began to be reconciled with his appearance. He was the first to break the silence. "You told me to come back," he said. "Yes," she replied, with a nod of affirmation. He understood the sign. "Alas," he said, as if hesitating to finish. "You must know, I am deaf." "Poor man," exclaimed the Bohemian, with an expression of pity. He smiled sadly. "You probably think that that was all I needed, don't you? Yes, I am deaf. That is the way that I am made. It is terrible, isn't it? While you are so beautiful." The tone of the poor fellow conveyed such a profound feeling of his wretchedness that she did not have the heart to utter a word. Besides, he would not have heard her. Then he resumed, "Never till now did I realize how hideous I am. When I compare myself with you, I cannot help pitying myself, poor unhappy monster that I am. I must look like a beast to you. You are a sunbeam, a drop of dew, a bird's song. I am something frightful, neither man nor animal, something harder, more shapeless, and more trampled upon than a pebble." Then he laughed, and there was nothing in the world more heartbreaking than this laugh. He continued, "Yes, I am deaf. But you will speak to me by gestures, by signs. I have a master who talks to me in this way. And then I will know what you want from the movement of your lips, and from your gaze." "Well, then," she replied smiling, "tell me why you have saved me." He looked attentively at her while she spoke. "I understand," he answered, "that you ask me why I saved you. You have forgotten a wretch who tried one night to carry you off, a wretch to whom, the very next day, you brought relief on the vile pillory. A drink of water and a look of pity are more than I could repay with my life. You have forgotten that wretch, but he has not forgotten." She listened to him with deep emotion. A tear filled the eye of the bell ringer, but it did not fall. He appeared to make a point of holding it back. "Listen," he began again, when he was no longer afraid of that tear escaping him, "we have very high towers here, a man falling from one of them would be dead almost before he reached the pavement. When you wish to be rid of me, tell me to throw myself from the top. You have but to say the word, no, a look would be enough." Then he rose. Unhappy as the Bohemian was, this grotesque being awakened her compassion. She made a sign for him to stay. "No, no," he said. "I must not stay too long. I am ill at ease. It is out of pity that you do not look away from me. I will seek some place where I can look at you without your seeing me, that will be better." He drew from his pocket a small metal whistle. "Take this," he said. "When you want me, when you wish me to come, when you have the courage to see me, whistle with this. I shall hear that sound." He laid the whistle on the floor and disappeared. Chapter 4. Earthenware and Crystal. Time passed. Tranquility was gradually restored to La Esmeralda's spirits. Excessive grief, like excessive joy, is too violent to last. The human heart cannot continue long in either extreme. The Bohemian had suffered so much that of the feelings she had recently experienced astonishment alone remained. With safety, hope was rekindled in her. She was outside of society, outside of life, but she had a vague feeling that it might not be impossible for her to return to them. She was like the dead who kept in reserve a key to her own tomb. The terrible images that had so long haunted her gradually grew more distant. All the hideous phantoms, Pirat Tortru, Jacques Charmelot, had faded from her mind, all of them, even the priest himself. And then, Phoebus was still alive, she was sure of it, she had seen him. To her the life of Phoebus was everything. After the series of fatal shocks that had laid waste all her affections, she had found only one sentiment in her soul that had not been undone, her love for the captain. Love is like a tree, it grows by itself, it strikes its roots deep into our whole being, and frequently continues to put forth green leaves over a heart in ruins. And there is this unaccountable circumstance attending it, that the blinder that passion, the more tenacious it is. Never is it stronger than when it is most unreasonable. No doubt La Esmeralda did not think of the captain without pain. No doubt it was terrible that he too should have made such a mistake, that he too should have thought the thing possible, that he too should have believed the wound to be inflicted by one who would have given 1,000 lives for his sake. Still there was no reason to be angry with him. Had she not confessed the crime? Had she not, frail creature that she was, yielded to the torture? All the fault was hers. She should have borne the suffering of having her fingernails torn out rather than make such an admission. After all, if only she could see Phoebus one more time, for a single minute. A word, a look, would be enough to undeceive him and bring him back to her. Of this she was absolutely certain. There were, at the same time, several unusual things that puzzled her: the accident of Phoebus's presence at the penance, the young woman in whose company he was. She was, no doubt, his sister. An improbable explanation, but she was satisfied with it, because she needed to believe that Phoebus still loved her, and loved only her. Had he not sworn it? What more could she require, naive and credulous as she was? And then, in this affair, weren't appearances much more against her than against him? She waited, therefore, she hoped. We may add that the church, that vast church, which saved her, which enveloped her on all sides, which guarded her, was itself a great source of consolation. The solemn lines of that architecture, the religious attitude of all the objects around her, the serene and pious thoughts that transpired, as it were, through all the pores of that stone, acted on her without her knowledge. The edifice, moreover, had sounds of such majesty and such blessing that they soothed her broken spirit. The monotonous chant of the officiating priests, the responses of the congregation, sometimes inarticulate, sometimes thundering, the harmonious shiver of the windows, the organ bursting forth like 100 trumpets, the 3 belfries buzzing like hives of immense bees. That orchestra, with its gigantic scales incessantly ascending and descending from the crowd below to the bell tower above, soothed her memory, her imagination, her sorrows. The bells more especially consoled her, cradled her. They were like a magnetic field whose great power spread itself over her in broad waves. So each successive sunrise found her more at peace, more comfortable, and less pale. As her inward wounds healed, her face recovered its grace and beauty but chastened by greater seriousness and more repose. Her former character returned as well, even something of her cheerfulness, her pretty pout, her love of her goat and of singing, and her modesty. In the morning she shrank into a corner of her cell to dress herself, in case an inhabitant of the neighboring garrets should spy her through the window. When thoughts of Phoebus allowed her time, the gypsy would sometimes think of Quasimodo. He was the only bond, the only link, the only communication with mankind and the living that was left her. The unfortunate girl was more completely cut off from the world than Quasimodo. She did not know what to make of the strange friend whom chance had given her. She would frequently reproach herself for not feeling sufficient gratitude that she might be blind to his imperfections. But decidedly she could not get used to the poor bell ringer. He was too hideous. She had left on the floor the whistle that he had given her. On the first days Quasimodo, nevertheless, looked in from time to time. She tried as much as she could to conceal her aversion when he brought her the basket of provisions or the pitcher of water, but he was sure to perceive the slightest movement of that kind, and so he went away sadly. One day he came just when she was fondling jolly. For a while he stood full of thought before the graceful couple of the goat and gypsy. At length, shaking his huge, misshapen head, he said, "My misfortune is that I am too much like a human creature. I would prefer to be a downright beast, like that goat." She cast on him a look of astonishment. "Oh," he replied to that look, "I know why," and immediately went away. Another time, when he came to the door of the cell, which he never entered, La Esmeralda was singing an old Spanish ballad. She did not know the meaning of the words, but it stayed with her because the Bohemian women had lulled her to sleep with it when she was a small child. At the sudden appearance of that ugly face, the girl stopped short, with an involuntary start, in the middle of her song. The unhappy bell ringer dropped to his knees on the threshold of the door and with a beseeching look clasped his clumsy, shapeless hands. "Oh," he said in pain. "Go on, I beg you, and don't drive me away." Not wishing to hurt him, the trembling girl continued the ballad. Gradually her fear subsided, and she gave herself up entirely to the impression of the melancholy tune she was singing while he remained on his knees, with his hands joined as in prayer, scarcely breathing, his look intently fixed on the sparkling eyes of the Bohemian. It seemed that he was listening to her song with his eyes. Another time he came to her with an awkward and bashful air. "Listen," he said, with effort, "I have something to say to you." She made a sign to him that she was listening. He then began to sigh, half opened his lips, appeared for a moment ready to speak, looked at her, shook his head, and slowly retreated, pressing his hand to his brow and leaving the gypsy in amazement. Among the grotesque heads sculpted in the wall there was one for which he showed a particular affection, and with which he seemed to exchange brotherly looks. The gypsy once heard him say to the head, "Oh, why am I not made of stone, like you?" Finally, one morning La Esmeralda, having advanced to the parapet of the roof, was looking at the square over the sharp roof of Estienne-Laurent. Quasimodo was behind her. He stationed himself there on purpose to spare the girl the disagreeable spectacle of his ungainly person. Suddenly the Bohemian shuddered, a tear and a flash of joy sparkled at the same time in her eyes. She fell on her knees and extended her arms in anguish toward the square, crying, "Phoebus! Come! Come! One word, a single word, for God's sake! Phoebus! Phoebus!" Her voice, her face, her attitude, her whole figure had the agonizing expression of a shipwrecked person who was making signals of distress to a distant vessel sailing gaily along in the sunshine. Quasimodo, bending forward, saw that the object of this wild and tender appeal was a young and handsome horseman, a captain, glistening with arms and accoutrements, who passed gallantly through the square and bowed to a fair lady smiling on her balcony. The officer was too far off to hear the call of the unhappy girl. but the poor deaf bell ringer understood it. A deep sigh heaved his breast. He turned around, his heart was swollen with the tears that he held back. He dashed his clenched fists against his head, and when he removed them there was in each a handful of red hair. The gypsy paid no attention to him. Gnashing his teeth, he said, in a low tone, "Damnation. That is how one should look, then. One only has to be handsome on the outside." She continued meanwhile on her knees and cried, with extraordinary agitation, "Oh! There he stops. He is going into that house. Phoebus! Phoebus! He does not hear me. Phoebus! Oh! That woman is so mean to talk to him at the same time. Phoebus! Phoebus!" The deaf bell ringer watched her. He understood this pantomime. The poor fellow's eye filled with tears, but he let none of them escape. Suddenly he gently pulled her sleeve. She turned around. He had assumed a look of composure and said to her, "Shall I go and fetch him?" She gave a cry of joy. "Oh! Go, go! Run! Quick! That captain! That captain! Bring him to me! I will love you!" She clasped his knees. He could not help shaking his head sorrowfully. "I will go and bring him to you," he said, in a faint voice. Then he retired and hurried down the staircase, stifling his sobs. When he reached the square nothing was to be seen but the fine horse fastened to the gate of the gondolier mansion. The captain had just entered. He looked up to the roof of the church. La Esmeralda was still in the same place, in the same posture. He made her a sad sign with his head and leaned with his back against one of the pillars of the gondolier doorway, determined to await the captain's departure. In that house it was one of those festive days before a wedding. Quasimodo saw many persons enter, but nobody came out. Every now and then he looked up at the roof. The gypsy did not stir any more than he. A groom came and untied the horse, and led him to the stable. The whole day went by this way, Quasimodo at the pillar, La Esmeralda on the roof, and Phoebus no doubt at the feet of Fleur-de-Lis. Eventually night arrived, a night without a moon, a dark night. In vain Quasimodo kept his eye fixed on La Esmeralda. Soon she appeared to be just a white spot in the twilight, which became more and more indistinct till it was no longer discernible amid the darkness. Quasimodo saw the facade of windows at the gondolier mansion lit from top to bottom. He saw the other windows of the square lit up one after another. He saw them darkened again to the very last one, for he remained the whole evening at his post. Still the officer did not come out. When all the last passers-by had retired to their homes, and not a light was to be seen in any of the windows, Quasimodo was left quite alone, in absolute darkness. There were no street lamps on the Parvis of Notre-Dame then. The windows of the gondolier mansion, however, were still illuminated, even after midnight. Quasimodo, motionless and attentive, saw a multitude of vivid and dancing shadows passing through the multicolored panes. Had he not been deaf, he would have heard more and more distinctly sounds of festivity, laughter, and music coming out of the mansion as the noises of Paris faded. About 1 in the morning the party began to break up. Quasimodo, enveloped in darkness, watched all the guests as they came out the doorway lit by torches. The captain was not among them. He was filled with sad thoughts. At times he looked up at the sky, as if tired of waiting. Large, heavy, ragged, black clouds hung like silk hammocks beneath the starry dome of night. They looked like cobwebs of the firmament. In one of those moments he saw all at once the French doors of the balcony mysteriously open. 2 persons came out and shut the doors after them without noise. It was a man and a woman. Quasimodo quickly recognized in the one the handsome captain, in the other the young lady whom he had seen that morning welcoming the officer from the window. The square was quite dark, and a double crimson curtain, which had fallen again behind the doors when they shut, barely let a gleam of light from the apartment reach the balcony. The young captain and the lady, as far as our deaf watchman could judge, for he could not hear a word they said, appeared to indulge in a very tender tete-a-tete. The young lady seemed to have let the officer throw his arm around her waist and tenderly resisted a kiss. Quasimodo witnessed from below this scene, which was all the more lovely to see since it was not intended to be witnessed. He, however, contemplated that happiness, that beauty, with bitterness. After all, nature was not silent in the poor fellow, and his vertebral column, nastily twisted as it was, nevertheless thrilled like any other. He thought of the miserable fate that Providence had allotted to him, that woman, love, and its pleasures would be forever passing before his eyes, but that he could never do more than witness the felicity of others. But what afflicted him most in this sight, and mingled anger with his resentment, was to think what the gypsy must suffer if she saw it. To be sure, the night was very dark. La Esmeralda, if she had stayed in the same place, and he had no doubt of that, was at a considerable distance, and it was all he could do himself to distinguish the lovers in the balcony. This consoled him. Meanwhile their conversation became more and more animated. The young lady appeared to beg the officer not to demand more of her. Quasimodo could discern only her fair hands clasped, her smiles mingled with tears, her looks uplifted to the stars, and the eager eyes of the captain lowered on her. Luckily, for the resistance of the lady was becoming weaker and weaker, the doors of the balcony suddenly opened, an old lady appeared. The fair one was in disarray, the officer irritated, and all three went back in. A moment afterward a horse was prancing before the doorway, and the brilliant officer, wrapped in his cloak, passed Quasimodo swiftly. The bell ringer let him turn the corner of the street, then ran after him with the agility of a monkey, crying, "Ho! Captain!" The captain pulled up. "What does this rascal want with me?" he said, on spying in the dark the ungainly figure limping toward him. Quasimodo, coming up to him, boldly took hold of the horse's bridle. "Follow me, Captain," he said. "There is one who would speak with you." "By the devil's horns," muttered Phoebus. "I think I have seen this raggedy scarecrow somewhere before. Hey, fellow! Let the bridle go." "Captain," replied the deaf bell ringer, "don't you want to know who it is?" "Let my horse go, I tell you," cried Phoebus angrily. "What does the rogue want, hanging like that from my bridle rein? Do you take my horse for a gallows, knave?" Quasimodo, far from relaxing his hold of the bridle, was preparing to turn the horse's head the opposite way. Unable to account for the captain's opposition, he hurried to give him this explanation. "Come, Captain, it is a woman who is waiting for you, a woman who loves you." "A rare imbecile," said the captain, "to suppose that I am obliged to go to all the women who love me, or say they do. After all, perhaps she is like yourself with that owl's face. Tell her who sent you that I am going to be married, and that she may go to the devil." "Listen, Monseigneur," cried Quasimodo, thinking with a word to overcome his hesitation, "it is the gypsy whom you know." This intimation made a strong impression on Phoebus, but not of the kind that the speaker anticipated. The reader will recollect that our gallant officer had retreated with fleur-de-lis a few moments before Quasimodo rescued the condemned girl from the clutches of Charmolue. In all his subsequent visits to the Gondolier mansion he had carefully abstained from mentioning that woman, whose memory was, besides, painful to him, and Fleur-de-Lis, for her part, had not deemed it politic to tell him that the gypsy was alive. Phoebus believed, therefore, that poor Similor was dead, and that she must have been so for a month or two. Add to this that for some moments the captain had been thinking about the extreme darkness of the night, the supernatural ugliness and sepulchral voice of the strange messenger. It was past midnight, the street was as lonely as on the evening that the goblin monk had accosted him, and his horse snorted at the sight of Quasimodo. "The gypsy," he exclaimed with almost a feeling of terror. "What, then, are you from the other world?" At the same time he grabbed the hilt of his dagger. "Hurry! Hurry," said the deaf man, striving to lead the horse. "This way." Phoebus dealt him a smart kick in the chest. Quasimodo saw stars. He made a movement, as if to attack the captain, but, instantly restraining himself, he said, "Oh! How lucky you are that there is somebody who loves you," laying particular emphasis on the word somebody. "Be gone," he added, letting go of the bridle. Phoebus spurred his horse, at the same time swearing lustily. Quasimodo looked after him till he was lost in the darkness. "Oh," said the poor fellow. "To refuse such a simple thing as that." He returned to Notre-Dame, lit his lamp, and ascended the tower. As he expected, the Bohemian was still in the same place. The moment she saw him she ran to meet him. "Alone," she exclaimed, sorrowfully clasping her hands. "I could not find him," said Quasimodo dryly. "You should have waited all night," she replied angrily. He saw her look of displeasure and comprehended the reproach. "I will watch him better another time," he said, drooping his head. "Go away," she cried. He left her. She was unhappy with him. He preferred to be mistreated by her than to give her pain. Therefore he kept all the pain to himself. From that day he avoided the gypsy. He stopped coming to her cell. At most she sometimes caught a glimpse of the bell ringer on the top of a tower, staring in a melancholy mood at her, but the moment he was aware that she saw him he was gone. Truth obliges us to state that she grieved very little about this voluntary absence of the poor hunchback. At the bottom of her heart she was glad of it. Quasimodo did not deceive himself on this point. She did not see him, but she felt the presence of a good genie all around her. Her fresh supplies of provisions were brought by an invisible hand while she was asleep. One morning she found over her window a cage with birds. Above her cell there was a sculptured figure that frightened her, as she had more than once indicated to Quasimodo. One morning, for all these things were done at night, it was gone, it had been broken off. Whoever had clambered up to this piece of sculpture must have risked his life. Sometimes, in the evening, she heard the voice of some unseen person under the penthouse of a belfry singing a wild, sad melody, as if to lull her to sleep. They were verses without rhyme, such as a deaf man might make. "Do not look at the face, young girl, look at the heart. The heart of a handsome young man is often deformed. There are hearts where love does not last. Young girl, the fir is not beautiful. It is not beautiful like the poplar. But it keeps its foliage in winter. Alas! What good is it to say this? That which is not beautiful is wrong to be at all. Beauty loves only beauty. April turns its back on January. Beauty is perfect. Beauty is capable of anything. Beauty is the only thing that does not exist in half measures. The crow flies only in the day. The owl flies only at night. The swan flies day and night. One morning, on opening her eyes, she saw 2 bouquets of flowers in her window. One was in a bright, beautiful crystal vase, that was cracked. The water with which it was filled had run out, and the flowers were dried. The other was a pot of coarse, common stoneware, but it retained all its water, and the flowers in it were fresh and fragrant. I do not know whether it was done intentionally, but La Esmeralda took the faded nosegay and carried it all day in her bosom. On that day she did not hear the voice singing from the tower, a circumstance that gave her very little worry. She passed her days in petting Jolly, watching the door of the Gondolier mansion, talking to herself of Phoebus, and feeding the swallows with crumbs of bread. For some time she had neither seen nor heard Quasimodo. The poor bell ringer seemed to have entirely abandoned the church. One night, however, unable to sleep for thinking of her handsome captain, she heard a sigh near her cell. Somewhat alarmed, she rose, and by the light of the moon she saw a shapeless mass lying outside across the doorway. It was Quasimodo asleep on a stone. Chapter 5. The Key of the Port Rouge. Meanwhile, rumor had communicated to the archdeacon the miraculous way in which the gypsy had been saved. When he learned of this, he did not know how he felt. He had reconciled himself to the death of La Esmeralda, and was therefore easy on that point. He had drained the cup of misery to the dregs. The human heart, Dom Claude had deeply meditated on these matters, cannot contain more than a certain quantity of despair. When a sponge is saturated, the sea may pass over it without introducing into it one more tear. Now, the sponge was saturated by the death of La Esmeralda, and Dom Claude could not experience keener suffering in this world. But to know that she was alive, and Phoebus too, was to be exposed anew to the vicissitudes, the shocks, the torments of life, and Claude was weary of them all. On hearing this news, he shut himself up in his cell in the cloisters. He attended neither the conferences of the chapter nor the usual offices. He shut his door to everyone, even the bishop. He continued to isolate himself in this way for several weeks. It was reported that he was ill. So he was. What was he doing while shut up this way? With what thoughts was the wretched archdeacon struggling? Was he engaged in a last battle with his indomitable passion? Was he combining a final plan of death for her and damnation for himself? His Jahan, his beloved brother, his spoiled child, came to his door, knocked, swore, entreated, called his name 10 times. Claude would not open the door to him. He spent whole days with his face close to the panes of his window. From that window, situated as we have said in the cloisters, he could see La Esmeralda's room. He saw the girl herself with her goat, sometimes with Quasimodo. He noticed the small attentions of the clumsy hunchback, his respectful manner and his submissive demeanor toward the gypsy. He remembered, for he had a good memory, and memory is the tormentor of the jealous. He remembered the bell ringer's extraordinary gaze on the dancing girl on a particular evening. He asked himself why Quasimodo had rescued her. He witnessed 1,000 little scenes between the bohemian and the hunchback, the pantomime of which, beheld at a distance, and transformed by his passion, appeared to him extremely tender. Then he vaguely felt awakening within him an utterly unexpected jealousy, a jealousy that made him blush for shame and indignation. Toward the captain, it was not surprising, but toward that one. The idea disturbed him. His nights were terrible. Since he knew that the gypsy was alive, the cold ideas of spectre and tomb that had haunted him for a whole day were dispelled, and the flesh regained its dominion over him. He writhed on his bed when he thought that the lovely brunette was so nearby. Every night his frenzied imagination presented La Esmeralda to him in all those postures that had made the blood boil most vehemently in his veins. He saw her stretched on the wounded captain, her eyes closed, her beautiful bosom covered with his blood, at the delicious moment when the archdeacon had imprinted on her pale lips that kiss which the unfortunate girl, though half dead, had felt as a burn. Again he saw her stripped by the rough hands of the torturers. He saw them strip her finely shaped leg, and her white, supple knee, while they encased her delicate little foot in the boot. He saw that ivory knee alone left uncovered by the horrible apparatus of torture. Last, he imagined to himself the forlorn girl, the rope around her neck, with bare feet, bare shoulders, bare bosom, as he had seen her on the day of penance. These voluptuous images made his blood boil, and a thrill run through his entire spine. One night, among others, they inflamed his virgin arteries of a priest to such a degree that he bit his pillow and leapt out of his bed. He threw a surplice over himself and left his cell, with his lamp in his hand, half naked, wild, his eyes on fire. He knew where to find the key of the Port Rouge, which connected the cloisters and the church, and, as the reader knows, he always carried with him a key to the staircase of the towers. Chapter 6. The Key of the Port Rouge, Part 2. On that night La Esmeralda had fallen asleep in her little room, forgetful of the past and full of hope and pleasant thoughts. She had slept for some time, dreaming, as always, of Phoebus, when she seemed to hear a kind of noise around her. Her sleep was always light and restless, a bird's sleep. The least thing awoke her. She opened her eyes. The night was very dark. Still, she saw at the window a face looking at her. There was a lamp that threw a light on this apparition. When the figure saw that it was perceived by La Esmeralda, it blew out the lamp. The girl, however, had had time to get a glimpse of it. She closed her eyes with terror. "Oh," she cried in a faint voice. "The priest!" All her past miseries flashed past her again like lightning. She fell back on her bed frozen with horror. A moment afterward, she felt something touch her, which made her shudder. Furious, she sat up. The priest clasped her in both arms. She would have shrieked but could not. "Get away from me, murderer! Get away from me, monster," she said, in a low voice tremulous with rage and terror. "Mercy! Mercy," muttered the priest, pressing his lips to her shoulders. Seizing with both hands the hair remaining on his bald head, she strove to prevent his kisses, as though they were the bites of a mad dog. "Mercy! Mercy," repeated the wretched priest. "If you know what my love for you is. It is fire, it is molten lead, it is 1,000 daggers in my heart." And he held her arms with superhuman force. "Let me go," she cried distractedly, "or I will spit in your face." He loosened his hold. "Strike me, heap indignities on me, do what you will. But, for mercy's sake, love me." Then she struck him with childish rage. "Get away from me, demon," she said, while she clawed at him to scratch his face. "Love me! For pity's sake, love me," cried the wretched priest, rolling on top of her and returning her blows with kisses. She soon found that he was too strong for her. "It's time to put an end to this," he said, gnashing his teeth. Palpitating, exhausted, vanquished, she made a last effort and began to cry, "Help! Help! A vampire! A vampire!" No one came. Jolly alone was awakened, and bleated with anguish. "Shut up," said the panting priest. Suddenly, having fallen on the floor in the struggle, the gypsy touched something cold and metallic. It was Quasimodo's whistle. She seized it with a convulsion of hope, lifted it to her lips, and whistled with all the force she had left. The whistle gave out a clear, shrill, piercing sound. "What is that?" asked the priest. Almost at the same moment he felt himself grasped by a vigorous arm. The cell was dark, he could not see who had seized him, but he heard teeth gnashing with rage, and there was just enough faint light in the darkness to enable him to see the broad blade of a knife glistening above his head. The priest imagined that he saw the figure of Quasimodo. He guessed that it could be no one else. He remembered having stumbled when he entered against a bundle of something lying across the doorway outside. Still, as the newcomer uttered not a word, he did not know what to believe. He caught the arm that held the knife, crying, "Quasimodo," forgetful, in this moment of distress, that Quasimodo was deaf. Instantly the priest was stretched on the floor, and felt a leaden knee pressing on his breast. From the angular pressure of that knee he recognized Quasimodo. But what could he do? How was he to make himself known to the assailant? Night had made the deaf monster blind. He gave himself up for lost. The girl, with as little pity as an enraged tigress, did not intervene to save him. The knife was descending on his head. The moment was critical. Then his adversary appeared to hesitate. "No," said a hollow voice. "No blood on her." It was actually the voice of Quasimodo. The priest then felt a huge hand dragging him by the leg out of the cell. It was there that he was to die. Luckily, for him, the moon had just appeared. When they were past the door, its pale beams fell on the priest's face. Quasimodo looked at him, was seized with a trembling, relaxed his grasp, and started back. The gypsy, who had advanced to the threshold of the cell, saw with surprise the actors suddenly exchanging roles. It was now the priest's turn to threaten, Quasimodo's to supplicate. The priest, having furiously assailed the hunchback with gestures of anger and reproach, eventually motioned for him to retreat. Quasimodo stood for a moment with bowed head, and then, falling on his knees before the door of the gypsy, said, "Monsignor," in a tone of gravity and resignation, "kill me first, and do what you please afterward." As he said this, he offered his cutlass to the priest. Beside himself with rage, the priest grabbed at the weapon, but La Esmeralda was too quick for him. Snatching the knife from Quasimodo's hand and bursting into a hysterical laugh, she said to the priest, "Come on." She held the blade up. The priest wavered. She would certainly have struck. "You don't dare approach now, coward," she cried. Then, with an unpitying look, and well aware that she would pierce the heart of the priest with 1,000 red-hot irons, she added, "Ah, I know that Phoebus is not dead." The priest, with a violent kick, knocked Quasimodo down and rushed quivering with rage into the vault of the staircase. When he was gone, Quasimodo picked up the whistle that had saved the gypsy. "It was getting rusty," he said, handing it to her. Then he left her to herself. The girl, agitated by this violent scene, sank exhausted on her bed and sobbed loudly. Her horizon had once again grown sinister. The priest, for his part, groped his way back to his cell. The thing was sure. Dom Claude was jealous of Quasimodo. With a pensive look he repeated the fatal phrase, "Nobody shall have her." Book X. Chapter 1. Gringoire has several excellent ideas one after another in the Rue de Bernardines. As soon as Gringoire perceived the turn this whole affair was taking, and that decidedly noose, gallows, gibbet, and other unpleasant things would be the lot of the principal players in this comedy, he did not want to get involved. The tramps, with whom he had remained, considering that after all they were the best company in Paris, had continued to worry about the gypsy. He thought this was perfectly natural in people who, like her, had no prospect other than Charmolue and Torterue, and who never soared like him into the regions of imagination between the wings of Pegasus. From them he learned that she whom he had married over the broken jug had taken sanctuary in Notre-Dame, and he was very glad of it. But he was not in the least bit tempted to go see her. He thought sometimes of the little goat, and that was all. In the daytime he performed tricks for a living, and at night he labored away at a paper against the Bishop of Paris, for he remembered the drenching he had got from his mills and bore him a grudge for it. He was also working on a commentary on the admired work of Baudry-Larouche, Bishop of Noyon and Tournai, de Cupa Petrorum, one which had awakened in him a violent passion for architecture, a passion that had superseded in his heart the passion for hermetics. The latter indeed was only a natural corollary to the former, since there is an intimate connection between hermetics and masonry. Gringoire had passed from the love of an idea to the love of the form of an idea. One day he had stopped near a Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, at the corner of a building called the Forêt-l'Évêque, which faced another named the Fur-le-Roi. At the Forêt-l'Évêque there was a beautiful 14th-century chapel whose choir looked toward the street. Gringoire was intently examining the sculptures on the outside. It was one of those moments of selfish, exclusive, supreme enjoyment, when the artist sees nothing in the world but his art, and sees the world in his art. Suddenly he felt a hand fall heavily on his shoulder. He turned around. It was his old friend, his old master, the archdeacon. He was stupefied. It was a long time since he had seen the archdeacon, and Dom Claude was a solemn and impassioned character. Meeting him always disturbed the equilibrium of the skeptical philosopher. The archdeacon kept silent for a few minutes, during which Gringoire had leisure to observe him. He found Dom Claude greatly changed, pale as a winter morning, his eyes sunken, his hair almost white. Eventually the priest broke the silence, saying, but in a calm, glacial tone, "How are things with you, Master Pierre?" "As to my health," said Gringoire, "why, I may say, so. On the whole good. I take everything in moderation. You know, Master, the secret of health recommended by Hippocrates, Sibi, potus, somni, Venus, omnia moderata sint. 2. Then you have no troubles, Master Pierre," rejoined the archdeacon, looking steadfastly at Gringoire. "No, by faith, not I. And what are you doing now?" "You see, Master, I am examining the cut of these stones, and the way that bas-relief is chiseled." The priest smiled. It was one of those bitter smiles that lift up only one of the corners of the mouth. "And that amuses you?" "It's paradise," exclaimed Gringoire. And, turning to the sculptures, with the dazzled look of a lecturer on living phenomena, he said, "Don't you think that this metamorphosis in low bas-relief, for example, is executed with great skill, patience, and delicacy? Look at this little pillar. On what capital did you ever see foliage more elegant and more highly finished? Look at those 3 medallions by Jean Maillevin. They are not first-rate works of that great genius, nevertheless, the truth to nature, and the sweetness of the faces, the gaiety of the poses and draperies, and that inexplicable charm that is blended with all the defects render the miniature figures very lively and very delicate, perhaps too much. Don't you think that this is wonderful?" "Yes, I do," said the priest. "And if you were to see the interior of the chapel," resumed the poet, with his garrulous enthusiasm, "sculptures all over, tufted like a cauliflower. The choir is in a very pious style, it's so peculiar that I never saw anything like it." Dom Claude interrupted him. "You are happy, then?" "Yes, on my honor," replied Gringoire with warmth. "At first I was fond of women, then of animals, now of stones. They are quite as amusing as women and animals, and much less treacherous." The priest raised his hand to his brow. It was his habitual gesture. "Indeed." "Stay," said Gringoire. "You shall see that a man need not lack for pleasure." He took the arm of the priest, who gave no resistance, and drew him into the staircase turret of the Four l'Evêque. "There is a staircase for you. Whenever I look at it I am happy. It is the simplest of its kind, and yet the most exquisite in Paris. Every step is rounded off and beveled. Its beauty and simplicity consist in the beveling, which makes each step interlaced with the next. They are embedded, enchained, enchased, dovetailed one into another in such a solidly wonderful way." "And you wish for nothing?" "No." "And regret nothing?" "Neither wishes nor regrets. I have arranged my life." "Man arranges," said Claude, "circumstances derange." "I am a Pyrrhonian philosopher," replied Gringoire, "and I keep everything in balance." "And how do you earn a living?" "I still write epics and tragedies now and then, but what brings in most money is the trade you have seen me plied, carrying pyramids of chairs and so forth between my teeth." "A vulgar trade for a philosopher." "It has to do with balance," said Gringoire. "When you take an idea into your head, you find everything in it." "I know," replied the archdeacon. After a pause the priest resumed. "You are nevertheless as poor as ever?" "Poor, yes, but unhappy, no." At this moment the dialogue was interrupted by the trampling of horses, and a company of archers of the king's order, with raised lances and an officer at their head, passed by at the end of the street. The cavalcade was brilliant, and the pavement rang under their tread. "How do you eye that officer?" said Gringoire to the archdeacon. "I think I know him." "What is his name?" "I believe," said Claude, "his name is Phoebus de Châteaupers." "Phoebus, a curious name. There is also a Phoebus Conte de Foy. I once knew a girl who swore by Phoebus. Come this way, said the priest. I have something to say to you. Ever since the appearance of the archers, some agitation was perceptible under the archdeacon's frozen exterior. He walked on, followed by Gringoire, who was used to obeying him, like all who had ever approached him, this man of great authority. They proceeded in silence to the Rue de Bernardines, which was rather deserted. Here Dom Claude stopped short. What do you have to say to me, master? Inquired Gringoire. Don't you think, said the archdeacon, with a look of deep reflection, that the uniforms of those archers who have just passed is finer than yours or mine? Gringoire shook his head. By my faith, I like my red and yellow jacket better than those shells of iron and steel. A sorry pleasure, to make at every step the same noise as the ironmonger's quay would produce in an earthquake. Then, Gringoire, you have never envied those handsome fellows in their war regalia? Envied them. For what, Archdeacon? For their strength, their armor, their discipline? Far preferable are philosophy and independence in rags. I would rather be the head of a fly than the tail of a lion. That is unusual, said the priest thoughtfully. A handsome uniform is handsome nevertheless. Gringoire, seeing him absorbed in thought, left him and went up to the doorway of a neighboring house. Soon he returned, clapping his hands. If you were not so deeply engaged with the handsome uniforms of the men-at-arms, Archdeacon, I would beg you to go and look at that door. I always said that the entrance to the Sieur Aubry's house is the most superb in the world. Pierre Gringoire, said the Archdeacon, what have you done with the young gypsy dancing girl? La Esmeralda? Why, how abruptly you changed the conversation. Wasn't she your wife? Yes, after a fashion, by means of a broken jug we were joined together for 4 years. By the way, added Gringoire, with a half-bantering tone and look, you seem to be always thinking of her. And you never think of her now? Very little. I am so busy. But what a charming little goat that was. Didn't that Bohemian save your life? True enough, by God. Well, what has become of her? What have you done with her? I can't tell. I believe they hanged her. You believe? I am not sure. When I saw that they were determined to hang somebody, I got out of the way. Is that all you know about the matter? Wait a moment. I was told that she had taken sanctuary in Notre-Dame, and that she was safe there, which I was very glad to hear, but I was not sure if her goat was saved along with her, and that is all I know about the matter. I can tell you more, then, cried Dom Claude, his voice, which had been almost a whisper, rising to the loudness of thunder. She has actually taken sanctuary in Notre-Dame. But in 3 days justice will again seize her, and she will be hanged in the Grève. The Parliament has issued a decree. That is a pity, said Gringoire. Immediately the priest had relapsed into his former coldness and tranquility. And, resumed the poet, who the devil has amused himself with soliciting an order of restitution? Why could they not let the Parliament alone? What harm is there if a poor girl seeks shelter among the swallows' nests under the flying buttresses of Notre-Dame? There are Satans in the world, rejoined the Archdeacon. It is infernally confused, observed Gringoire. Then she did save your life, resumed the Archdeacon, after a pause. That was among my very good friends, the tramps. She came in the nick of time, or I should have been hanged. They would have been sorry for it now. Won't you then try to do something for her? I desire no better, Dom Claude, but I may get my own neck into an ugly noose. What does that mean? What does that mean? You are exceedingly kind, master. I have just begun 2 great works. The priest struck his forehead. Despite the composure he affected, a violent gesture from time to time betrayed his inner convulsions. What can be done to save her? Master, said Gringoire, I answer Illinois paddled, which is Turkish for God is our hope. What can be done to save her? Repeated Claude thoughtfully. Gringoire, in his turn, struck his brow. Listen, master, I have no lack of imagination, I will devise expedients. Suppose we ask for the king's pardon. A pardon? Of Louis XI. Why not? Take the bone from the hungry tiger. Gringoire cast about for other expedients. Well, stop. Shall we declare that the girl is pregnant, and demand a midwife's examination? The pupil of the priest's hollow eye sparkled. Pregnant, idiot! Do you know anything about that? His look alarmed Gringoire. Oh, no, not I, he hastily replied. Our marriage was literally Foris Maritagium 3, for I was shut out. At any rate we could get a reprieve. Stupid oaf! Shut up! You're wrong to be angry, muttered Gringoire. We could get a reprieve. That would harm nobody, and it would put 40 deniers parisis into the pockets of the midwives, who are poor women. The priest did not hear him. At any rate, he muttered, she has to leave that place. The order must be executed in 3 days. Besides, if there were no order, that Quasimodo. Who can account for the depraved tastes of women? Then, raising his voice, Master Pierre, he said, I have weighed the matter well, there is only one way to save her. And which? I can see none. Listen, Master Pierre, remember that you owe your life to her. I will tell you frankly my idea. The church is watched night and day, only persons who have been seen to enter are allowed to leave again. Of course you would be allowed to go in. You must come, I will take you to her. You will change clothes with her. She'll take your jacket. You'll put on her skirt. So far, so good, observed the philosopher. And then? Why, then she will go away in your clothes, and you will remain in hers. You will be hanged perhaps, but she will escape. Gringoire rubbed his brow with a profoundly serious look. I declare, he said, that is an idea that would never have occurred to me. At this unexpected proposition of Dom Claude's, the poet's open and good-humored face was overcast, like a smiling landscape of Italy when some unlucky gust of wind blows a cloud over the sun. Well, Gringoire, what do you say to this idea? I say, master, they will not hang me perhaps, but they will hang me indubitably. That does not concern us. The devil, exclaimed Gringoire. She saved your life. You are only paying a debt. I have plenty of other debts that I don't pay. Master Pierre, you must comply. The archdeacon spoke with authority. Listen, Dom Claude, replied the dismayed poet, you cling to this idea, but you are quite wrong. I see no reason why I should thrust my head into the noose in place of another. What is there, then, that so strongly attaches you to life? Why, 1,000 things. What are they? I would ask. What are they? The fresh air, the blue sky, morning and evening, the warm sunshine, and the moonlight, my good friends the tramps, our romps with the good-natured girls, the beautiful architectural works of Paris to study, 3 thick books to write, one of them against the bishop and his mills, and more besides. Anaxagoras said that he was in the world to admire the sun. And then I have the good fortune to spend all my days from morning till evening with a man of genius, that is, myself, and this is extremely agreeable. A head fit for a bell, muttered the archdeacon. Well, but tell me, who saved this life which is so charming to you? To whom do you owe the fact that you still breathe this air, behold that sky, and can amuse your lark's spirit with extravagances and follies? What would you be if it weren't for her? And yet you can allow her to die, her to whom you owe your life, that beautiful, lovely, adorable creature, almost as necessary to the light of the world as the sun himself, while you, half sage, half mad, rough sketch of something or other, a species of vegetable, who imagine that you can walk and think, you will continue to live the life of which you have robbed her, as useless as a candle at noonday. No, no, have some feeling, Gringoire, be generous in your turn. It was she who set the example. The priest was vehement. Gringoire listened to him at first with a look of indecision, then he began to relent, and at last he put on a tragic grimace, which made his one face look like that of a colicky newborn. You are pathetic, he said, brushing away a tear. Well, I will think about it. It is a funny idea of yours. After pausing a while, he continued. After all, who knows? Perhaps they will not hang me. Betrothal is not always followed by marriage. When they find me up there in the little cell, so grotesquely dressed in cap and petticoat, perhaps they will only laugh. And then, if they do hang me, why, death by the noose is like any other death, or, more correctly speaking, it is not like any other death. It is a death worthy of the sage who has oscillated all his life, a death that is neither fish nor fowl, like the soul of the downright skeptic, a death impressed all over with Pyrrhonism and hesitation, which holds the middle place between heaven and earth, which leaves one in suspense. It is a philosophical death, and perhaps I was predestined to it. It is magnificent to die as one has lived. The priest interrupted him. Are we in agreement? After all, what is death? Continued Gringoire, in the warmth of his excitement. An unpleasant moment, a toll, a passage from little to nothing. When someone asked Cercidas of Megalopolis if he should like to die, why not, he replied, for, after death, I shall see those great men, Pythagoras among the philosophers, Hecataeus among the historians, Homer among the poets, and Olympus among the musicians. The archdeacon held out his hand. It is settled, then, you will come tomorrow? This gesture, and the question that accompanied it, brought Gringoire back from his digression. Heavens, no, he said, in the tone of a man awakening from sleep. Be hanged. It is too absurd. I don't want to. Farewell, then, and the archdeacon added, muttering between his teeth. I will track you down again. I don't want that fellow to find me again, thought Gringoire, running after Dom Claude. Hold on, Mr. Archdeacon, no malice between old friends. You take an interest in that girl, my wife, I would say, quite right. You have devised a stratagem to withdraw her in safety from Notre-Dame, but to me your plan is extremely unpleasant. A luminous idea has just occurred to me. If I could propose a method of extricating her from the dilemma without entangling my own neck in the smallest noose whatever, what would you say to it? Would that satisfy you? Or must I absolutely be hanged before you are content? The priest tore off the buttons of his cassock with irritation. Eternal babbler! What is your proposal? Yes, resumed Gringoire, talking to himself, and placing his forefinger against his nose as a sign of meditation, that's it. She is a favorite with the tramps. They will rise at the first word. Nothing easier. A sudden attack. In the confusion, carry her away. Tomorrow night. They would desire nothing better. Your proposal. Let us hear it, said the priest, shaking him. Gringoire turned majestically toward him. Leave me alone. You see I am composing. Having considered for a few moments longer, he clapped his hands in exultation, exclaiming, admirable. Sure to succeed. But the means? Inquired Claude angrily. Gringoire was radiant. Come here, then, I have to whisper it. It is an excellent counterplot, which will get all of us out of our trouble. By heaven! It must be said that I am no fool. He stopped short. By the way, is the little goat with the girl? Yes. Devil take you. They meant to have hanged her too, did they not? What is that to me? Yes, they meant to hang her. Why, it was only last month that they hanged a sow. The hangman likes that, he eats the meat afterwards. Hang my pretty jolly. Poor, dear, little lamb. Curses, cried Dom Claude. You are yourself the hangman. What is your plan for saving her? Idiot. Must we tear your idea from you with forceps? Gently, master, I will tell you. Gringoire bent his lips to the archdeacon's ear and whispered very softly, at the same time casting an uneasy look from one end of the street to the other, though no one passed by. When he had finished, Dom Claude grasped his hand and said coldly, Good. Tomorrow? Tomorrow, repeated Gringoire. The archdeacon retreated one way while he went the other, saying to himself, in an undertone, a tricky affair this, Monsieur Pierre Gringoire. No matter. It shall not be said that because one is little one shrinks from great undertakings. Phaeton carried a full-grown bull on his shoulders, the wagtail, the nightingale, and the swallow, across the ocean for. Chapter 2. Become a tramp. The archdeacon on his return to the cloisters found his brother, Jehan, waiting for him at the door of his cell. The youth had amused himself while waiting by drawing with a piece of charcoal on the wall a profile of his elder brother, supplemented by an enormous nose. Dom Claude scarcely looked at Jehan, his thoughts were otherwise engaged. The reckless, jovial countenance of Jehan, whose radiance had so often restored serenity to the gloomy physiognomy of the priest, was now incapable of dispelling the fog that thickened daily over his corrupt, noxious, and stagnant soul. Brother, said Jehan diffidently, I have come to see you. What then, replied the archdeacon, without so much as lifting his eyes to him. Brother, resumed the young hypocrite, you are so kind to me, and give me such good advice, that I cannot stay away from you. What then, repeated Dom Claude. Alas, brother. You were right to say to me, cessit doctorum, doctrina, discipulorum, disciplina. 5 Jehan, conduct yourself discreetly, Jehan, attend to your studies, Jehan, do not pass the night out of college without legitimate occasion and the leave of the master. Do not beat the Picards. Do not rot, like an unlettered ass, on the straw of the school. Jehan, submit to punishment at the discretion of the master. Jehan, go to chapel every evening and sing an anthem, with collect and prayer, to the Blessed Virgin Mary. Ah! What excellent advice that was! Well, brother, you see before you a sinner, a grievous sinner, a wretch, a libertine, a criminal, a reprobate. My dear brother, Jehan has treated your sage advice as if it were straw and night soil and trampled on it. I am severely punished for it. God Almighty is extraordinarily just. So long as I had money, I made merry, reveled in folly, and led a joyous life. How fascinating is debauchery from the front! But oh, how ugly and deformed behind! Now I do not have a cent, I have sold my linen, my shirt, and my towels. My joyous life is over. The bright taper is put out, and I have only a scurvy tallow candle, which stinks in my nostrils. The girls make fun of me. I have only water to drink. I am filled with remorse and followed by creditors. What more, said the archdeacon. Alas! My dear brother, I want to lead a better life. I come to you full of contrition. I repent. I confess my sins. You are right to want me to become one day licentiate and sub-monitor of the College de Torchi. At this moment I feel an irresistible calling to that office. But I have no ink, I have no pens, I have no paper, I have no books, I must buy more. To this end I am in great need of a little money, and I have come to you, brother, with a heart full of contrition. Is that all? Yes, said the student. A little money. I have none. Well then, brother, replied Jahan, with a grave and at the same time a determined look, I am sorry to have to inform you that very fair offers have been made to me from another quarter. You will not give me some money? No. Then I will become a tramp. In uttering this monstrous resolution he assumed the look of Ajax 6 expecting the thunderbolt to descend on his head. Become a tramp then, the archdeacon replied coldly. Jahan made a low bow and skipped whistling down the cloister stairs. When he was passing through the court of the cloisters, beneath the window of his brother's cell, he heard it open, and, looking up, saw the stern face of the archdeacon looking out through the aperture. Go to the devil, said Dom Claude. That is the last money you will have from me. At the same time the priest threw a purse at Jahan, it made a great bump on the student's forehead, and with it Jahan went his way, at once growling and pleased, like a dog pelted with juicy bones. Chapter 3. L'Allegro. The reader has perhaps not forgotten that part of the Cour des Miracles was enclosed by the ancient wall surrounding the ville, many towers of which had begun to fall to ruin even in this period. One of these towers had been converted by the tramps into a cabaret. In the basement was a tavern, and the rest of the upper floors served other purposes. This tower was the liveliest and consequently the most disgusting part of this den of tramps. It was a kind of monstrous hive that buzzed night and day. At night, when all the rest of the colony slept, when not a single light was to be seen in the windows of the crazy buildings looking onto the square, when no sound was to be heard issuing from the innumerable dens swarming with thieves, kidnapped girls, and stolen or bastard children, you could always recognize the merry tower by the noise that was made there, by the crimson light, which, gleaming at once from the chimneys, the windows, and the crevices in the cracked walls, escaped, as it were, from every pore. The cellar, therefore, was the tavern. The descent to it was by a low door and stairs as rugged as a classic Alexandrine. Over the door there was a sign, a marvelous sketch representing a number of new coins and dead hens, Dessous Neufcité de Poulets Tuesday, with this pun underneath, Aux sonneurs pour les trepasses. 7. One evening, when the curfew bell was ringing in every belfry in Paris, the sergeants of the watch, had they chanced to enter the imposing Cour des Miracles, might have noticed that there was a greater tumult than usual in the tavern of the tramps, and that there were both more drinking and more swearing than usual. In the open space outside numerous groups were conversing in a subdued tone, as when some important plan is being hatched, and here and there a crook crouched and sharpened some rusty weapon on a paving stone. In the tavern itself, however, wine and gaming were so powerful a diversion to the ideas that on that evening engrossed the tramps that it would have been difficult to discover from the conversation of the drinkers what their project was about. They merely appeared to be in higher spirits than normal, and between the legs of each you could see some weapon glistening, a billhook, a hatchet, a thick bludgeon, or the frame of an old musket. The round room was very spacious, but the tables were crammed so close together, and the customers so numerous, that all the contents of the tavern, men and women, benches and beer jugs, those who were drinking, those who were sleeping, those who were gambling, the able-bodied and the cripple, seemed to be tumbled together chaotically, with just as much order and harmony as a pile of oyster shells. A few candles were burning on the tables, but the real light of the tavern, the thing that performed the part of the chandelier at the opera house, was the fire. This cellar was so damp that the fire was never extinguished, even in summer. There was an immense fireplace, with a carved mantel, bristling with clumsy andirons and other culinary apparatus, containing one of those large fires of wood and turf mixed, which produce at night in the village streets, by their red glare on opposite walls, the glow of an ironsmith's forge. A large dog, sitting seriously in the ashes, was turning a spit laden with meats. Despite the confusion, after the first glance you could distinguish three principal groups in this multitude: they were crowded around three characters with whom the reader is already acquainted. One of these personages, dressed grotesquely in many a piece of oriental regalia, was Matthias Hunchback, Duke of Egypt and Bohemia. The scoundrel was seated on a table, his legs crossed, his finger lifted, imparting in a loud voice sundry lessons in black and white magic to many a gaping face around him. Another party had drawn close around our old friend the valiant King of Thunes, who was armed to the very teeth. Clopin Trewillifu, with stern look and in a low voice, was watching over the pillage of a large barrel full of arms, which stood broken open before him. Hatchets, swords, coats of mail, hunting knives, spearheads, saws, crossbows, spilled out of it like apples and grapes from a horn of plenty. Each took from the heap what he pleased, one a helmet, another a long rapier, a third a cross-hilted dagger. The children armed themselves, and there were even little urchins cuirassed and armored, running like large beetles between the legs of the drinkers. Last, a third party, the most noisy, the most jovial, and the most numerous, occupied the benches and tables, in the middle of which a high voice was swearing and holding forth from beneath a heavy suit of armor complete from head to toe. The individual who had thus encased himself was so overwhelmed by his martial accoutrements that no part of his person could be seen, save a saucy red snub nose, a blonde curl, rosy lips, and daring eyes. He had his belt stuck full of daggers, a long sword at his thigh, a rusty crossbow on his left, a large jug of wine before him, to say nothing of a voluptuous girl with bared bosom on his right. Every mouth around him was laughing, cursing, drinking. Add to these 20 secondary groups, the servers, male and female, running around with plates and jugs, the gamblers, leaning over the billiards, the dice, or the impassioned game of the tringlet. There were the quarrels in one corner, the kisses in another. Now you have some idea of the whole scene, over which flickered the glare of a huge blazing fire, which cast 1,000 gigantic, grotesque shadows dancing on the walls of the tavern. As for the noise, it was like being inside a pealing bell. The frying pan, where a storm of grease crackled, filled the gaps in the 1,000 conversations that were held at the same time in every corner of the room with the racket it made. In all this din, on the bench in the chimney corner was seated a philosopher absorbed in meditation, his feet in the ashes and his eye fixed on the burning brands. It was Pierre Gringoire. "Come, hurry, arm yourselves. We shall start in an hour," said Clopin Trewillifu to his crew. A girl sang, "Good night, mother and father. The last ones are gone for curfew." Two card players were quarreling. "Knave," cried the more inebriated of the two, waving his fist at the other, "I will club you. You will be able to succeed Mistigriate in the card parties of Monseigneur the King." "Alf," roared a Norman, who might easily be known by his nasal twang, "we are crammed together here like the saints of Calaville, 9. "Boys," said the Duke of Egypt to his auditors, in his falsetto, "French witches go to the Sabbath without broom grease or saddle, armed with a few magic words. Italian witches always have a goat waiting for them at the door. They all have to get out of the house through the chimney." The voice of the young warrior in armor rose above the uproar. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" he cried. "My first feat of arms today. A tramp! I am a tramp. Pour me something to drink. My friends, my name is Jahan Frollo du Moulin, and I am a gentleman. I could bet that if Jupiter were a gendarme he would be fond of plunder. We are going, brothers, on a rare expedition. We are valiant fellows. Lay siege to the church, break open the doors, carry off the girl, rescue her from the judges, save her from the priests, dismantle the cloisters, burn the bishop and his palace. Why, we shall do it all in less time than a good citizen takes to eat a bowl of soup. Our cause is a righteous one, we'll plunder Notre-Dame, that's it. We'll hang Quasimodo. Do you know Quasimodo, fair gentlewomen? Have you seen him heaving at the great bell on Pentecost? By Beelzebub's horns, that is grand. He looks like a devil riding a ghoul. I say, my friends, I am a tramp to my heart's core, a con man in my soul, a born crook. I was very rich, and have run through my fortune. My mother wanted to make me an officer, my father a deacon, my aunt a counselor of the Inquisition, my grandmother counselor to the king, my great-aunt keeper of the short robe, while I have chosen to be a tramp. I told my father so, he cursed me to my face, and my mother, poor old lady, began to cry and sputter like that steak on the fire. A merry life though a short one, I say. Tavernier, my darling, let us have another wine, I have some money left yet. I don't like the chariste, it hurts my gullet. Corboeuf. I'd rather gargle with a basket. Meanwhile the rabble applauded with bursts of laughter, and as the tumult swelled around him the student shouted, "How delightful! Populi debacantis populosa debacatio," his eyes swimming in ecstasy, he then started singing in the tone of a canon at vespers.
Quae cantica. Quae urgana. Quae cantilana. Quae melodiae ixina fina de cantantur. Sonant melliflua himnorum urgana, suavissima angelorum melodia, cantica canticorum mira. 11.
But, suddenly stopping short, he cried, "Here, you waitress from hell, give me some supper." Then followed a moment of comparative quiet, during which the Duke of Egypt raised his shrill voice while instructing his Bohemians. The weasel is called a Duan, the fox, Bluefoot, the wolf, Greyfoot or Goldfoot, the bear, the old man, or the grandfather. The cap of a gnome renders you invisible and enables you to see invisible things. Every toad that is baptized ought to be dressed in red or black velvet, with a bell around its neck and a bell on each foot. The godfather must take hold of the head, the godmother of the rump. The demon Sidragasm has the power to make girls dance naked. By God, Jahan interrupted, I'd like to be the demon Sidragasm. The crew continued to arm itself while whispering and muttering at the other end of the pub. Poor Esmeralda. She is our sister, we must release her. Is she still in Notre Dame? Asked a Jewish-looking peddler. Yes, by the Mass. Well then, comrades, cried the peddler. To Notre Dame. The sooner the better. In the chapel of Esteferial and Esteferution there are two statues, one of St. John the Baptist, the other of St. Anthony, both of gold, weighing together 17 marks 15 esterlins, and the pedestals of silver 17 marks 5 ounces. I know this, I am a goldsmith. By this time Jahan's supper was set before him. Grabbing at his neighbor's décolletage, he exclaimed, by Saint Voltalux, the people call him Saint Gogwalou, I am the happiest fellow in Paris, though I have renounced the half of a well-situated house in paradise, promised me by my brother the archdeacon. Look at that simpleton, gazing at me with the smooth look of an archduke. There is another on my left with teeth so long that they hide his chin. I am like the Marechal de Gilles at the siege of Pontoise, my right hand squeezes a breast. Body of Mahum. Comrade. You look like a bone dealer. You dare to sit down next to me. I am noble, my friend. Trade is incompatible with nobility. Get out of here. Hey! You there! What are you fighting for? What, Baptiste Squandergoose, aren't you afraid of endangering your handsome nose against that idiot's giant fists? Don't you know, imbecile, non quicum datum est haberanasum, 12 you are truly divine, Jacqueline Itchier. It's too bad you're bald. Hey there! My name is Jahan Frollo. Everything I say is the truth. In becoming a tramp I have happily given up my half of a house in paradise that my brother has promised me. Dimidium domum in paradiso. 13 I cite the text itself. I have a fief on the Rue Tirechap, and all the women are in love with me. This is as true as it is true that Saint Eloi was an excellent goldsmith, and that the 5 professions of the good city of Paris are tanners, leathermakers, anglers, bursars, and laborers, and that Saint Laurent was burned with eggshells. I swear to you, comrades, I will drink no spice for a year if I do tell a lie. My darling, look out the window at the moonlight, how the wind sweeps through the clouds. There I am doing the same with your collar. Girls, wipe the children's noses and snuff out the candles. Christ! What am I eating here? Jupiter! The hag! The hairs you don't find on the heads of these girls, you find in your omelets. I like my omelets bald. May the devil make you snub-nosed. Hotel of Beelzebub, where the waitresses comb themselves with forks. Saying this, he threw his plate on the ground and began singing at the top of his lungs one of the peculiar songs of the lawless crew of whom he had become a worthy associate. I have, by God, no bloody faith, no laws or vows, no hearth or house, no God or king, or any such thing. Clopin Trewilifu had meanwhile finished his distribution of arms. He went up to Gringoire, who, with his feet on the andiron, appeared to be deep in thought. Friend Pierre, said the King of Thunes, what the devil are you thinking of? Gringoire turned toward him with a melancholy smile. I am fond of the fire, my dear sir, he said, not for the trivial reason that it warms our feet or cooks our soup, but because there are sparks in it. Sometimes I spend whole hours watching those sparks. I discover 1,000 things in those stars that sprinkle the black chimney back. Those stars are worlds too. Thunder and death if I understand you, cried the King of Thunes. Do you know what time it is? No, answered Gringoire. Clopin then went to the Duke of Egypt. Comrade Matthias, he said, our timing is not good. I am told the king is in Paris. One more reason why we should get our sister out of their clutches, replied the old Bohemian. You speak like a man, Matthias, rejoined Trewilifu. Besides, it will be easy. No resistance to be afraid of in the church. The canons are mere rabbits, and we are strong. The officers of the Parliament will be stumped tomorrow when they go to look for her. By the Pope's nose. I don't want them to hang that pretty girl. Clopin left the tavern. Gringoire, roused from his meditations, had begun to contemplate the wild and noisy scene around him, muttering between his teeth, luxuriosa res vinamiti tumultuosa ebrietas. 14 How right I am to abstain from liquor. And how admirably Saint Benedict observes, vinum apostater facit etiam sapiens. 15. At that moment Clopin returned and shouted in a thunderous voice, Midnight! At this signal all the tramp crew, men, women, and children, poured in a torrent out of the tavern, with a loud noise of arms and the clanking of iron implements. The moon was overcast. The Cour des Miracles was quite dark. Not a light was to be seen. It was nevertheless far from being deserted. It was filled with a crowd of both sexes, who talked in low tones together. A vast buzz was to be heard, and all sorts of weapons were seen glistening in the shadows. Clopin mounted a huge stone. To your ranks, denizens of Slang, he cried. To your ranks, Egypt. To your ranks, Galilee. There was a movement in the darkness. The immense multitude appeared to be forming a column. In a few minutes the King of Thunes raised his voice again. Now, silence in passing through the streets. The password is Petite Flambée in Béguenade. No torch is to be lit till we are at Notre-Dame. March! In less than 10 minutes the horsemen of the watch fled panic-stricken before a long black procession descending in profound silence toward the Pont au Change, along the winding streets that run in all directions through the massive neighborhood of the Halles. Chapter 4. A Clumsy Friend. That same night Quasimodo could not sleep. He had just gone on his last rounds in the church. He had not noticed that when he was locking the doors the archdeacon had passed, or the ill humor he had shown on seeing him carefully bolting and padlocking the immense iron bars, which gave to the large panels of the door the solidity of a wall. Dom Claude appeared that night to be more deeply preoccupied than usual. Ever since the nocturnal adventure in the cell he had abused Quasimodo, but, in spite of this abuse, even though he sometimes went so far as to strike him, nothing could shake the submission, the patience, the devoted resignation of the faithful bell ringer. From the archdeacon he would take anything, abuse, threats, blows, without murmuring a reproach or uttering a complaint. The most that he did was watch the archdeacon with anxiety when he ascended the staircase of the tower, but Claude had himself cautiously abstained from appearing again in the presence of the gypsy. That night, then, Quasimodo, after taking a glance at his bells, at Marie, at Jacqueline, at Thibaut, whom he had lately so miserably neglected, went up to the top of the northern tower and there, placing his sealed lantern on the rooftop, he began to survey Paris. The night, as we have already said, was very dark. Paris, which at this period was hardly illuminated at all, presented to the eye a confused collection of black forms, intersected here and there by the pallid curve of the Seine. The only light Quasimodo could see came from the window of a distant building whose vague and somber outline was visible above the roofs in the direction of the gate of Saint-Antoine. There too was someone who kept vigil. While his eye ranged over this expanse of haze and darkness, the bell ringer had an inexpressible sense of uneasiness. For the past several days he had been on his guard. He had observed suspicious-looking men prowling incessantly around the church, who stared at the young girl's place of refuge. He imagined that some plot against the unfortunate refugee might be afoot, and that the hatred of the people might be directed against her as it was against himself. So he stood on the watch, on his tower, revant dans son revoir, 16 as Rabelais writes, gazing by turns at the cell and at the city, keeping careful watch, like a good dog whose heart is full of distrust. Suddenly, while he was scrutinizing the great city with the eye that nature, by way of compensation, had made so piercing that it almost made up for the deficiency of the other organs, it seemed to him that there was something unusual about the outline of the quay of La Vieille Pelleterie. Things seemed to be in movement there. The black line of the parapet, defined on the white surface of the water, was not straight and steady like that of the other quays, it seemed to undulate like the waves of a river, or like the heads of a crowd on the move. This struck him as strange. He redoubled his attention. The movement appeared to be headed toward the site. It lasted some time on the quay, then subsided by degrees, as if what caused it had penetrated the aisle. Then it ceased entirely, and the outline of the quay again became straight and motionless. While Quasimodo was trying to guess what was happening, the movement seemed to reappear in the Rue du Parvis, which runs into the site, perpendicular to the façade of Notre-Dame. At last, despite the intense darkness, he saw the head of a column approaching through the street, and the next moment a crowd rushed into the Place du Parvis, where nothing of it could be distinguished but that it was a crowd. This sight was terrifying. It is probable that this singular procession, which seemed to make a point of avoiding observation, was equally careful to maintain profound silence, yet it could not help making some noise, were it only the tramping of feet. But even this sound did not reach Quasimodo's ear, and this vast crowd, of which he could scarcely see anything, and of which he heard absolutely nothing, was all bustle and motion so near to him, and it must have seemed like an army of the dead, mute, impalpable, shrouded in fog. It appeared to him as if a mist full of human beings was approaching, and that what he saw moving were shadows in shadows. Then his apprehensions were revived, and the idea of some act against the gypsy girl again occurred to his mind. He had a confused foreboding of violence. At this critical moment, with better judgment and more quickly than might have been expected from a brain so imperfectly organized, he began to consider what course was best for him to pursue. Should he wake the gypsy? Help her to escape? How? Which way? The streets were blocked. In back of the church was the river. There was no boat, no escape. There was only one way out, to die on the threshold of Notre-Dame. At any rate, he had to stage all the resistance in his power until help arrived. He did not want to disturb the slumber of La Esmeralda. The unfortunate creature would be awakened in time to die. Once this resolution was made, he began examining the enemy with greater composure. The crowd seemed to increase every moment in the Parvis. He presumed, however, that the noise they made must be very slight, because the windows in the streets and the square remained closed. Then a light appeared, and in an instant 7 or 8 torches rose above the heads of the crowd, shaking their plumes of flame in the darkness. Then Quasimodo distinctly perceived a frightful rabble of men and women in rags, armed with scythes, pikes, pickaxes, and halberts, whose 1,000 points glittered. Here and there black forks projected like horns over hideous faces. He had some vague recollection of this mob and fancied that he had seen those faces some months before, when he was elected Pope of Fools. A man, who held a torch in one hand and a cudgel in the other, got up on a post and appeared to be haranguing them. At the same time this strange army was on the move, as if certain divisions were taking their respective stations around the church. Quasimodo picked up his lantern and went down to the platform between the towers to get a better view and to arrange his means of defense. Clopin Trouillefou, on his arrival before the lofty portal of Notre-Dame, had, in fact, ranged his troops in order of battle. Though he expected no resistance, yet he resolved, like a prudent general, to preserve enough order to enable him to turn around in case of need against any sudden attack of the watch or of the Sphinx. Accordingly, he drew up his brigade in such a way that, had you seen it from above, or at a distance, you would have taken it for the Roman triangle at the Battle of Ecnomus, the boar's head of Alexander, or the famous wedge of Gustavus Adolphus. The base of this triangle rested on the farthest side of the square, to block up the Rue du Parvis. One of its sides faced the Hôtel Dieu, and the other the Rue Saint-Pierre aux Buffs. Trouillefou had placed himself at the apex, with the Duke of Egypt, our friend Jahan, and the boldest of the tramps. An enterprise of this kind was by no means uncommon in the towns of the Middle Ages. Police, as we understand the term, did not exist. Neither was there in populous cities, and in capitals more particularly, any sole, central, regulating power. The feudal system had constituted these large communities in a strange way. A city was an assemblage of 1,000 fiefdoms, which cut it up into compartments of all forms and all dimensions. Therefore, there were 1,000 contradictory polices, that is to say, no police at all. In Paris, for instance, independently of the 141 fiefdoms claiming manorial rights, there were 25 who claimed the right of administering justice, from the Bishop of Paris, who had 500 streets, down to the Prior of Notre-Dame des Champs, who had 4. The sovereign authority of the king was only nominally recognized by all these feudal agents of the law. Louis XI, that indefatigable workman, who so ambitiously began the demolition of the feudal edifice continued by Richelieu and Louis XIV for the interest of the monarchy and completed by Mirabeau for the benefit of the people, Louis XI had certainly tried to break this web of fiefdoms spread out over Paris, by violently imposing on it 2 or 3 random ordinances of the general police. Thus, in 1465, the inhabitants were ordered as soon as it was dark to light candles in their windows and to shut up their dogs, on pain of the gallows. The same year Parisians were ordered to block off the streets at night with iron chains and forbidden to carry daggers or offensive weapons out of doors after dusk, but, in a short time, all these attempts at municipal legislation fell into neglect. The bourgeois let the wind blow out the candles in their windows, just as they let their dogs wander around. Iron chains were put up only during sieges. The outlawing of dagger carrying led only to the transformation of the name of Slash-a-Gullet Alley to Cutthroat Alley, which is an obvious sign of progress. The old structure of feudal jurisdiction was left standing. Bailiwicks and lordships without number carved out the city between them, crossing, jostling, entangling themselves with, and dovetailing into one another. There was an endless confusion of watches, underwatches, and counterwatches, in defiance of which robbery, rape, and sedition were carried on by force. In this disorder, then, it was not uncommon for a part of the rabble to make an attack on a palace, a mansion, a house in the most populous parts of the city. In most cases, neighbors abstained from interfering in the affair, unless the pillage extended to their own property. They shut their ears to the muskets, closed their shutters, barricaded their doors, left the quarrel to be settled with or without the watch, and the next morning the talk in Paris would be, Etienne Barbet's house was broken into last night, or if the Maréchal de Clermont was kidnapped, etc. Thus not only the royal domiciles, the Louvre, the Palace, the Bastille, the Tournelles, but the mere seigneurial residences, the Petit Bourbon, the Hôtel de Sens, and the Hôtel d'Angoulême, had their walls and their battlements, their portcullises and their gates. The churches were protected by their sanctity. Some of them, however, were fortified, but Notre-Dame was not among them. The Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés had embattlements like a baronial castle, and it spent more on bronze for the cannon than on the bells. But let us return to Notre-Dame. As soon as the first arrangements were settled, and we must say, for the honor of the tramp discipline, that Clopin's orders were executed in silence and with admirable precision, the worthy chief of the crew mounted the parapet of the Parvis and raised his harsh and husky voice, turning his face toward Notre-Dame and at the same time waving his torch, whose flame, blown about by the wind and almost drowning in its own smoke, illuminated in fragments the crimson facade of the church. To you, Louis de Beaumont, Bishop of Paris, Councillor to the Court of Parliament, I, Clopin Trewillefou, King of Thunes, Grand Coesre, Prince of Slang, Bishop of Fools, give this notice: our sister, falsely condemned for magic, has taken sanctuary in your church. You owe her safeguard and protection. Now, the Court of Parliament wishes to lay hold of her again, and you consent to this. Therefore, O Bishop, we have come to you. If your church is sacred, our sister is sacred also. If our sister is not sacred, neither is your church. We summon you, then, to surrender the girl to us if you would save your church, or we will take the girl ourselves and plunder your church. This will be still better. In testimony of this, I plant my banner here. May God keep you, Bishop of Paris. Unluckily Quasimodo could not hear these words, which were pronounced with a sort of wild and somber majesty. One of the tramps delivered his banner to Clopin, who solemnly planted it between two paving stones. It was a pitchfork, on the prongs of which hung a lump of bleeding carrion. This done, the King of Thunes turned around and surveyed his army, a savage throng, whose eyes glistened almost as much as their pikes. After a moment's pause he gave the word. "Forward, my lads! Do your business, blackguards," was the cry of Clopin Trewillefou. 30 stout men, fellows with brawny limbs and the faces of blacksmiths, sprang from the ranks, bearing sledgehammers and crowbars in their hands and on their shoulders. They made for the great door of the church, ascended the steps, and were soon crouching beneath the arch, at work with their crowbars and levers. A crowd of the tramps followed to assist or to look on. They thronged on the 11 steps of the portal. The door, however, held firm. "By the devil," said one. "It is tough and obstinate." "It's old, and its joints are stiff," said another. "Courage, comrades," replied Clopin. "I'll wager my head against an old shoe that you will have opened the door, taken the girl, and stripped the high altar before there is a beetle awake. Hold on, I think the lock is giving way." Clopin was interrupted at this moment by a tremendous crash behind him. He turned around. An enormous beam had fallen from the sky. It had crushed a dozen of the tramps on the steps of the church and rebounded on the pavement with the noise of a cannon, breaking a score or two of legs in the crowd of tramps, who, with cries of horror, scampered off in every direction. The area of the Parvis was cleared instantly. The blacksmiths, though protected by the depth of the portal, abandoned the door, and Clopin himself fell back to a respectful distance from the church. "I have had a narrow escape," cried Jehan. "I felt its wind, by Jove! But Pierre the butcher is butchered." It is impossible to describe the fear and surprise that beam spread through the banditti. They stood staring up at the sky for some minutes, more astounded at the piece of timber than they would have been by the arrival of 20,000 of the king's archers. "The devil!" exclaimed the Duke of Egypt. "This does look like magic." "It must surely be the moon that has thrown us this log," said André the Red. "Why, then, I think, the moon is a good friend to Our Lady, the Virgin," observed François Chanteprune. "Hell's bells," cried Clopin. "You are a pack of fools. But still he did not know how to account for the fall of the beam. Meanwhile nothing was to be seen on the facade, whose top the light of the torches could not reach. The ponderous beam lay in the middle of the parvis, and nothing was heard except the groans of the wretches who had received the blow and whose stomachs were cut in half against the edges of the steps. The first panic over, the King of Thunes considered that he had made a discovery, which appeared plausible to his companions. "By God," he cried, "are the cannons defending themselves? If so, sack the church. Sack! Sack! Sack!" responded the whole crew, with a tremendous hurrah, and a furious discharge of crossbows and muskets was aimed at the church's facade. The detonation of firearms awoke the peaceful inhabitants of the neighboring houses. A few windows were opened, nightcaps popped out, and hands holding candles appeared at the panes. "Fire at the windows!" roared Clopin. The windows were shut in an instant, and the poor citizens, who had scarcely had time to cast a hasty and timid glance on this scene of torches and tumult, returned to perspire with fright next to their wives, asking themselves whether the witches' Sabbath was now held in the parvis, or whether there was another attack of the Burgundians, as in '64. The men were afraid of robbery, the women of rape, and everyone trembled. "Sack! Sack!" repeated the men of slang, but they dared not advance. They looked first at the church and then at the beam. The beam did not stir, and the church retained its calm and lonely air, but something had frozen the courage of the tramps. "To work, then, scoundrels!" cried Trouillefou. "Force the door!" Not a soul moved a finger. "By God," said Clopin, "there are men who are frightened out of their wits by a bit of wood." "Captain," rejoined an old smith, "it is not the bit of wood that frightens us, but the door is all sewn up with iron bars. The crowbars are useless." "What do you need to break it open with?" inquired Clopin. "We need a battering ram." "Here it is then," cried the King of Thunes, stepping boldly up to the formidable beam and setting his foot on it. "The cannons themselves have sent you one." "Thank you, cannons," he added, making a mock obeisance toward the church. This bravado produced the desired effect. The beam's spell was broken, picked up like a feather by 200 vigorous arms. It was dashed with fury against the great door, which the tramps had attempted in vain to force. In the dim light thrown by the few torches on the square, this long beam and its supporters looked like an immense insect with thousands of legs butting its head against a giant of stone. At the shock of the beam, the half-metallic door resounded like an immense drum. It did not yield, but the whole cathedral shook, and the innermost cavities of the edifice were heard to groan. At the same instant a shower of stones began to rain down on the assailants. "Hell and the devil!" cried Jahan. "Are the towers shaking their balustrade on us?" But the evidence was there. The King of Thunes was right. It was decidedly the bishop defending his citadel, and the tramps only battered the door with the more fury, in spite of the stones that were cracking skulls left and right. It is remarkable that these stones fell one by one but followed each other so closely that the assailants always fell two at a time, one at their legs, the other on their heads. Few of them were spared. Already a large pile of killed and wounded lay bleeding and trembling under the feet of their comrades, who, undaunted, filled the ranks as fast as they were thinned. The long beam continued to batter at regular intervals like a clock, the door groaned, and the stones showered down. The reader need not be told that this unexpected resistance, which so exasperated the tramps, came from Quasimodo. Chance had unluckily favored the courageous hunchback. When he had descended to the platform between the towers, his brain was all in confusion. For some minutes he ran back and forth along the gallery like a maniac, looking down at the compact mass of banditti ready to burst into the church, and calling on God and the devil to save the gypsy. He had a thought of mounting to the southern belfry and ringing the alarm bell, but before he could have made Big Marie utter a single sound, the church might have been broken open 10 times over. It was just at this moment that the smiths were coming up to the door with their tools. What was to be done? Suddenly he remembered that masons had been working the whole day on repairing the wall, timbers, and roof of the southern tower. Quasimodo hurried to that tower. The lower rooms were full of building materials. There were piles of stones, rolls of lead, bundles of laths, massive beams, and heaps of gravel. It was, in short, a complete arsenal. There was no time to be lost. The crowbars and hammers were at work below. With a strength increased tenfold by the sense of danger, he hoisted up the heaviest and longest beam that he could find, shoved it out of a small window and over the angle of the balustrade surrounding the platform, and launched it into the abyss. The enormous mass, in this fall of 160 feet, grazed the wall, breaking sculptures, and turned over and over several times in its descent. Eventually it reached the ground, terrible shrieks followed, and the black beam, bouncing against the pavement, looked like a serpent writhing and darting on its prey. Quasimodo saw the tramps scattered by the fall of the beam like ashes before the wind. He took advantage of their consternation, and while they fixed a superstitious stare on the log fallen from the sky, he saw them put out the eyes of the stone saints of the porch by the discharge of their arrows and firearms. Quasimodo fell to work in silence, carrying stones, rubbish, gravel, and even the bags of tools belonging to the masons to the edge of the balustrade over which he had already hoisted the beam. As soon as they started battering the door, the shower of stones began to fall, and the tramps imagined that the church was tumbling around their ears. Anyone who could have seen Quasimodo at that moment would have been seized with dread. Besides the projectiles that he had piled on the balustrade, he had carried a heap of stones to the platform itself, so as soon as the former was exhausted he would have recourse to the latter. There he was, then, stooping and rising again, with an absolutely inconceivable activity. His huge head, more like that of a gnome than of a human being, was at times bent over the balustrade, then an enormous stone would fall, then another, and another. From time to time, too, he would follow a thumping stone with his eye, and when its aim was true, he would grunt out "Hun." The tramps, however, were not discouraged. More than 20 times the massive door against which their attack was directed had trembled under the weight of the oaken ram, multiplied by the force of 100 men. The panels were cracked, the carving flew off in slivers, the hinges at every blow sprang up from their pivots, the planks began to pop, and the wood was pounded to powder between the braces of iron. Luckily for Quasimodo there was more iron than wood. He was aware, nevertheless, that the door could not hold out long. Though he could not hear it, every stroke of the ram reverberated in the caverns and in the inmost recesses of the church. From on high he saw the assailants, flushed with triumph and with rage, shaking their fists at the gloomy facade, and for his own sake as well as for the gypsies, he envied the owls their wings. They flew off in flocks above his head. His ammunition was not effective enough to repel the assailants. At this moment of anguish he noticed, a little lower down than the balustrade from which he crushed the men of Slang, 2 long gutters of stone, which disgorged themselves immediately over the great door. The inner opening of these gutters opened on the level of the platform. An idea struck him. He ran to his bell-ringer's lodge for a bunch of kindling, placed it over the hole of the 2 spouts, laid on it several bundles of laths and rolls of lead, a kind of ammunition to which he had not yet resorted, and, as soon as all was arranged, he set fire to the kindling with his lantern. During this interval, since the stones had ceased falling, the tramps no longer looked up, and the rogues, panting like dogs baying the wild boar in his den, crowded tumultuously around the great door, shattered by the battering engine but still standing. They awaited with a thrill of impatience the last great blow, the blow that was going to break it down. Each was striving to get nearest to the door, so that he could be first to dart into the rich storehouse of treasures, which had accumulated in the cathedral for 3 centuries. They roared with joy as they reminded one another of all the beautiful silver crucifixes, the rich copes of brocade, the monuments of silver gilt, the magnificence of the choir, the gorgeous festivals, at Christmas, gay with torches, at Easter, shining in the sun, all those splendid rituals when shrines, chandeliers, chalices, tabernacles, reliquaries, decorated the altars encrusted with gold and diamonds. Assuredly at this moment the crooks and con men, the hobos and beggars, the fakers and fast-talkers thought much less of the rescue of the gypsy than of the plunder of Notre Dame. In our opinion, for the majority, saving La Esmeralda was only a pretext, if thieves need any pretext. All of a sudden, while they were grouping themselves for a last effort around the ram, each holding his breath and stiffening his muscles to throw all his strength into the decisive blow, a howling, more hideous than that which had followed the fall of the fatal beam, exploded in their midst. Those who were not yelling and still alive looked around. 2 streams of molten lead were pouring from the top of the building onto the thickest part of the crowd. A sea of men had fallen beneath the boiling metal, which had made, at points where it fell, 2 black and smoking holes in the rabble, like hot water would make in a snowdrift. Here the dying were writhing, half petrified and roaring with agony. All around the 2 main streams a shower of horrible rain was scattered over the attackers, and the drops pierced their skulls like spirals of fire. The noise was horrible. The tramps, throwing the beam on the dead and dying, fled helter-skelter, the bold and the timid together, and the parvis was cleared a second time. All eyes were raised to the top of the building. They beheld an amazing sight. In the uppermost gallery, above the central rose window, a huge flame rose up, accompanied by showers of sparks, between the 2 towers a fierce and irregular flame, patches of which were every now and then carried off by the wind along with the smoke. Below this fire, below the somber balustrade, with its glowing red open-work ornaments, 2 gutters, in the shape of the jaws of monsters, incessantly vomited 2 silver streams of molten lead that stood out distinctly against the shadows of the lower facade. As they reached the ground, those 2 streams sprayed like water poured through the holes of a watering can. Above the flames, the craggy, enormous towers, each showing 2 very different facades, the one quite black, the other quite red, emerged looking bigger than ever, from the immense shadows they threw toward the sky. Their countless sculptures of devils and dragons assumed a lugubrious air. The flickering of the flame made them seem as if the sculptures were alive. Gorgons seemed to be laughing, gargoyles howling, salamanders puffing fire, and griffins sneezing in the smoke. And, among the monsters awakened from their sleep of stone by the flames and by the din, there was one that moved from place to place and passed from time to time in front of the fire, like a bat before a candle. Without a doubt this strange light was going to wake up the woodcutter far away on the hills of the Bicester, who would be frightened to see swaying on his fields of heather the gigantic shadows cast by the towers of Notre Dame. A silence of terror fell on the army of the tramps, through which one could hear the cries of the cannons, more alarmed than horses in a burning stable, shut up in their cloisters, together with the sound of windows stealthily open and more quickly shut, a bustle in the interior of the houses and, from the Hotel Dieu, the wind and the flames, the last rattle of the dying, and the continuous splattering of the leaden rain on the pavement. Meanwhile, most of the tramps had retreated to the doorway of the Gondolier mansion and were holding a meeting. The Duke of Egypt, seated on a post, contemplated with religious awe the resplendent blaze burning 200 feet in the air. Clopin Trouillefou struck his clumsy fists together with rage. Impossible to break in, he muttered to himself. There is a spell on that church, grumbled the old Bohemian, Matthias Hunyadi Spicali. By the Pope's whiskers, exclaimed a grey-headed fox who had been a soldier, those 2 church gutters beat the fortification of Lector at spewing lead. Do you see the demon running back and forth in front of the fire? Cried the Duke of Egypt. By God, said Clopin, it's that cursed bell ringer, that Quasimodo. And I tell you, replied the Bohemian, shaking his head, it is the spirit Sabnak, the demon of fortification. He appears in the form of an armed soldier with a lion's head. He changes men into stones and builds towers with them. He commands 50 legions. I know him well. It's him, sure enough. Sometimes he's dressed in a beautiful gold robe in the style of the Turks. Where is Bellevine de l'Etoile? Asked Clopin. He's dead, answered a tramp. Andre the Red laughed idiotically. Notre Dame is making work for the Hotel Dieu. Is there no way of breaking down that infernal door? Cried the King of Thunes, stamping violently on the pavement. The Duke of Egypt pointed mournfully to the 2 streams of boiling lead, which continued to streak the dark facade. Churches have been known, he observed with a sigh, to defend themselves in this manner without the aid of man. It is now about 40 years since Saint Sophia at Constantinople threw down the crescent of Muhammad 3 times running by shaking her domes, which are her heads. Guillaume de Paris, who built this church, was a magician. Do we have to give it up for lost, like a miserable set of cowards, said Clopin? Do we have to leave our sister behind, to be hanged tomorrow by these cowled wolves? And the sacristy too, where there are cartloads of gold, added a rascal, whose name we regret our inability to record. Beard of Mahound, cried Trouillefou. Let us make one more attempt, said the preceding speaker. Again Matthias Hunyadi shook his head. We shall not get in by that door, that much is certain. I will try again, said Clopin. Who will come with me? By the way, where is little Jahan, the student, who had himself encased up to the eyes in steel? Dead, no doubt, replied someone. I have not heard his laugh for some time. The king of Thunes knitted his brow. That's too bad. He had a bold heart under that iron shell. And Master Pierre Gringoire, what has become of him? Captain Clopin, said André the Red, he sneaked off as soon as we had reached the Pont aux Changers. Clopin stamped. Damnation! The coward! To urge us into this affair and then leave us in the lurch. Cowardly loudmouth! Captain, cried André the Red, who was looking down the Rue du Parvis, here comes the little scholar. Pluto be praised, rejoined Clopin. But what the devil is he dragging after him? It was actually Jahan, who was advancing as expeditiously as he could with his heavy armor and a long ladder, which, with the aid of half a dozen of the gang, he was trailing along the pavement, more out of breath than an ant dragging a blade of grass 20 times as long as itself. Victory! Te Deum, shouted the student. There is the ladder of the Estée Landry dockworkers. Clopin went up to him. What, in the devil's name, are you going to do with that ladder? I got it, replied Jahan, breathless. I knew where it was kept under the shed of the lieutenant's house. I know one of the maids there, who thinks I am a perfect Cupid. The poor girl came down half naked to let me in, and here is the ladder. I see, said Clopin. But what are you going to do with it? Jahan eyed him with a look of spite and importance, and snapped his fingers like castanets. At that moment he really was sublime. His head was cased in one of those heavy helmets of the 15th century, which frightened the enemy by their monstrous embellishments. His helmet was studded with 10 iron pikes so that he might have made a claim to the formidable epithet Delta Epsilon Kappa Epsilon Nu Beta Lambda 017 with Nestor's Homeric ship. What am I going to do with it, August King of Thunes? Do you see that row of statues, which look so much like idiots, they're above the 3 doors? Yes, what about them? That is the gallery of the kings of France. And what of that, said Clopin. Just listen. At the end of that gallery there is a door, which is never locked. With this ladder I will get up there, and then I am in the church. Let me go up first, boy. No, comrade. I brought the ladder. You shall be second, if you will. May Beelzebub strangle you, cried Clopin peevishly. I will not be second to any man. Then, my dear fellow, get a ladder for yourself. Jahan started off again, dragging his ladder along and shouting, "This way, lads!" In an instant the ladder was raised and placed against the balustrade of the lower gallery, above one of the side doors, amid loud acclamations from the crowd of the tramps, who thronged to the foot of it. Jahan maintained his right to go up first. The gallery of the kings of France is at this time about 60 feet above the pavement. The 11 steps up to the entranceway increased the height by as much. Jahan mounted slowly, impeded by his heavy armor, holding the ladder with one hand and his crossbow in the other. When he was about halfway up, he cast a melancholy look at the dead bodies that covered the steps and the pavement. "By my faith," he said, "a heap of carcasses that would not disgrace the 5th book of the Iliad." Then he continued to ascend, followed by the tramps. If you had seen this line of armored backs undulating in the dark, you would have mistaken it for an immense serpent with iron scales rearing itself against the church. Eventually the student reached the balcony and nimbly leaped up on it. He was greeted by a general shout from the whole gang. Thus master of the citadel, he joined in the hurrahs, but suddenly he was struck dumb with horror. He saw Quasimodo, his eye flashing fire, crouching in the dark behind one of the royal statues. Before a second attacker could set foot on the gallery, the formidable hunchback sprang to the top of the ladder and, without uttering a word, grabbed the 2 poles with his powerful hands, pushing them from the wall with superhuman force. The long ladder, bending under the load of the crew, whose piercing shrieks rent the air, balanced upright for a moment and seemed to hesitate, then, taking a tremendous lurch, it fell with its load of banditti more swiftly than a drawbridge when the chains that held it have broken. There was much cursing. Then all was silent, and here and there a mangled wretch crawled out from beneath the heap of the dead. Quasimodo, leaning with his 2 elbows on the balustrade, looked quietly on. He looked like a lion-haired old king at his window. Jahan Frollo found himself in a critical situation. Separated from his comrades by a perpendicular wall of 80 feet, he was alone in the gallery with the formidable bell ringer. While Quasimodo was playing with the ladder, the student had run to the door, which he expected to find open. He was disappointed. The deaf man had locked it after him when he went down to the gallery. Jahan then hid himself behind one of the stone kings, holding his breath and eyeing the monstrous hunchback with a look of horror, like a man who, having flirted with the zookeeper's wife, went one night to meet her and, climbing over the wrong wall, found himself suddenly face to face with a prodigious white bear. At first Quasimodo did not see him, but by chance, he turned around and suddenly started up. He had spotted the student. Jahan prepared himself for a rude shock, but the hunchback stood stock still, merely staring intently at the student. "Ho ho," said Jahan. "Why do you look at me so sadly with your one eye?" With these words the young joker secretly cocked the crossbow. "Quasimodo," he cried, "I will change your surname. Instead of the deaf you shall from now on be called the blind." The feathered shaft whizzed and pierced the bell ringer's left arm. Quasimodo did not react to it any more than King Pharamond to a scratch. He grabbed the arrow, drew it from his arm, and calmly broke it on his massive knee. Then he dropped rather than threw the pieces over the balustrade. But Jahan had no time to shoot again. Quasimodo, having broken the arrow, suddenly drew in his breath, leaped like a grasshopper, and tackled the student, whose armor was flattened against the wall by the force. By the uneven light of the torches a terrible vision could be seen. With his left hand, Quasimodo grasped the student's 2 arms. Jahan did not fight back, so completely did he feel himself overpowered. With his right the hunchback took off in silence, and with ominous deliberation, the different parts of his armor one after another: helmet, cuirass, armpieces, sword, daggers. He looked for all the world like an ape shelling a walnut. He threw the student's iron carapace piece by piece at his feet. When Jahan found himself stripped, disarmed, powerless, in the hands of his irresistible antagonist, he began to laugh impudently in his face, with all the intrepid carelessness of a boy of 16. He started to sing the popular song of the times. "Elle est bien habillée la ville de Cambrai. Mara fin la Pali." He did not get to finish the song. 18. Quasimodo was seen standing on the parapet of the gallery, holding the student by the leg with one hand and swinging him around over the abyss like a leaf. Then you could hear a sound like that of a box of bones being dashed against a wall, something was seen falling, but it was caught 1/3 of the way down by a projecting part of the building. It was a dead body that stuck there, bent double, the back broken and the skull empty. A cry of horror burst from the tramps. "Revenge!" shouted Cloppen. "Sack! Sack!" responded the multitude. "Attack! Attack!" Then followed prodigious yells, in all languages, all dialects, all accents. The death of poor Jahan kindled a fury in the crowd. They were filled with shame and indignation at having been so long held in check before a church by a hunchback. Rage found ladders and multiplied the torches, and in a few moments Quasimodo saw with consternation a fearful rabble mounting on all sides to the assault of Notre-Dame. Some had ladders, others knotted ropes. Those who could not procure either scrambled up by means of the sculptures, holding on by each other's rags. There was no way to withstand this rising tide of grim faces, to which rage gave a look of doubled ferocity. The perspiration trickled down their grimy brows, their eyes flashed. All these hideous figures were now closing in on Quasimodo. You would have imagined that some other church had sent its gorgons, its demons, its dragons, its gargoyles, its most fantastic monsters, to attack Notre-Dame. Meanwhile the square was lit by 1,000 torches. A flood of light suddenly burst on the scene of confusion, which had till then been buried in darkness. The fire kindled on the platform was still burning and lit the city to a considerable distance. The enormous outline of the two towers, projected far onto the roofs of the houses, formed a large shadow in all this light. The city seemed to come alive. Distant alarm bells were proclaiming that there was something wrong. The tramps were shouting, yelling, swearing, climbing, and Quasimodo, powerless against such a host of enemies, shuddering for the gypsy, seeing so many ferocious faces approaching nearer and nearer the gallery, prayed to heaven for a miracle, at the same time that he wrung his hands in despair. Chapter 5. The retreat where Monsieur Louis of France says his prayers. The reader has, perhaps, not forgotten that Quasimodo, the moment before he perceived the nocturnal band of the tramps, while surveying Paris from the top of his tower, had seen a single light, at a window in the uppermost floor of a lofty and gloomy building by the gate of Saint-Antoine. This building was the Bastille. That light was the candle of Louis XI. The king had actually been in Paris for 2 days. He was to leave it again on the day after for his fortress of Montilz's tours. His visits to his good city of Paris were rare and short, for there he felt that he did not have enough trapdoors, gallows, and Scottish archers around him. He had come that day to sleep in the Bastille. He did not like the large room he had at the Louvre, 5 fathoms square, with its great chimney adorned with 12 great beasts and 13 great prophets, and its enormous bed, 12 feet by 11. He was lost in all that grandeur. This good bourgeois king preferred the Bastille, with its humble room and bed. Besides, the Bastille was more fortified than the Louvre. This little room that the king had reserved for himself in the famous state prison was spacious and occupied the topmost floor of a turret in the keep. It was a circular apartment, the floor covered with woven straw matting. The beamed ceiling was decorated with fleurs-de-lis of pewter gilt against a painted background. The room was wainscoted with rich woods, sprinkled with rosettes of tin, painted in a light green mixed from yellow orpiment and blue woad. There was only one ogival window, latticed with brass wire and iron bars, and darkened by beautiful stained glass, representing the arms of the king and queen. Each pane cost 22 sous. There was only one entrance, a modern door under a low arch, covered on the inside with cloth. On the outside, it was framed by one of those doorways of Irish wood, delicate structures of curious workmanship, which were still very common in old buildings 150 years ago. Though they disfigure and encumber the places, says Sobel peevishly, yet our old folk will not get rid of them, but they preserve them in spite of everyone. In this room you could not find the furniture of ordinary apartments, no tables on trestles, no stools, or common benches, in the shape of a chest, or fancier ones, supported by columns and counter-columns, at 4 sous apiece. There was nothing but a magnificent folding armchair, The woodwork was adorned with roses painted on a red ground, and the seat was of scarlet Spanish leather, decorated with a silk fringe and studded with 1,000 golden nails. This solitary chair indicated that only one person had a right to sit down in that apartment. Near the chair and close to the window was a table covered by a carpet decorated with the figures of birds. On this table were a portfolio spotted with ink, a few parchments, pens, and a silverwork goblet. At a little distance stood a chafing dish and a prie-dieu, covered with crimson velvet embossed with studs of gold. Finally, at the farthest part of the room there was a simple bed, of yellow and scarlet damask, without lace or a trimming. The borders were very plain. This bed, famed for having witnessed the sleep or the sleeplessness of Louis XI, was still to be seen 200 years ago in the house of a councillor of state where Madame Pillow saw it. She was immortalized in the Cyrus XIX under the name of Aricide and La Morale Vivante. Such was the room commonly known as the retreat where Monsieur Louis of France said his prayers. When we ushered the reader into this retreat, it was very dark. An hour had elapsed since the tolling of the curfew, it was night, and there was only one flickering wax candle on the table, to cast light for 5 persons, who formed several groups in the chamber. The first on whom the light fell was a superbly dressed lord in hose, scarlet jerkin striped with silver, and a coat of gold cloth with black designs, trimmed with fur. This splendid costume, on which the light played, seemed to be braided with flame in all its folds. The wearer had his arms embroidered at the breast in gaudy colors, a chevron, with a leaping deer in the base of the shield. The escutcheon was supported on the right side by an olive branch and on the left by a buck's horn. This person carried in his belt a rich dagger, whose hilt, of silver gilt, was cast in the form of a crest and terminated in a count's coronet. He carried his head high, had a haughty bearing and an ill-natured look. At the first glance one read in his face arrogance, at the second cunning. He stood bareheaded, with a long paper in his hand, behind the armchair, on which was seated a shabbily dressed person, his body ungracefully bent, one knee crossed over the other, and his elbow on the table. Imagine to yourself, on the seat of rich Cordovan leather, a pair of skinny thighs and bony kneecaps, poorly covered by black knitted woolen hose, a body wrapped in a coat of fustian, trimmed with fur, which showed much more leather than hair. Last, to crown it all, an old greasy hat of the coarsest black cloth, in the band of which were stuck a number of small leaden figurines. This, with a dirty skullcap, which hardly let a single hair straggle from beneath it, was all that could be seen of the seated personage. His head was so bent forward on his breast that it threw into the shade his whole face, except the tip of his nose, on which a ray of light fell. It was evidently a long one. The wrinkled, attenuated hand indicated that he was old. It was Louis XI. At some distance behind the 2 persons we have described, 2 men, dressed in the Flemish fashion, were conversing in a low voice. It was light enough where they stood that if you had attended Gringoire's play, you could have recognized them as 2 of the principal Flemish envoys, Guillaume Royem, the sagacious citizen of Ghent, and Jacques Coppenole, the popular hosier. Remember that these 2 persons were mixed up with the secret politics of Louis XI. Finally, at the opposite end of the room, near the door, in the dark, stood, motionless as a statue, a short, thick-set man in military attire, with a coat of arms embroidered on the breast, a square face without brow, eyes on a level with the top of the head, and ears hidden by 2 flat, white pieces of straight hair. He looked at once like a dog and a tiger. All were bareheaded except the king. The nobleman standing near the king was reading to him a long memorial, to which His Majesty seemed to listen attentively. The 2 Flemish men were whispering together. "By the cross," muttered Coppenole. "I am tired of standing. Are no chairs allowed here?" Rym answered by a shake of the head, accompanied by a discreet smile. "Christ," resumed Coppenole, who was quite miserable to be obliged to speak in so low a tone. "I have a good mind to sit myself down on the floor, legs crossed, in my stockings, as I might do at my store." "No, Master Jacques, do no such thing." "Hey, Master Guillaume. Must one stay on one's feet the whole time one is here, then? Even so, or on your knees, replied Rym. At that moment the king raised his voice. They were silent. 50 sous the gowns of our lackeys, and 12 pounds the cloaks of the clerks of our crown. Why, this is throwing gold away by tons. Are you mad, Olivier? As he said this the old king raised his head. Around his neck one could see glistening the golden shells of the necklace of Saint Michael. The rays of the candle fell on his skinny and morose face. He snatched the paper from the reader's hands. You will ruin us, he cried, running his hollow eyes over it. What does all this mean? What do we need such a prodigious establishment for? 2 chaplains, at the rate of £10 each a month, and a clerk of the chapel at 100 sous. A valet de chamber, at £90 a year. For kitchen squires, at £60 a year each. An overseer of the roast, another of the vegetables, another of the sauces, a head cook, a butler, and 2 assistants, at £10 each a month. 2 scullions at £8. A groom and his 2 helpers at £24 a month. A porter, a pastry cook, a baker, 2 carters, at £60 a year each. And the marshal of the forges, £60. And the master of the chamber of our exchequer, £1,200. And the comptroller, 500. And I don't know how many more. It's enough to drive one mad. To pay the wages of our servants France is plundered. All the ingots in the Louvre will melt away in such a fire of spending. We will have to sell our dishes. And next year, if God and Our Lady, here he lifted his hat, grant us life, we will be drinking our herbal teas out of a pewter pot. As he said this he cast a look at the silver cup that glittered on the table. He coughed and then proceeded, Master Olivier, the princes who rule over great countries, such as kings and emperors, should never tolerate overspending in their households, for that fire runs farther and catches the provinces. Do not make me repeat this, Master Olivier. Our expenditure increases every year. We do not like it. Why, past due. Till 79 it never exceeded £36,000, in 80 it amounted to £43,619. I have the exact sum in my head, in 81 to 66,680, and this year, by the faith of my body, it will not be under 80,000. Doubled in 4 years. Monstrous. He paused for breath and then began again heatedly. I see around me only people who grow fat upon my leanness. You suck crowns out of me from every pore. All present maintained a profound silence. It was one of those fits of anger that must be left to spend themselves. He continued. It is like that petition in Latin from the nobles of France, that we re-establish what they call the great charges of the crown. Charges, in good sooth. Crushing charges. Ah, gentlemen. You say that we should not reign de pifero nullo, uticulario nullo. 20 we will show you past due, whether we are not a king. Here he smiled at the sense of his own power, his wrath was softened, and he turned toward the Flemish. Look, Guillaume, the Grand Master of the Pantry, the Grand Chamberlain, the Grand Seneschal are of less use than the least valet. Remember that, Coppenole. They are good for nothings. Such useless attendants on a king are very much like the 4 evangelists around the dial of the great clock of the palace, which Philip Brill has lately beautified. They are gilded, but they do not mark the hour, and the hand can turn without them. For a moment he appeared thoughtful, and then, shaking his old head, he added, No, by Our Lady, I am not Philip Brill, and I will not gild the grand vassals. Go on, Olivier. The person to whom he spoke took up the paper and began reading again with a loud voice. To Adam Tenon, clerk to the keeper of the seals of the provost of Paris, for silver, making and engraving said seals, which have been newly remade, because the former could no longer be used, by reason of their being old and worn out, £12 parisis. To Guillaume Frere, the sum of £4 4 sous parisis, as his salary and wages for feeding the pigeons in the 2 dovecots of the Hôtel des Tournelles, in the months of January, February, and March of this present year, and for this there have been given 7 quarters of barley. To a friar, for confessing a criminal, 4 sous parisis. The king listened in silence. He coughed from time to time. He would then lift the cup to his lips and swallow a mouthful, at the same time making a wry face. In this year there have been made by order of justice, by sound of trumpet, in the public places of Paris, 56 proclamations, the account to be settled. For having made quest and search in certain places, both in Paris and elsewhere, after moneys that were said to be concealed there, but none found, £45 parisis. Bury a crown to dig up a sow, said the king. For putting 6 panes of white glass in the place where the iron cage is at the Hôtel des Tournelles, 13 sous. For 2 new sleeves to the king's old doublet, 20 sous. For a pot of grease to grease the king's boots, 15 deniers. For renovation of a sty for the king's black hogs, £30 parisis. For sundry partitions, planks, and doors, made to shut up the lions at a sepulchre, £22. Those are expensive animals, said Louis XI. No matter. It is a proper magnificence in a king. There is a great red lion whom I like very much for his engaging ways. Have you seen him, Master Guillaume? It is right that princes should keep extraordinary animals. We kings ought to have lions for our dogs and tigers for our cats. What is great befits crowns. In the time of Jupiter's pagans, when the people offered to the churches 100 oxen and 100 sheep, the emperors gave 100 lions and 100 eagles. That was proud and magnificent. The kings of France have always had roaring around their thrones. Nevertheless, people must do me the justice to say that I spend less money in that way than my predecessors, and that I am exceedingly moderate on the score of lions, bears, elephants, and leopards. Go on, Master Olivier. We wished to say this to our Flemish friends. Guillaume Rym bowed deeply, while Coppenole, with his sulky mien, looked like one of those bears that His Majesty had been describing. The king did not notice this. He sipped at the cup and, spitting out the drink, exclaimed, "Pooh! The horrid infusion of herbs." The reader proceeded. For the maintenance of a vagrant shut up for these 6 months in the lodge of the slaughterhouse, until it is decided what to do with him, £6 4 sous. What is that? Said the king. Feed someone who should be hung. Pasque Dieu. Not another sou will I give for that food. Olivier, settle that business with Monsieur d'Estouteville, and this very night make the necessary preparation for wedding this gentleman with the gallows. Go on. Olivier made a mark with his thumbnail against the last item and proceeded. To Henriette Cousin, Master Executioner of Paris, the sum of 60 sous parisis, to him adjudged and ordered by Monseigneur the Provost of Paris, for that he did buy, at the command of the said Sieur the Provost, a great sword for executing and beheading persons condemned by justice for their misdeeds, and did provide a sheath and all thereunto appertaining, and likewise did get the old sword ground and repaired, by reason that it was broken and notched in doing justice upon Messire Louis of Luxembourg, as may more fully appear. The king interrupted the reader. That is enough. I order that sum with all my heart. Those are necessary expenses. I never grudge money spent in this way. Go on. For making a new great cage. Ah, said the king, grasping the arms of his chair with both hands. I knew that I had come to this Bastille for something. Stop, Master Olivier, I will look at that cage myself. You shall read the items while I examine it. Gentlemen of Flanders, come and look at it, it is a curious thing. Then he rose, leaned on the arm of the reader, motioned to the kind of mute standing before the door to precede him, to the 2 Flemish men to follow, and left the room. The royal party was reinforced at the door of the retreat by men-at-arms encumbered with iron and slender pages bearing torches. It pursued its way for some time through the interior of the somber castle keep, perforated with staircases and corridors even into the thickness of the walls. The captain of the Bastille went first, to have the passage gates opened for the old king, who, bent with age and infirmity, coughed as he walked along. At each passage gate every head was obliged to stoop except that of the old monarch. He muttered between his gums, for he had lost all his teeth, we are already not far from the door of the tomb. At a low door the passer-by must stoop. Eventually, having passed the last passage gate, which was so encumbered with locks and fastenings that it took nearly a quarter of an hour to open it, they entered a lofty and spacious hall, in the middle of which was revealed, by the light of the torches, a massive cube of masonry, iron, and timber. The interior was hollow. It was one of those famous cages for prisoners of state that were called the king's daughters. In its sides were 2 or 3 small windows, so tightly latticed with thick iron bars that the glass could not be seen. The door was a large stone slab, like a gravestone, one of those doors that are used only as entrances. Except in this case the buried person was still alive. The king began to walk slowly around the little edifice, examining it with care, while Master Olivier, who followed him, read aloud to this effect. For having newly made a great wooden cage of thick joists, girders, and planks, being 9 feet long by 8 wide, and 7 feet from floor to ceiling, planed and clamped by strong iron clamps, which have been installed in a room in one of the towers of the Bastille de Saint-Antoine, in which cage is put and kept, by command of our lord the king, a prisoner who had before dwelled in a cage that was old, decrepit, and worn out. There were used for the said new cage 96 joists, 52 uprights, 10 girders, 3 fathoms in length, and there were employed 19 carpenters, in squaring, cutting, and working all said timber in the court of the Bastide for 20 days. Nice oak, said the king, rapping the wood with his knuckle. There were used for this cage, continued the reader, 220 thick iron clamps, of 9 and 8 feet, the rest of middling length, with the screws, nuts, and bands to the said clamps, the whole of the said iron weighing 3,735 pounds, besides 8 stout holdfasts to fasten said cage, with the nails, weighing together 218 pounds, without counting the iron grating to the windows of the chamber in which the cage is placed, the iron doors of that chamber, and other things. A great deal of iron, said the king, to contain the levity of one mind. The whole amounts to 317 pounds 5 sous 7 deniers. Past due, exclaimed the king. At this imprecation, which was the favorite oath of Louis XI, somebody seemed to awaken inside the cage. Chains were heard rattling on the floor, and a faint voice, which seemed to issue from a tomb, cried, "Mercy, sire! Mercy!" The person who thus spoke could not be seen. 317 pounds 5 sous 7 deniers, repeated Louis XI. The sad voice that came out of the cage had frozen all present, including Master Olivier himself. The king alone appeared not to have heard it. At his command Master Olivier began reading again, and His Majesty coolly continued his examination of the cage. Besides the above, there has been paid to a mason who made the holes to hold the bars of the windows, and the floor of the chamber where the cage is, because the floor could not have borne this cage by reason of its weight, 27 pounds 14 sous parisis. The voice again began moaning. "Mercy, for heaven's sake, sire! I assure your Majesty that it was the Cardinal d'Ague who committed the treason, and not I." "The mason is exorbitant," said the king. "Proceed, Olivier." Olivier continued. "To a carpenter for windows, bedstead, and other things, 20 pounds 2 sous parisis." The voice also continued, "Alas! Sire! Will you not hear me? I protest that it was not I who wrote that thing to Monseigneur de Guyenne, but Cardinal Balou." "The carpenter is expensive," observed the king. "Is that all?" "No, sire. To a glazier, for the windows of the said chamber, 46 sous 8 deniers parisis. Mercy, sire. Is it not enough that all my wealth has been given to my judges, my service to Monsieur de Torquay, my library to Master Pierre Doriol, my tapestry to the governor of Roussillon? I am innocent. For 14 years I have shivered away in an iron cage. Mercy, sire. Mercy. You will be rewarded for it in heaven. Master Olivier, said the king, the total? 367 pounds 8 sous 3 deniers, parisis. By Our Lady, exclaimed the king. An outrageous cage. Snatching the paper from the hand of Master Olivier, he looked back and forth at the account and at the cage, and began to count on his fingers. Meanwhile the prisoner continued wailing and sobbing. It was truly lugubrious in the dark. The bystanders looked at each other and turned pale. 14 years, sire. 14 long years. Since the month of April 1469. In the name of the Blessed Mother of God, sire, listen to me. Your Majesty has all this time been enjoying the warmth of the sun. Am I never more to see the daylight? Be merciful, sire. Clemency is a right royal virtue, which turns aside the current of wrath. Does your Majesty believe that at the hour of death it is a great consolation to a king not to have left any offense unpunished? Besides, sire, it was not I, but Monsieur d'Augier, who was guilty of the treachery against your Majesty. Would that you saw the thick chain fastened to my leg, and the great iron ball at the end of it, much heavier than it need be. Ah, sire. Take pity on me. Olivier, said the king, shaking his head, I see that I am charged 20 sous by the load for plaster, though it may be bought for 12. Send back this account. Turning from the cage, he began to move toward the door of the chamber. The wretched prisoner judged from the receding torches and noise that the king was going. Sire! Sire, he cried in tones of despair. The door shut. He saw nothing, he heard nothing but the rough voice of the jailer chanting a stanza of a song of the time on the subject of his own misfortunes.
Maître Jean Balue a perdu la vue de ses évêchés. Monsieur de Verdun n'en a plus pas un, tous sont dépêchés. 21.
The king returned in silence to his retreat, followed by his entourage, who were terrified by the last heartrending wailings of the prisoner. His Majesty turned abruptly toward the governor of the Bastille. By the way, he said, wasn't there someone in that cage? Indeed, sire, there was, replied the governor, astonished at the question. Who, then? The Bishop of Verdun. The king knew that better than anybody else. But this was his way. Ah, he said, as naturally as if he had but just thought of it. Guillaume de Harancourt, a friend of Monsieur the Cardinal Balus. Not a bad fellow for a bishop. The door of the retreat then opened, and again closed on the 5 personages to whom the reader was introduced at the beginning of this chapter, and who resumed their places, their whispering conversation, and their attitudes. During the king's absence several dispatches had been laid on his table. He broke the seals himself and hastily ran over one after another. Then he made a sign to Master Olivier, who appeared to perform the office of minister, to take a pen and, without communicating to him the contents of the dispatches, began in a low tone to dictate his answers, which Olivier wrote kneeling very uncomfortably in front of the table. Guillaume Rym watched him closely. The king spoke so softly that the Flemish could catch no more than a few detached and scarcely intelligible fragments of his dictations, such as, to maintain the fertile places by commerce, the barren by factories. To show the English lords our 4 pieces of ordnance, the London, the Brabant, the Bourg-en-Bresse, and the Este-Omer. The artillery now causes war to be carried on more judiciously. To our friend, Monsieur Brecher. Armies cannot be kept without taxes. Once he raised his voice. Pasque Dieu. Monsieur the King of Sicily seals his letters with yellow wax, like a king of France. Perhaps we are wrong to permit this. The greatness of houses is assured by the integrity of their prerogatives. Note this, Olivier. Then, oh ho, he said. The big message. What does our brother the Emperor want? Running his eye over the missive, he interrupted his reading by interjections. Indeed, the Germans are so great and so mighty that it's hardly to be believed. But we forget the old saying, the finest county is Flanders, the finest duchy, Milan, the finest kingdom, France. Is it not so, my Flemish friends? This time Coppenole as well as Rim bowed. The patriotism of the hosier was tickled. The last dispatch made Monsieur Louis knit his brow. What is this? He exclaimed. Grievances and complaints against our garrisons in Picardy. Olivier, write to Monsieur the Marechal de Rouault right away that discipline is relaxed, that the gendarmes of the guard, the nobles of the band, the yeoman archers, the Swiss guard, do infinite mischief to our lieges, that the soldier, not content with the provisions he finds in the houses of the farmers, drives them out with grievous blows of sticks and staves to the city in quest of wine, fish, groceries, and other luxurious things, that Monsieur the King is acquainted with these proceedings. That it is our intention to protect our people from molestation, robbery, and plunder, that it is our will, by Our Lady. That, moreover, it pleases us not that any musician, surgeon, or man-at-arms shall be attired like a prince in velvet, silks, and rings of gold, that these vanities are hateful to God, that we ourselves, who are a gentleman, are content with a doublet of cloth at 16 sous a yard, that messrs the soldiers' boys may even come down to that price too. Order and command. To Monsieur de Rouault, our friend. Right. This letter he dictated aloud, in a firm tone. When he had finished, the door opened and someone, who was visibly terrified, rushed into the room, crying, Sire! Sire! The people of Paris have risen in revolt. The stern features of Monsieur Louis contracted, but all the visible signs of his emotion passed away like lightning. He restrained himself and observed with calm austerity, Compère Jacques, you come in rather abruptly. Sire! Sire! The mob is in rebellion, replied Compère Jacques, breathless with haste and alarm. The king, who had risen, seized him roughly by the arm and whispered so he would be heard by him alone, with concentrated anger and a sidelong glance at the Flemings, shut up, or speak softly. The newcomer understood him and began in a low tone as coherent and narrative as his fears would permit. The king listened with composure, while Guillaume Rym directed the attention of Coppenole to the face and the dress of the speaker, to his furred hood, his short cloak, and his black velvet gown, which announced a president of the Corps de Comptes. No sooner had this personage communicated a few details to the king than Monsieur Louis burst into a loud laugh, exclaiming, Is that all? Speak up, Compère Coictier. Don't be afraid to open your mouth. Our Lady knows that I have no secrets from our good friends of Flanders. But, sire. Speak up, I tell you, man. Compère Coictier was dumbfounded. Come, resumed the king. Speak, sir. There is a riot of the rabble in our good city of Paris? Yes, sire. Directed, you say, against Monsieur the bailiff of the Palace of Justice? It is, apparently, said the compère, still stammering, quite disconcerted at the abrupt and unaccountable change in the sentiments of the king. Where did the watch meet the mob? Inquired Louis. Going along the great Truanderie toward the Pont aux Changers. I met it myself, as I was coming here in obedience to the commands of your majesty. I heard some of them shouting, Down with the bailiff of the palace. And what complaint do they have against the bailiff? Why, said Compère Jacques, he is their liege lord. Indeed. Yes, sire. They are the scoundrels of the Corps de Miracles, they have long been complaining of the bailiff, whose vassals they are. they will not acknowledge his authority either in criminal or in civil matters. Ah, cried the king, with a smile of satisfaction, which he strove in vain to disguise. In all their petitions to the Parliament, replied the Compère Jacques, they pretend that they have but two masters, your Majesty and their God, who, I verily believe, is the devil. Hey hey, said the king. He rubbed his hands with an inward exultation, which glowed in his face. He could not hide his joy, though he endeavored at times to compose himself. He completely puzzled all present, including Master Olivier. He kept silent for a moment, with a look of deep thought but also of satisfaction. Are they numerous? He suddenly inquired. Indeed they are, sire, answered Compère Jacques. How many? 6,000, at least. The king could not help crying out, good. Then he asked, are they armed? With scythes, pikes, spades, harquebus, all sorts of very dangerous weapons. The king appeared not at all uneasy at this recapitulation. Compère Jacques deemed it his duty to add, if your Majesty does not send immediate help to the bailiff, he is lost. We will do it, said the king, with a look of false seriousness. That's good. Of course, we will send help. Monsieur the bailiff is our friend. 6,000. They are a determined bunch of rascals. Their boldness is marvelous, and has sorely offended us. But we have few people around us tonight. It will be time enough in the morning. Instantly, sire, exclaimed Compère Jacques, or they will have the time to plunder the bailiff's house, to pull down the seigneury, and to hang the bailiff 20 times over. For the love of God, sire, send help before morning. The king looked him full in the face. I tell you, I will do it in the morning. It was one of those looks to which there is no reply. For some moments Louis was silent. Tell me, Compère Jacques, he began again, for you must know what was, he corrected himself, what is the feudal jurisdiction of the bailiff? Sire, the bailiff of the palace has the Rue de la Calandre, as far as the Rue de Herberie, the Place Street Michel, and the places vulgarly called the Mureaux, near the church of Notre-Dame de Champs. Here the king lifted the brim of his hat. There are 13 mansions there, also the Cour des Miracles, the leper's house called La Bellevue, and the whole causeway beginning at this leper's house and ending at the Porte Saint-Jacques. Of all these different places he is the liege lord, with the right of administering high, middle, and low justice. Yes, said the king, rubbing the side of his nose with his forefinger. That is a good slice of my fair city. So Monsieur the bailiff was king of all that. He asked no more questions but remained absorbed in thought and talking to himself. Very fine, Monsieur the bailiff. You had there between your teeth a nice piece of our Paris. Suddenly he burst forth, Pasque Dieu. What does it mean, those men who pretend to be liege lords, judges, and masters here? Who have their toll bar at the end of every field? Their gallows and their hangman at every cross street among our people? So that, like the Greeks, who believed in as many gods as there were streams, and the Persians, as they saw stars, the French have as many kings as they see gallows. By God! This is a bad state of affairs. I do not like all this confusion. I want to know if it is by the grace of God that there is in Paris any other liege lord besides the king, any other justice besides our parliament, any other emperor besides ourselves in this empire. By the faith of my soul, there must come a day when there shall be in France but one king, one liege lord, one judge, one executioner, as there is in paradise but one God. Again he lifted his hat and, still musing, continued with the look and accent of a huntsman who sends off and urges on his dogs, good. My people. Well done. Down with these false lords. Get them. Get them. Sack, plunder, bang. You would like to be kings, my lords, wouldn't you? Go, people. Go. Here he stopped short, bit his lips, as if to hold back the thought that had half escaped him, fixing his piercing eye on each of the 5 characters around him, and, suddenly seizing his hat with both hands, and looking steadfastly at it, he exclaimed, "Oh! I would burn you if you knew what was in my head." Then, casting his eyes again around him, with the keen and restless look of a fox slyly returning to his den, he said, "It does not matter. We will send help to Monsieur the bailiff. Unluckily we have but few troops here at this moment against such a mob. We must wait till morning. Order shall be restored in the city, and they shall hang everyone who is arrested." "By the way, sire," said Compere Coictier, "I forgot in my initial alarm, the watch has taken 2 stragglers from the mob. If your majesty pleases to see them, they are below." "Will I see them?" cried the king. "Pasque Dieu! How could you forget that? Run quick, Olivier, and fetch them." Master Olivier left the room and soon returned with the 2 prisoners surrounded by archers of the ordnance. The first had a bloated face and stupid, idiot-like, drunken look. He was dressed in rags, and, in walking, he bent his knees and shuffled his feet. With the pale and smiling countenance of the other the reader is already familiar. The king scrutinized them for a moment without saying a word and then abruptly asked the first, "What is your name?" "Geoffroy Pinceboard." "Your profession?" "Tramp." "What were you going to do in that damnable uprising?" The rogue stared at the king, swinging his arms with an expression of stupidity. He had one of those deformed minds in which the understanding is almost as uncomfortable as a light beneath an extinguisher. "I don't know," he said. "The others went, so I went along." "Were you not going to attack and to plunder your liege lord the bailiff of the palace?" "I know that we were going to take something from somebody, that is all." A soldier brought to the king a hoe that had been found on the prisoner. "Does that weapon belong to you?" inquired the king. "Yes, it's my hoe. I am a wine grower." "Do you know this man?" said the king, pointing to the other prisoner. "Was he one of your companions?" "No, I do not know him." "That's enough," said the king, and, beckoning to the silent person stationed near the door. "Compere Tristan," he said, "there is a man for you." Tristan the hermit bowed. He gave some directions in a low tone to 2 archers, who took the wretched prisoner away. The king meanwhile turned to the second prisoner, whose brow was covered with a cold sweat. "Your name?" "Sire, Pierre Gringoire." "Your trade?" "A philosopher, sire." "How dare you, knave, assault our friend Monsieur the bailiff of the palace, and what have you to say to this riot?" "Sire, I had no hand in it." "Scoundrel! So you haven't been apprehended by the watch in bad company?" "No, sire. It is a mistake, it was quite an accident. I write tragedies." "Sire, I beg your majesty to hear me. I am a poet. Men of my profession are addicted to walking the streets at night. It was the greatest chance in the world. I have been wrongfully apprehended, I am innocent of this civil unrest. Your majesty found that I am not known to that tramp. I beseech your majesty." "Silence," said the king between 2 gulps of his herb tea. "You're getting on my nerves." Tristan the hermit stepped forward and, pointing to Gringoire, asked, "Sire, shall we hang him too?" It was the first audible word that he had uttered. "Why," replied the king, "I see no obstacles." "Alas, sire." "I see a great many," cried Gringoire. Our philosopher was at that moment greener than an olive. From the cold and indifferent look of the king he perceived that he could have recourse only to something unusually pathetic, and, throwing himself at his feet, he cried with vehement gesticulation, "Sire, your majesty will deign to hear me." "Ah, sire! Let not your wrath fall upon so humble an object as I am. The thunderbolts of God are not hurled against a lettuce. You, sire, are an august and most powerful monarch. Have pity on a poor but honest man who would be more helpless in kindling an uprising than an icicle could strike a spark. Most gracious sovereign, clemency is a virtue of lions and kings, severity only drives the minds of men more indomitable. The fierce north wind cannot make the traveler throw off his cloak. The sun, little by little pouring forth his rays, warms him to such a degree that he is glad to strip himself to his shirt. I swear to you, my sovereign lord and master, that I am not of the crew of tramps, a thief, or a disorderly person. Sedition and robbery do not belong to the train of Apollo. I am not a man to rush into those clouds that burst in thunders of insurrection. I am a faithful liege of your majesty. The same jealousy that a husband has for the honor of his wife, the love that a son feels in return for the affection of a father, a good subject ought to have for the glory of his king. He ought to burn with zeal for his person, his house, his prosperity, to the exclusion of every other passion. Such, sire, is my political creed. Judge me not, then, from this coat worn out at the elbows to be an accomplice in sedition and plunder. Pardon me, sire, and on my knees I will pray to God, night and morning, for you. I am not very rich, it is true, indeed I am rather poor, but not vicious for all that. It is not my fault. Everyone knows that great wealth is not to be gained by letters, and that the most learned do not always have the largest fire in winter. The lawyers run away with all the grain and leave nothing but the straw for the other scientific professions. I could repeat to you 40 excellent proverbs on the ragged cloak of the philosopher. Oh, sire! Clemency is the only light that can illuminate a great soul. Clemency bears the torch before all the other virtues. Without it they are blind and grope around in the dark for God. Mercy, which is the same thing as clemency, produces love in subjects, which is the most effective protection for the person of the prince. What harm can it do to your majesty, who dazzles all eyes, that there is one poor man more upon the earth, one poor innocent philosopher, floundering in the darkness of calamity, with empty pocket and empty stomach? Besides, sire, I am one of the learned. Great kings add pearls to their crowns by protecting letters. Hercules disdained not the title of Musagetes, Matthias Corvinus patronized Jean de Monroyal, 22 the ornament of the mathematics. Now it is a bad way of patronizing letters to hang those who cultivate them. What a stain upon Alexander if he had hanged Aristotle! That trait would be not a spot on the face of his reputation heightening its beauty but a foul ulcer disfiguring it. Sire, I have composed a most pertinent epithalamium for Mademoiselle of Flanders and Monseigneur the most august Dauphin. That is not a brand of rebellion. Your Majesty perceives that I am not an ignorant rogue, that I have studied deeply, and that I have great natural eloquence. Have mercy then, sire. In doing so you will perform an act of gallantry to Our Lady, and I protest to you that I am terrified at being hanged. As he said this the distraught Gringoire kissed the king's slippers, and Guillaume Rym whispered to Coppenole, he does right to crawl the floor. Kings are like the Cretan Jupiter, they only have ears in their feet. The hosier, without bestowing a thought on the Cretan Jupiter, replied with a grim smile, and his eye fixed on Gringoire, capital, by God. I think I hear the Chancellor Hugonet 23 begging me for his life. When Gringoire finally stopped talking because he was out of breath, he lifted his eyes, trembling, toward the king, who was scratching with his nail a spot on the knee of his breeches. His Majesty then sipped at his drink. He uttered not a word, however, and this silence kept Gringoire on the rack. Finally, the king looked at him. What an unbelievable chatterbox, he said. Then, turning to Tristan the hermit, bah! Let the rascal go. Gringoire fell backward, overwhelmed with joy. Let him go, grumbled Tristan. Will it not please your Majesty to have him shut up a while in a cage? Compere, rejoined Louis XI, do you think it is for such birds that we make cages that cost £367 8 sous 3 deniers? Get rid of this rascal for me right now. Monsieur Louis was fond of this term, which, with Pasteur, constituted the whole stock of his jocularity, and turn him out with a good beating. Ah, cried Gringoire. What a magnanimous king! And, for fear of a counterorder, he rushed toward the door, which Tristan opened for him with very ill grace. The soldiers went out with him, driving him before them with kicks and punches, which Pierre bore like a genuine stoic. The good humor of the king, ever since he had been informed of the insurrection against the bailiff, manifested itself in all he did. This unusual clemency was not the least sign of it. Tristan the hermit looked as surly in his corner as a dog when you have shown him a bone and taken it away again. The king, meanwhile, was playfully drumming the march of Pont Audemer with his fingers on the arm of his chair. This prince was a dissembler, but he could conceal his troubles much better than his joy. These external manifestations of delighted good news were sometimes carried very far. At the death of Charles the Bold he promised to present a silver balustrade to a St. Martin de Tours, and at his accession to the throne, when he forgot to order his father's funeral. Eh, sire! Jacques Coictier suddenly exclaimed. What has become of the acute illness for which your majesty commanded my services? Oh, said the king. I am really in great pain, compere. I have a ringing in my ears and burning flames rack my breast. Coictier took the hand of the king and felt his pulse with a most competent air. See, Coppenole, said Rym, in a low tone, there he is between Coictier and Tristan. This is his entire court. A physician for himself, a hangman for everyone else. While feeling the king's pulse, Coictier assumed a look of greater and greater alarm. Louis eyed him with some anxiety. Coictier's countenance assumed a darker and darker shade. The worthy man had nothing to live on but the ill health of the king. He cultivated this resource with the utmost skill. Indeed, he muttered eventually. But this is serious. Is it? Said the king in alarm. Pulsus creber, and helans, crepitan, irregulari. Pulse quick, irregular, intermittent, continued the physician. Pasque Dieu. In less than 3 days this might prove fatal. Our Lady, ejaculated the king. And what remedy, compere? I am thinking, sire. He wanted the king to stick out his tongue, shook his head, and frowned. In the midst of these grimaces, by God, sire, he abruptly began. I have to tell you that a receivership of benefices is available, and I remind you that I have a nephew. Your nephew shall have my receivership, compere Jacques, replied the king, but get rid of this fire in my chest. Since your majesty is so gracious, rejoined the physician, you will not refuse me a little help toward the building of my house in the Rue Saint-André-d'Arcs. Eh, said the king. I am at the end of my savings, continued the doctor, and it would indeed be a pity that the house should lack a roof, not for the sake of the house, which is quite simple and bourgeois, but for the paintings of Johann Forbault that decorate the ceilings. There is a Diana flying in the air, so excellent, so delicate, so tender, painted in such a natural posture with gorgeous hair and crowned with a crescent, and flesh so white that she is enough to tempt those who examine her too closely. There is a Ceres too, another goddess of rare beauty. She is seated on sheaves of wheat, having on her head a gay garland of ears woven with salsify and other flowers. Nothing is more lovely than her eyes, more neatly turned than her limbs, more noble than her air, or more graceful than her robes. She is one of the most innocent and perfect beauties that the painter's brush has ever produced. Bloodsucker, muttered the king. What do you want? I need a roof for these paintings, sire, and despite the insignificance of the cost, I have no money. How much will it cost? Why, a roof of copper, embellished with figures and gilded, 2,000 pounds at the utmost. Ah! The murderer, exclaimed the king. He never draws me a tooth, but he makes a diamond of it for himself. Shall I have my roof? Said Coictier. Yes, and go to the devil. But cure me first. Jacques Coictier bowed deeply. Sire, he said, only an astringent can save you. We will rub your loins with that great composition made of cerate, and Armenian bolus, egg white, oil, and vinegar. You must continue to take your teas, and we will be responsible for your majesty. A glowing candle attracts more than one moth. Master Olivier, seeing the generosity of the king and deeming it a favorable moment, approached in his turn. Sire. What is it now? Said Louis XI. Sire, your majesty knows that Simon Raden is dead. What then? He was Councillor of Justice to the Exchequer. Well. His place is vacant, sire. As he said this, the haughty face of Master Olivier had relinquished its arrogant expression and assumed a cringing air, the only change of which a courtier's features are capable. The king looked him full in the face. I understand, he said dryly. Master Olivier, he began again, after a brief pause, Marechal de Boucicaut used to say, there are no gifts to be got but from the king, no fish to be caught but in the sea. I perceive that you are of the same way of thinking as Monsieur de Boucicaut. Now listen to this. We have a good memory. In 68 we made you groom of our chamber, in 69 keeper of the castle of the Bridge of Estacloud, at a salary of £100 tournois, you wanted them to be Parisis. In November 73, by letters issued in Gergel, we appointed you keeper of the wood of Vincennes, instead of Gilbert Ackley, Esquire, in 75 warden of the forest of Rouvray-les-Esties. Cloud, in place of Jacques Lemaire, in 78 we were graciously pleased, by letters patented with double seal of green wax, to grant a yearly interest of £10 parisis to you and your wife, on the Place aux Marchands, where the school of Street Germain is. In 79 we made you warden of the forest of Senart, in place of poor Jahandes, then captain of the castle of Lox, then governor of Essay-Quintin, then captain of the bridge of Moulin, of which you call yourself count. Out of the fine of 5 sous paid by every barber who shaves on a holiday, 3 sous go to you, and we have the rest. We have been pleased to change your name from Le Mauvais, or the Bad, which went too well with your look. In 74 we granted you, to the great displeasure of our nobility, coat armor of 1,000 colors, which makes your breast look like a peacock's. Pasque-Dieu, are you still not content? Is your catch of fish not miraculous enough? Are you not afraid that another salmon would sink your boat? Pride will be your downfall, compere. Pride always has ruin and shame close at its heels. Think of this, and shut up. These words, uttered with a severe look, brought back the former look of insolence on the angry face of Master Olivier. It is obvious, he murmured, almost aloud, that the king is ill today. He gives everything to the physician. Louis, far from being exasperated at this impertinence, began again with some mildness, Hold on, I forgot that I made you my ambassador to Ghent for Madame Marie. Yes, gentlemen, added the king, turning toward the Flemish, this man was my ambassador. There now, compere, he continued, addressing Master Olivier, we will not be angry, we are old friends. It is very late, we have finished our business. Shave me. Our readers were probably not prepared till this moment to recognize in Master Olivier the terrible Figaro whom Providence, the great playwright, so curiously mixed up with Louis Chi's long and bloody comedy. We will not attempt here to describe that singular face. This royal barber had 3 names. At court he was politely called Olivier le Diam, by the people, Olivier the Devil. His real name was Olivier le Mauvais. Olivier le Mauvais, then, stood motionless, pouting at the king and stealing sidelong glances at Jacques Coictier. Yes, yes. The physician, he muttered between his teeth. Ah, yes, the physician, repeated Louis XI, with singular mildness. The physician has more influence than you. And very naturally. He has our whole body in his grip, while you lay hold of us only by the chin. Come, my poor barber, think no more of it. What would you say, and what would become of your office, if I were a king like Chilperic, who had a beard that he was in the habit of grasping in his hand? Now, compere, get your things and shave me. Olivier, seeing that the king was determined not to be put out of temper, left the room grumbling to comply with his orders. The king rose, went to the window and, hastily opening it, cried, clapping his hands, and with extraordinary agitation, "Ah, yes! The sky over the city is all aglow. The bailiff's house must be on fire. It cannot be anything else. Well done, my good people! You help me to crush their lordships." Then, turning toward the Flemish, "Only come and look, gentlemen. Isn't that a fire out there?" The two citizens of Ghent approached. "It is a great fire too," said Guillaume Rym. "Oh," cried Coppenole, whose eyes all at once sparkled. "That reminds me of the burning of the Seigneur d'Hambercourt's house. There must be a fine insurrection over there." "Do you think so, Master Coppenole?" said the king, with a look of scarcely less delight than that of the hosier. "It will be difficult to quell, no doubt." "By God, sire, your majesty will get a great many companies of men-at-arms thinned in doing it." "Ah! Aye. That alters the case," rejoined the king. "If this riot is what I suppose," the hosier boldly replied, "your wanting will be useless." "Compere," said Louis XI, "with 2 companies of the king's guard and 1 cavalry regiment, I could put down the rabble quickly." The hosier, regardless of the signs made to him by his colleague, appeared determined to contradict the king. "The Swiss guard too were rabble," he said. "The Duke of Burgundy, being a proud gentleman, underestimated them. At the Battle of Grandson, he cried, 'Gunners, fire on the base-born rascals,' and he swore by St. George. But Charnacfel, the avenger, rushed on the goodly Duke with his mace and his men, and at the onslaught of peasants clad in buffalo hides, the shining Burgundian army was exploded like a pane of glass under the impact of a pebble. I do not know how many knights were slain by the scoundrels, and Monsieur de Chateauguyon, the most illustrious of the Burgundian nobles, was found dead with his tall grey charger in a small meadow." "My friend," rejoined the king, "you are talking of a battle, we are dealing with a riot. Why, I would put an end to it in the twinkling of an eye." "It may be, sire," replied the other, with indifference, "but in that case the people's time has not come." Guillaume Rym thought it right to interfere. "Master Coppenole, you are speaking to a mighty monarch." "I know it," gravely replied the hosier. "Let him talk away, my friend Rym," said the king. "I like this frankness. My father, Charles VII, was accustomed to say that truth was sick. Now, I fancied that she was dead, and had not found a confessor. Master Coppenole is making me realize my mistake." Then, laying his hand familiarly on Coppenole's shoulder, he proceeded, "You were saying, Master Jacques?" "I was saying, sire, that perhaps you are right, that the hour of the people here has not yet come." Louis fixed on him his piercing eye. "And when will that hour arrive?" "You will hear it strike." "By what clock, pray?" Coppenole, with a grave but tranquil look, drew the king close to the window. "Listen, sire. Here is a castle keep, there a bell tower, cannon, bourgeois, soldiers. When the bell tower buzzes, when the cannon roar, when the keep collapses with a mighty crash, when the bourgeois and the soldiers shout and slay one another, then the hour will have struck." The face of Louis XI became gloomy and thoughtful. For a moment he was silent, then he patted the thick wall of the tower as though it were the flank of a favorite charger. "Oh, no," he said. "You will not fall so easily, my good Bastille." Then, turning sharply toward the bold Fleming, he said, "Master Jacques, have you ever seen an insurrection?" "I have raised one," answered the hosier. How do you set about raising an insurrection? Inquired the king. Why, replied Coppenole, the thing is not at all difficult. There are 100 ways. In the first place, the city must be discontented. That is not a rare circumstance. And then the character of the inhabitants. Those of Ghent are disposed to rebellion. They always loved the son of the reigning prince, but never the prince himself. Well, suppose some morning someone comes into my shop and says to me, Father Coppenole, there is this, and there is that. The Maid of Flanders is determined to save her ministers. The High Bailiff has doubled the tax for grinding corn, or anything else for that matter. That's all we need. I leave my work, and I go out into the street and shout, to arms. There is always some cask or barrel lying around. I leap up on it, and cry out in the first words that come to mind what I have upon my heart, and when one belongs to the people, sire, one always has something upon the heart. Then everyone assembles, they shout, they ring the alarm bell, they arm themselves with weapons taken from the soldiers, the market people join them, and they go to work. And this will always be the way, while there are lords in the seigneuries, bourgeois in the cities, and peasants in the country. And against whom do you rebel? Inquired the king. Against your bailiffs? Against your liege lords? Sometimes one, sometimes the other, sometimes it is against the duke. Monsieur Louis returned to his chair. Aha, he said, with a smile. Here they have got no farther than the bailiffs. At that moment Olivier le Dime returned. He was followed by 2 pages bearing the necessary items for the king's toilet, but what struck Louis XI was the circumstance of his also being accompanied by the provost of Paris and the officer of the watch, who seemed very worried. The face of the spiteful barber also wore a look of dismay, but an expression of pleasure lurked beneath it. It was he who spoke. Begging your majesty's pardon, he said, I bring calamitous tidings. The king, turning sharply around, tore the mat on the floor with the legs of his chair. What do you have to say? Sire, replied Olivier le Dime, with the malignant look of a man who rejoices in the opportunity of striking a severe blow, it is not against the bailiff of the palace that the insurrection of the populace is directed. And against whom, then? Against yourself, sire. The aged monarch started up on his feet, upright as a young man. Explain yourself, Olivier, explain yourself. And beware of your head, compere, for I swear by the cross of Silo 24 that if you were lying to us the sword that cut off the head of Monsieur de Luxembourg is not so dull that it cannot still saw yours off. This was a formidable oath. In all his life Louis XI had sworn only twice by the cross of Silo. Olivier opened his lips to reply. Sire. Down on your knees, cried the king vehemently, interrupting him. Tristan, watch this man. Olivier fell on his knees. Sire, he said coldly, a witch has been sentenced to death by your court of parliament. She has taken sanctuary in Notre-Dame. The people have risen to remove her by force. The provost and the officer of the watch, who have just come from the spot, are here to contradict me if I do not speak the truth. It is to Notre-Dame that the rabble are laying siege. Ah, cried the king, in a low tone, pale and trembling with rage. Notre-Dame, is it? They are besieging Our Lady, my good mistress, in her own cathedral. Rise, Olivier. You are right. I give you Simon Radin's place. You are right. It is myself they are assailing. The witch is under the safeguard of the church is under my safeguard. I truly believe that the bailiff was the object of their attack. It is myself, after all. Then, as if his passion had suddenly restored to him the vigor of youth, he began to pace the floor with hasty strides. He no longer laughed, he was terrible to behold as he stalked back and forth. The fox had turned into a hyena. He seemed to be choked and incapable of speech, his lips moved, and his skinny fists were clenched. Suddenly he raised his head, his hollow eye glared, and his voice exploded like the blast of a trumpet. Cut them to pieces, Tristan. Cut all those scoundrels to bits. Go, my friend Tristan. Slay, and kill. Kill. This explosion over, he returned to his seat and said with cold, concentrated rage, Here, Tristan. We have with us in this Bastille the Vicomte de Giff's 50 lances, making together 300 horses. Take them. There is also Captain de Chateauper's company of the archers of our order. Take them. You are provost of the marshals, you have your own people. Take them. At the Hôtel des Épaules you will find 40 archers of the new guard of Monsieur the Dauphin. Take them. And with all these troops hurry to Notre-Dame. So, messers of the mob of Paris, it is at the crown of France, at the sanctity of Our Lady, and at the peace of this commonwealth that your blows are aimed. Exterminate them, Tristan. Exterminate them. Make sure that none of them escapes, except to Montfaucon. Tristan bowed. It shall be done, sire. After a pause he asked, What shall I do with the witch? Ah, he said, musing at this question. The witch. Monsieur d'Estouteville, what do the people want with her? Sire, replied the provost of Paris, I should imagine that, as the people have gone to take her from her sanctuary in Notre-Dame, they are offended because she is unpunished and mean to hang her. For a while the king appeared to be lost in thought, then, turning to Tristan, he said, Compere, exterminate the people, and hang the witch. Excellent, whispered Rym to Coppenole. Punish the people for their intention, and carry that intention out. It is enough, sire, answered Tristan. But if the witch is still in Notre Dame, is she to be removed in spite of sanctuary? Pasque Dieu. Sanctuary, ejaculated the king, rubbing his forehead. The witch must be hanged. Here, as if seized by a sudden idea, he fell on his knees before his chair, took off his hat, laid it on the seat, and devoutly fixed his eyes on one of the lead figurines with which it was adorned. Oh, he began with clasped hands. My gracious patroness, Our Lady of Paris, forgive me. I will do it just this once. That criminal must be punished. I assure you, Holy Virgin, my good mistress, that she is a witch who is not worthy of your kind protection. You know, madam, that many very pious princes have transgressed the privilege of churches for the glory of God and the necessity of the state. Saint Hugh, a bishop of England, allowed King Edward to take a magician in his church. Saint Louis of France, my master, violated for the same purpose the church of Monsieur St. Paul, and Monsieur Alphonse, son of the King of Jerusalem, the church of the Holy Sepulchre itself. Forgive me then for this time, Our Lady of Paris. I will never do so again, and I will give you a beautiful statue of silver, just like the one I gave last year to Our Lady of Equus. Amen. He made the sign of the cross, rose, put on his hat, and said to Tristan, Hurry, compere. Take Monsieur de Chateauper's along with you. Let the alarm bell be rung. Crush the people. Hang the witch. That is settled. I expect you to bear the costs of the execution. You shall make a report to me. Come, Olivier, I shall not get to bed tonight. Shave me. Tristan the hermit bowed and retired. The king then motioned Rym and Coppenole to withdraw. God keep you, my good friends of Flanders. Go, get a little rest, the night is late, indeed we are nearer to morning than evening. Both accordingly retired, and on reaching their apartments, to which they were escorted by the captain of the Bastille, Coppenole said to Guillaume Rym, By God! I have had enough of this coughing king. I have seen Charles of Burgundy drunk, he was less mean than Louis XI sick. Master Jacques, replied Rym, that is because for kings, wine is not as cruel as herbal infusions. Chapter 6. Petite Flambe and Béguinade. On leaving the Bastille, Gringoire went down the Rue Street Antoine with the swiftness of a runaway horse. When he had reached the Porte Baudoyer, he walked straight up to the stone cross that stood in the middle of the open space, as though he had been able to discern in the darkness the figure of a man in a black cloak and cowl, seated on the steps. "Is it you, master?" said Gringoire. The black figure started up. "Death and perdition! You make my blood boil, Gringoire. The man on the tower of Saint-Gervais has just cried 1:30. "Why," replied Gringoire, "it is not my fault but that of the watch and the king. I have had a narrow escape. I was on the point of being hanged. I am predestined to it, I imagine." "You are never in time for anything," said the other, "but let us be gone. Do you have the password?" "Only think, master. I have seen the king. I have just come from him. He wears fustian breeches. It was quite an adventure." "Blabbermouth. What do I care for your adventures? Do you have the password of the tramps?" "Don't worry, I have it. Petite Flambe and Béguinade." "That's good. Otherwise, we would not be able to reach the church. The tramps have blocked all the streets. Luckily they seem to have met with resistance. We may yet arrive in time." "Yes, master, but how are we to get into the church?" "I have a key to the towers." "And how shall we get out?" "Behind the cloisters there is a door that opens on the terrain, and so to the river. I have the key, and I moored a boat there this morning." "I have had a most lucky escape from the gallows indeed," said Gringoire exultingly. "Never mind that now. Come along, quick," the other answered. Both then proceeded at a rapid pace toward the site. Chapter 7. Chateaupers to the rescue. The reader probably remembers the critical situation in which we left Quasimodo. The brave hunchback, assailed on all sides, had lost, if not all courage, at least all hope of saving, not himself, he never once thought of himself, but the gypsy. He ran desperately to the gallery. The church was on the point of being taken by the mob. Suddenly the tramp of horses in full gallop was heard in the neighboring streets, and soon a wide column of horsemen riding at full speed and a long file of torches poured with a tremendous noise into the square like a hurricane. "France! France! Chateaupers to the rescue! Down with the rascals!" The frightened tramps turned around. Quasimodo, who could not hear the din, saw the naked swords, the torches, the pike heads, the whole column of cavalry, at the head of which he recognized Captain Phoebus. He observed the confusion of the rabble, the consternation of some and the alarm of the bravest, and, at the sight of this unexpected help, he mustered strength enough to throw down the first of the assailants, who were already running through the gallery. The mob defended themselves with the valor of despair. Taken on the flank by the Rue Street Pierreux and in the rear by the Rue du Parvis, with their backs toward Notre-Dame, to which they still lay siege and which Quasimodo defended, at once besiegers and besieged, they were in the singular situation in which Count Henri de Harcourt subsequently found himself at the famous siege of Turin, in 1640, between Prince Thomas of Savoy, whom he was besieging, and the Marquis de Leganez, who was blockading him. Turinum obsessor idemiti obsessus, or he oppressed the people of Turin and was oppressed by them, his epitaph has it. It was a terrible struggle. As Father Matthew observes, wolf's flesh requires dog's teeth. The king's troops, amid whom Phoebus de Chateaupers conducted himself valiantly, gave up nothing. What escaped the point of the sword was cut down by its blade. The rabble, badly armed, foamed and bit. Men, women, children, darting at the flanks and chests of the horses, clung to them like cats by tooth and nail. Some thrust torches into the faces of the archers, while others, catching them by the neck with iron hooks, pulled them from their horses and cut them in pieces. One man in particular was seen with a huge scythe, mowing away at the legs of the horses. It was a fearful sight. He sang in a nasal twang, while he kept his scythe incessantly going. At each stroke he traced around himself a large semicircle of dismembered limbs. In this way he advanced into the thickest pace of the cavalry with the deliberate movement, the swaying of the head, and the regular breathing of a mower cutting a field of clover. It was Clopin Truillafu. Musket fire laid him low. Meanwhile windows were thrown open. The neighbors, hearing the shouts of the men-at-arms, took part in the affair, and showers of bullets were discharged from every window onto the rabble. The parvis was filled with a dense smoke, which the musketry cut through with tongues of flame. Through this smoke, you could barely make out the façade of Notre-Dame, and the decrepit Hôtel Dieu, where a number of pale-faced patients looked out from the rooftop studded with garret windows. The tramps eventually gave way. Exhaustion, the lack of proper weapons, the panic of that surprise attack, the firing from the windows, and the furious onslaught of the king's troops defeated them. Forcing the line of their assailants, they fled in all directions, leaving the parvis strewn with dead. When Quasimodo, who had been busily engaged the whole time, saw their defeat, he fell on his knees and lifted his hands to heaven. Then, frantic with joy, he flew with the swiftness of a bird to the little cell, the access to which he had so gallantly defended. He had now only one thought: to throw himself at the feet of the woman whom he had saved for the second time. When he reached the cell, he found it empty. Book 11. Chapter 1. The Little Shoe. When the tramps attacked the church, La Esmeralda was asleep. It was not long before she was roused by the constantly increasing noise surrounding the cathedral and the uneasy bleating of her goat, which had awoken before her. She sat up, listening and looking around. Then, alarmed by the light and the uproar, she hurried out of the cell to see what was the matter. The scene she saw in the square, the confusion of this nocturnal assault, the hideous appearance of the rabble, hopping around like a host of frogs, faintly discerned in the dark, the harsh cries of this uncouth mob, the few torches dancing back and forth in the obscurity, like will-o'-the-wisps skipping over the misty surface of bogs, produced altogether the effect of a mysterious battle between the phantoms of the witches' Sabbath and the stone monsters of the church. Imbued from infancy with the superstitions of the gypsy tribe, she first thought that she had caught the strange beings of the night at their unholy pranks. Then she hurried back in fear to her cell, to bury her face in the bedclothes, and to shut out if possible the terrific vision. The first sense of fear having gradually been dispersed, she found, from the incessantly increasing din and other signs of reality, that what she had seen were not specters but creatures of flesh and blood. Her terror then, without being augmented, changed its form. She had imagined the possibility of a popular uprising to tear her from her asylum. The prospect of losing once again her life, her hopes, her Phoebus, which her imagination held forth to her, the absolute nothingness of her own strength, her forlorn situation, cut off from all support, all chance of flight, these and 1,000 other thoughts overwhelmed her. She fell on her knees, laying her head covered with her clasped hands on the bed, filled with anxiety and fear, and, gypsy, idolater, and pagan that she was, she began with heavy sobs to implore the mercy of the God of Christians and to pray to Our Lady, her protectress. For, whatever one's creed, there are moments in life when one is always of the religion of the nearest temple. She remained in this position for a considerable time, trembling indeed more than she prayed, her blood curdling at the ever-approaching sounds of that infuriated multitude. She was utterly at a loss as to their origin and ignorant of what they were doing and what they meant to do. She anticipated some terrible catastrophe. In this anguish she heard a footstep close to her. She looked up. 2 men, one of whom carried a lantern, had just entered her cell. She gave a faint shriek. "Fear nothing," said a voice, which was not unknown to her. "It is I." "And who are you?" she inquired. "Pierre Gringoire." That name gave her fresh courage. She lifted her eyes and saw that it actually was the poet. But at his side stood a black figure, muffled from head to foot, which struck her dumb. "Ah," resumed Gringoire, in a tone of reproach. "Jolly knew me before you did." The little goat had, in fact, not waited for Gringoire to mention his name. No sooner did he enter than she fondly rubbed against his knees, covering the poet with caresses and white hair, for she was shedding her coat. Gringoire returned her affection. "Who is that with you?" said the gypsy, in a low tone. "Don't worry," answered Gringoire. "It is one of my friends." The philosopher, setting down the lantern, crouched on the floor, clasped Jolly in his arms, and cried with enthusiasm, "Oh! She is an adorable creature, with her engaging ways, as shrewd, ingenious, and learned as a grammarian. Come, my Jolly, let us see if you have not forgotten your amusing tricks. How does Master Jacques Charmolue do?" The man in black would not let him finish. He stepped up to Gringoire and roughly pushed him on the shoulder. Gringoire rose. "Ah! True," he said. "I had almost forgotten that we are in a hurry. But yet, master, that is no reason for hurting people. My poor dear child, your life is in danger, and Jolly's too. They mean to hang you again. We are your friends and have come to save you. Follow us." "Is it true?" she cried in extreme agitation. "Quite true, I assure you. Come quick." "I will," she stammered. "But how is it that your friend does not speak?" "Why," said Gringoire, "the fact is that his father and mother were strange people, and made him taciturn." She had to be satisfied with this explanation. Gringoire took her by the hand, his companion picked up the lantern and walked in front. The young creature was stupefied with fear. She let Gringoire lead her away. The goat went with them, skipping around and so overjoyed to see the poet again that she rubbed her head every moment against his legs with such force that she made him stagger. "Such is life," said the philosopher, whenever he had almost fallen. "It is often our best friends who knock us down." They rapidly descended the tower stairs, passed through the church, dark, solitary, but echoing the uproar, which produced a fearful contrast, and went out by the Porte Rouge into the cloister court. The cloisters were deserted, the canons had fled to the bishop's palace, where they were praying together. The courtyard was empty, with the exception of a few frightened lackeys squatting in the dark corners. Gringoire and his companions headed toward the little door leading out to the terrain. The man in black unlocked it with a key that he had brought with him. The reader is aware that the terrain was a slip of land, enclosed with walls, belonging to the chapter of Notre-Dame, forming the eastern end of the island, in the rear of the cathedral. They found this spot entirely deserted. At that distance, there was less tumult in the air. The various noises of the assault reached them more blended, more muted. The breeze that followed the current of the river shook the leaves of the only tree standing on the point of the terrain, whose rustling was audible. But they were not far from danger. The buildings nearest to them were the bishop's palace and the cathedral. There was evidently a great bustle inside the former. Its gloomy facade was streaked with lights that flashed from window to window. When you have burned a sheet of paper, there remains a dark edifice of ashes on which bright sparks make 1,000 capricious runs. Beside it, the enormous towers of Notre-Dame, seen from behind, with the long nave from which they rise, standing out in black relief from the red glare that filled the Parvis, looked like the two gigantic andirons of a fire of the Cyclops. What could be seen of Paris oscillated to the eye in a chiaroscuro that we can find in the backgrounds of Rembrandt's paintings. The man with the lantern proceeded directly to the point of the terrain. At that spot there was, at the water's edge, a decayed fence, composed of stakes crossed by lattices, on which a few sickly branches of a low vine were spread like the fingers of an open hand. Behind, and in the shadow cast by this trellis, lay a small skiff. The man made a sign to Gringoire and his companion to get in. The goat followed him. The man then stepped in himself, cut the rope that moored the skiff, pushed off from the shore with a long pole, seated himself in the fore, and, taking up 2 oars, began to row out toward the middle of the river. In this place the Seine is very rapid, so he had some difficulty getting away from the point of the island. The first thing Gringoire did, after getting into the boat, was to take his seat at the stern and lift the goat up on his knees. Her mistress, in whom the stranger excited unspeakable apprehensions, sat down by the poet, pressing close to his side. When our philosopher felt the boat moving, he clapped his hands and kissed Jolly's forehead. "Oh," he exclaimed, "we are all 4 saved." With the look of a profound thinker, he added, "One is indebted sometimes to fortune, sometimes to stratagem, for the successful outcome of great undertakings." The skiff slowly pursued its way toward the right bank. The girl watched the mysterious stranger with a secret terror. He had carefully masked the light of his dark lantern, and he was faintly seen in the fore of the skiff, like a specter. His cowl, still down, formed a sort of visor, and every time that, in rowing, he opened his arms, from which hung wide, black sleeves, they looked like 2 prodigious bats' wings. He had not yet uttered a word, or let a breath escape. He made no other noise in the boat except the working of the oars, which blended with the rush of the 1,000 folds of water against the side of the vessel. "By my soul," exclaimed Gringoire suddenly, "we are as merry as so many Ascalaph, one mute as Pythagoreans or fish. Pasque Dieu, my friends, I wish somebody would talk to me. The human voice is music to the human ear. By the way, that saying belongs not to me but to Didymus of Alexandria, and a most pertinent one it is. For certain, Didymus of Alexandria was no ordinary philosopher. One word, my dear child. Speak to me, I beseech you. By the way, you have a very, very singular pout. Do you still do it? Do you know, my love, that the Parliament has supreme jurisdiction over sanctuaries, and that you ran as much risk in your cell in Notre-Dame as the little bird Trochilus, which builds its nest in the jaws of the crocodile, to the moon is breaking out again, master. I hope we shall not be seen. We are doing a praiseworthy thing in saving the young lady, yet we should be hanged in the king's name if they were to catch us. Alas! Human actions always have 2 handles by which they can be grasped. What is condemned in one is applauded in another. Many a man censures Catiline and admires Caesar. Is it not so, master? What do you say to that philosophy? For my part, I possess the philosophy of instinct, of nature, ut geometrium, or as the bees do geometry. What, will nobody answer me? You are both in bad moods. I have to talk to myself. That is what we call in tragedy a soliloquy. Pasque Dieu. Let me tell you, I have just seen Louis XI and have learned that oath from him. Pasque Dieu. Then, what an uproar they are still making in the sight. He is a mean old king, that Monsieur Louis. He has not yet paid me for my epithalamium, and it was a mere chance that he did not order me to be hanged tonight, which would have greatly annoyed me. He is stingy toward men of merit. He ought to read the 4 books by Salvianus of Cologne, Adversus Avaricium. 3 Frankly, he is a stingy king in his dealings with men of letters, and commits very barbarous cruelties. He is a sponge in sucking up the money drained from the people. His savings are like the belly swelling on the leanness of all the other members. Complaints of the hardness of the times are therefore treated as murmurs against the prince. Under this sweet, pious lord, the gallows cracked with the weight of the condemned, the blocks are clotted with putrefying gore, the prisons are bursting like cows in a clover field. This king has a hand that takes and a hand that hangs. He is the procurer for Monseigneur Gallows and my lady the salt tax. The great are stripped of their dignities, and the humble incessantly loaded with fresh burdens. He is an exorbitant prince. I cannot love this monarch. What do you say, master? The man in black let the garrulous poet babble on. He continued to struggle against the violence of the current that separates the prow of the site from the stern of the Isle de Notre-Dame, which we now call the Isle de Saint-Louis. By the way, master, Gringoire began again abruptly, when we passed through the enraged rabble and reached the Parvis, did you notice that unlucky little devil whose brains your hunchback was in the midst of dashing out against the balustrade of the Gallery of the Kings? I am too nearsighted to recognize him. Perhaps you know who it was. The stranger did not answer a word. But he suddenly ceased rowing, his arms sank, as if broken, his head drooped on his breast, and La Esmeralda heard him sigh convulsively. She had heard sighs of that kind before. The skiff, left to itself, drifted for some moments at the will of the current. Eventually the man in black roused himself, and again began pulling against the current. He passed the point of the Isle de Notre-Dame and rowed toward the landing place of the Port-au-Foin. Ah, said Gringoire. There is the Logis Barbeau. Only look, master, at that group of black roofs that form such singular angles, there, under that pile of low, stringy, dirty-looking clouds, where the moon appears smashed and spread around like the yolk of a broken egg. That's a good house. It has a chapel with vaulted roof, decorated with excellent sculptures. You can see above it the belfry, with its rare and delicate carvings. There is also a pleasant garden, containing a fish pond, an aviary, a mall, a maze, a menagerie, and many shady alleys particularly agreeable to Venus. There is also a devil of a tree called the Lover's Tree, because it served as the trysting place of a famous princess and a romantic and witty constable of France. Alas! We poor philosophers are to a constable what a bed of cabbages or turnips is to a grove of laurels. What does it matter after all? For the great, as for us, life is a mixture of good and ill. Pain is ever by the side of pleasure as the spondee is by the dactyl. I must tell you the history of the Logis Barbeau, master, it has a tragic ending. It was in 1319, under Philip V, who ruled longer than any other king of France. The moral of the story is that the temptations of the flesh are hurtful and pernicious. Beware of looking too hard at the wife of your neighbor, much as your senses may be susceptible to her beauty. Fornication is a very libertine idea. Adultery is curiosity about the pleasures of others. Hey! It is getting noisier by the second over there. Hey! What an uproar they are making! The tumult around Notre Dame was in fact raging with increased vehemence. They heard distinctly the shouts of victory. Suddenly 100 torches, which made the helmets of the men-at-arms gleam, appeared in every part of the church, on the towers, the galleries, the flying buttresses. These torches seemed to be searching for something, and soon distant shouts of the gypsy. The sorceress! Deaf to the gypsy, were plainly heard by the fugitives. The unhappy girl let her head fall on her hands, and the unknown began to row furiously toward the shore. Our philosopher was meanwhile musing. He hugged the goat in his arms and sidled gently away from the Bohemian, who pressed closer and closer to him, as to the only asylum that was now left her. Gringoire was certainly in a cruel dilemma. He considered that, as the law then stood, the goat would be hanged too if she were retaken, that it would be a great pity, poor, dear Jolly. 2 condemned ones clinging to him was more than he could manage. However, his companion desired nothing better than to take charge of the gypsy. A violent conflict took place in his thoughts, in which, like Homer's Jupiter, he weighed by turns the gypsy and the goat, and he looked first at one and then at the other with eyes full of tears, muttering at the same time between his teeth, "And yet I cannot save you both." A bump apprised them that the skiff had reached the shore. The sight was still filled with the appalling uproar. The stranger rose, stepped up to the gypsy, and offered her his arm to help her to land. She refused it and clung to the sleeve of Gringoire, who, for his part, engaged with the goat, almost pushed her away. She then sprang without help out of the boat. She was so alarmed that she did not know what she was doing or where she was going. She stood stupefied for a moment, with her eyes fixed on the water. When she came to herself a little, she was alone on the quay with the stranger. It appeared that Gringoire had taken advantage of the instant of landing to steal away with the goat among the cluster of houses composing the Rue Grenier-sur-Elot. The poor gypsy shuddered on finding herself alone with that man. She wanted to speak, to cry out, to call Gringoire, but her tongue was inert, and not a sound came out of her mouth. Suddenly she felt the stranger's hand on hers. It was a cold, strong hand. Her teeth chattered, and she turned paler than the moon's ray that illuminated her. The man did not speak a word. He began to move toward the Place de Grève, drawing her along by the hand. At that moment she had a vague feeling that fate was an irresistible power. She had lost all motivation and followed mechanically, running while he walked. The quay at this spot goes uphill. To her it seemed as if she were running downhill. She looked around on all sides. Not a passer-by was to be seen. The quay was absolutely deserted. She heard no sound, she saw no movement of men except in the tumultuous and roaring sight. There was only an arm of the Seine that separated her from the battleground. From there her name, mingled with cries of death, reached her ear. The rest of Paris spread itself out before her as massive, shadowy blocks. Meanwhile the stranger continued to drag her along in the same silence and with the same rapidity. She had no recollection of the places through which he took her. In passing a lit window she suddenly made an effort to resist, and cried, "Help! Help!" The window opened, the occupant of the room appeared at it in his shirt and nightcap, with a lamp in his hand, looked out with drowsy eyes on the quay, muttered a few words, which she could not catch, and reclosed the window. She felt as though the last glimmer of hope was extinguished. The man in black did not say a word, he held her tightly and began to quicken his pace. She stopped resisting and followed him helplessly. From time to time she mustered a little strength, and in a voice broken from the jolting of the rugged pavement and from her being out of breath, because of the rapid rate at which she was drawn along, she asked, "Who are you? Who are you?" He made no reply. Proceeding this way along the quay, they arrived at a large open space. The moon shone faintly. It was the Grève. In the middle of it stood a sort of black cross, it was the gallows. Now she knew where she was. The man stopped, turned toward her, and raised his cowl. "Oh," she stammered, petrified with horror. "I knew that it must be you." It was in truth the priest. He looked like a phantom. Moonlight produces this effect. It seemed as if by that light one could see only the specters of objects. "Listen to me," he said, and she shuddered at the sound of that fatal voice, which she had not heard for such a long time. He continued, with frequent pauses and in broken sentences that revealed violent inward agitation. "Listen to me. Here we are. I want to talk to you. This is the Grève. We go no farther. Fate delivers us up into the hands of each other. Your life is at my disposal, my soul at yours. Here is a place and a night beyond which one sees nothing. Listen to me, then. I am going to tell you. But not a word about your Phoebus." As he spoke he paced back and forth, like a man who cannot remain quietly in one spot, and pulled her after him. "Do not talk to me about him. If you utter that name, I do not know what I shall do, it will be terrible." Having said this, like a body recovering its center of gravity, he stood still, but his words did not betray less agitation. His voice became softer and softer. "Do not turn your head from me like that. Listen to me. This is serious business. First, I will tell you what has happened. It is no laughing matter, I swear to you. But what was I saying? Ah, yes. An order has been issued by the Parliament that condemns you again to the gallows. I have rescued you from their hands. But there they are searching for you. Look. He pointed toward the site. It was evident, in fact, that the search continued. The noise drew nearer. The tower of the lieutenant's house, facing the Greve, was full of bustle and lights, and the soldiers could be seen running on the opposite quay with torches, shouting, "The gypsy! Where is the gypsy? Death! Death! You see that they are in pursuit of you, and that I am not deceiving you. I love you. Do not say anything, do not answer me if it is to tell me that you hate me. I am determined not to hear that. I have helped you escape. Let me complete the work. I can save you. Everything is prepared. All depends on your will. Whatever you want shall be done." He interrupted himself violently. "No. That is not what I meant to say." Then running, and pulling her along after him, for he still kept hold of her, he went straight to the foot of the gallows, and, pointing to it, said coldly, "Choose between the two of us." She tore herself from his clasp and fell at the foot of the gallows and kissed the deadly contraption. Then, half turning her head, she looked over her shoulder at the priest. The priest stood like a statue, motionless, his fingers still raised toward the gallows. "This horrifies me less than you," the gypsy said at last. He slowly dropped his arm and looked down at the pavement, overwhelmed. "Yes," he said, "if these stones could speak, they would say, there is the most miserable of men." "I love you," he again began. The girl, kneeling before the gallows, covered by her long, flowing hair, allowed him to proceed without interruption. His accent was now soft and plaintive, woefully in contrast to the arrogant harshness of his features. "I love you. Nothing can be more true. No fire can be fiercer than that which consumes my heart. Ah! Maiden, night and day, yes, night and day. Does this deserve no pity? It is a love, torture, night and day, I tell you. Oh! My poor child, I suffer too much. This is an agony worthy of compassion, I assure you. I want to speak gently to you. I do not want you to be horrified by me. And then, if a man loves a woman, it is not his fault. What? You will never have compassion for me, then? You will hate me forever? This is what makes me cruel, hateful to myself. You will not even look at me. You are thinking perhaps of something else, while I am talking to you and trembling, while we both are on the brink of death. Just don't talk to me of your officer. I would throw myself at your knees, I would kiss, not your feet, you would not let me, but the ground beneath them. I would sob like a child, and tear from my bosom not words but my heart and my entrails, to tell you how I love you. But it would all be in vain, and yet you have in your soul only what is kind and tender. You are all goodness, all gentleness, all compassion, all sweetness. Alas! To me alone you are cruel. Oh! What a terrible fate! He buried his face in his hands. La Esmeralda heard him weep. It was the first time. His figure, so upright and shaken by sobs, was more pitiable and more humble than if he had knelt. He continued to weep for some time. Alas, he proceeded, this first paroxysm over. I am at a loss for words. And yet I had pondered well what I would say to you. Now I tremble and shudder, I shrink back at the decisive moment, I feel some superior power that overwhelms me and makes me stammer. Oh! I shall sink on the pavement unless you take pity on me, on yourself. Do not condemn both of us. If you only knew how much I love you, and what a heart is mine. Oh! What an abandonment of all virtue, what a desperate desertion of myself. I make a mockery of learning, I destroy my good name, as a priest, I make of the most holy vows the resting place of sensuality, and renounce my God. And all for your sake, enchantress, and all this to make myself worthy of your hell. And still you reject me. Oh! I must tell you all, still more, something even yet more horrible, most horrible. As he uttered the concluding words, he began to look quite wild. He kept silent for a moment, and then started again, as if speaking to himself, in a loud tone, "Cain, what have you done with your brother?" Again he paused, and then continued, "What have I done with him, Lord? I have taken him to me, I have fed him, I have brought him up, I have loved him, I have idolized him, and I have slain him. Yes, Lord, it was he whose head was just now dashed before my eyes against the stones of your temple, and it was on my account, and on account of this woman, because of her." His eye flashed wildly. His voice became more and more faint, he repeated several times, and with pauses of some length, like a bell prolonging its last vibration, because of her, his lips continued to move, but his tongue ceased to articulate any audible sound. Suddenly he sank down and remained motionless on the ground, with his head bowed to his knees. A slight movement made by the girl to draw her foot from under him brought him to himself again. He passed his hand slowly over his hollow cheeks and looked vacantly for some moments at his fingers, which were wet. "What?" he muttered. "Have I wept?" Turning abruptly toward the gypsy, with irrepressible anguish, he said, "And have you coldly watched me weep? Do you know, girl, that those tears are lava? Is it then true that women are not moved by anything that happens to the man they hate? If you were to see me die, you would laugh. But I do not wish for your death. One word. A single word of kindness. Do not tell me that you love me, say only that you wish me well, it shall suffice, I will save you. Otherwise. Oh! The time passes. I implore you by all that is sacred, do not wait until I am again transformed into stone, like that gallows, which also claims you. Consider that I hold both our fates in my hand, that I am mad, oh! It is terrible, that I may let all drop, and that there is beneath us a bottomless abyss, down which I shall follow you in your fall to all eternity. One kind word. One word. But a single word." She opened her lips to answer. He fell on his knees before her, to catch with adoration the words, perhaps of sympathy, that might fall from her mouth. "You are a murderer," she said. The priest clasped her furiously in his arms and burst into a terrific laugh. "Murderer though I be," he cried, "I will have you. You will not have me for a slave, you shall have me for a master. You shall be mine. I have a den to which I will drag you. You will come, you must come with me, or I will give you up. You must die, my beauty, or be mine, be the priests, the apostates, the murderers. Do you understand? Come now. Kiss me, darling. The tomb or my bed. The choice rests with yourself, decide instantly." His eye sparkled with passion and rage. The girl's neck was flushed under the touch of his burning lips. She struggled in his arms. He covered her in foaming kisses. "Stop biting me, monster," she cried. "Oh! The hateful poisonous monk. Let me go, or I will tear out your disgusting gray hair and throw it in your face." He reddened, turned pale, he released her from his grip and eyed her with a somber look. She considered herself victorious and continued, "I tell you, I belong to my Phoebus, it is Phoebus I love, it is Phoebus who is handsome. As for you, priest, you are old, you are ugly. Go away." He gave a violent shriek, like a wretch to whose flesh a red-hot iron is applied. "Die then," he said, gnashing his teeth. She noticed the diabolical malevolence of his look and would have fled. He grabbed her, shook her, and with rapid strides proceeded toward the corner of the Tour Roland, dragging her after him along the pavement by her beautiful arms. On reaching that point he turned toward her. "Once more," he said, "will you be mine?" She replied firmly, "No." Then he cried aloud, "Sack woman! Sack woman! Here is the gypsy!" Revenge yourself on her. The girl felt herself suddenly seized by the wrist. She looked, it was a skeleton arm, thrust through a hole in the wall, which held her like a vice. Hold fast, said the priest. It is the gypsy, who has gotten away. Do not let her escape. I will get the sergeants, you will see her hanged. These inhuman words were answered by a guttural laugh from within the wall. Ha! 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 The gypsy saw the priest run off toward the bridge of Notre-Dame. The tramp of cavalry horses was heard in that direction. The girl immediately recognized the malicious recluse. Panting with terror, she strove to get away. She writhed, she twisted with a bound of agony and despair, but the recluse held her with supernatural force. The bony fingers meeting around her wrist clasped her so firmly they dug into her arm. More efficient than a chain or an iron ring, they were a pair of living and intelligent clamps that came out of the wall. Against that wall La Esmeralda sank exhausted, and then the fear of death came over her. She thought of the pleasure of life, of youth, of the view of the sky, of the beauty of nature, of love, of Phoebus, of all that was past and all that was to come, of the priest who had gone to denounce her, of the gallows that stood there, and the hangman who would soon arrive. Then she felt the horror mounting to the roots of her hair, and she heard the sinister laugh of the recluse, who said in a low tone, "You are going to be hanged." Ha! 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 She turned half dead toward the opening and saw the wild face of the recluse between the bars. "What have I done to you?" she said faintly. The recluse made no reply but began to mutter, with a singing, irritating, and jeering intonation, "Gypsy girl! Gypsy girl! Gypsy girl!" The wretched Esmeralda let her head drop. She realized that she was not dealing with a human being. Suddenly the recluse exclaimed, as if she had taken all this time to understand the girl's question, "What harm have you done to me, you ask? What have you done to me, gypsy? Why, listen. I had a child, you see? A little child, a baby, I tell you, a pretty little girl. My Agnes," she resumed, kissing something in the dark. "Well, they stole my child, they took my child away, they ate my child. That is what you have done to me." The young girl replied, like a lamb, "I was not even born then." "Oh, yes," rejoined the recluse, "you must have been born. You were one of them. She would be about your age. Just. It's been 15 years that I have been here, 15 years I have suffered, 15 years I have prayed, 15 years I have dashed my head against these four walls. I tell you the gypsies stole my baby, and ate her afterward. Do you have a heart? Then imagine what it is to have a child who nurses, sleeps, and plays. It is so innocent. Well, it was such an infant that they stole from me and killed. God knows it well. Now it is my turn, I will feast on the gypsy. Oh, I would bite you if I could get my head between the bars. Only think, while the poor little thing was asleep. And if they had woken her up when they took her, her crying would have been useless, I was not there. Ah, you gypsy mothers! You ate my child. Come and see how I will serve yours." Then she began to laugh or to gnash her teeth, for both had nearly the same expression on that furious face. The day began to dawn. An ashen light illuminated faintly the scene, and the gallows in the middle of the square became more and more distinct. From the other side, toward the bridge of Notre-Dame, the poor condemned girl imagined that she heard the tramp of horses approaching. "Madam," she cried, clasping her hands and sinking on her knees, disheveled, overwhelmed, distracted with terror. "Take pity on me. They are coming. I never harmed you. Would you have me die that horrid death before your face? You are compassionate, I am sure. It is too frightful. Let me go, let me try to escape. Have mercy. I would not like to die in this way." Give me back my child, said the recluse. Mercy! Mercy! Give me my child. Let me go, for heaven's sake. Give me my child. The poor girl sank down, overcome, exhausted, with the glazed eye of one who was already in the grave. Alas, she stammered. You seek your child, and I seek my parents. Give me my little Agnes, continued the recluse. You don't know where she is? Then die. I tell you, I was a harlot, I had a child, they took it away, those accursed gypsies. It is plain then you must die. When your gypsy mother comes to ask for you, I will say to her, Mother, look at that gallows. Or, give me back my child, do you know where she is, where my little daughter is? Stay, I will show you. There is her shoe, all that is left to me of her. Do you know where its mate is? If you do, tell me, and if it is at the end of the world, I will fetch it, if I have to crawl there on my hands and knees. As she said this, she reached her other hand out of the opening and showed the little embroidered shoe to the gypsy. It was already light enough for her to distinguish its form and colors. Let me look at that shoe, said the girl, shuddering. Gracious God! At the same time, with her free hand, she tore open the little bag adorned with green beads that she wore around her neck. Go ahead! Go ahead, muttered sack woman. Fumble away in your devilish amulet. Then, stopping short and trembling in every joint, she cried with a voice that came out of her very bowels, My child! My child! The gypsy had taken out of the bag a little shoe that was the precise mate to the other. To this little shoe was attached a piece of parchment, on which was written this rhyme. When its mate thou shalt find, thy mother is not far behind. In a flash the recluse had compared the two shoes, read the inscription on the parchment, and, thrusting her face, beaming with celestial joy, against the bars of the window, shouted, My daughter! My daughter! My mother! My mother, responded the gypsy. Who could describe such a scene? The wall and the iron bars were between them. Oh! This wall, cried the recluse. To see her, yet I cannot clasp her to my heart. Your hand! Give me your hand! The girl put her hand through the window, the recluse seized it, fastened her lips to it, and stood absorbed in that kiss, giving no other sign of life but a sigh, which from time to time shook her entire body. Meanwhile torrents of tears gushed from her eyes, in silence, and in the dark, like a rain shower at night. The poor mother poured on that adored hand the dark, deep wellspring of tears that was within her, and from which her sorrows had filtered drop by drop for 15 years. Suddenly she raised her head, threw back the long, gray hair from her face, and, without saying a word, began to shake the bars of her window more furiously than a lioness. The bars defied her utmost strength. Then she went to a corner of her cell, got a large paving stone that had been her pillow, and dashed it against them with such violence that she broke one of them into several pieces. A second blow drove out the old iron cross that barricaded the window. With both hands she then removed the rusty fragments of the bars. There are moments when the hands of a woman possess superhuman force. The passage being cleared, and this was accomplished in less than a minute, she clasped her daughter in her arms and drew her into the cell. Come, she murmured. Let me drag you from the abyss. She set her down gently on the floor, then caught her up again, and, carrying her in her arms, as if she were still her baby Agnes, she paced her narrow cell, intoxicated, frantic with joy, shouting, singing, kissing the girl, talking to her, laughing, weeping, suddenly and with vehemence. My child! My dear child, she cried. I have got my child. Here she is. The gracious God has restored her to me. Come, all of you, and see that I have got my daughter again. Lord Jesus, how beautiful she is. The Almighty made me wait 15 years, but it was to give her back to me in beauty. After all, then the gypsies did not eat you. Who could have predicted it? My child, my dear little child, kiss me. Oh, those good gypsies. How I love the gypsies. And it is you yourself. And this was the reason why my heart always leaped within me whenever you passed. Fool that I was to take this for hatred. Forgive me, my Agnes, forgive me. You must have thought I was very nasty, didn't you? Ah! How I love you! And the beauty mark on your neck. Do you still have it? Let us see. Yes, there it is. Oh! How beautiful you are! It is from your mother you have those large bright eyes. Kiss me, darling. I love you. What do I care if other mothers have children? I can laugh at them now. Let them come. Here is mine. Here is her neck, her eyes, her hair, her hand. Show me anything more charming than this. Yes, yes, she will have plenty of lovers, I will answer for it. I have mourned for 15 years. All my beauty has left me and gone to her. Kiss me, love. In this strain she ran on, uttering 1,000 extravagant things, disheveling the poor girl's dress so as to make her blush, stroking her silken hair with her hand, kissing her foot, her knee, her brow, her eyes, and extolling every feature. The girl let her do as she pleased, repeating at intervals, in a low and infinitely sweet tone, "Oh, mother!" "Ah, my darling," the recluse began again, interrupting herself at every word with kisses, "how I shall love you! We will leave this place. How happy we shall be! I have some property in Reims, in our own country. Do you remember Reims? Ah, no. How could you? You were still an infant. If you knew how pretty you were at 4 months old. Tiny feet that people came to see all the way from Epernay out of curiosity. It is 15 miles away. We shall have a house and a field. You shall sleep in my bed. My God! My God! Who would have believed it? I have got my daughter again. Oh, mother, said the girl, eventually recovering power to speak amid her emotion. The gypsy woman told me this. There was a good woman of our tribe who died last year, and who always took care of me like a nurse. It was she who fastened this little bag around my neck. She always said, my dear, never part with this trinket. It is a treasure. It will enable you to find your mother again. You carry your mother around your neck. The gypsy woman foretold it, you see. The recluse again clasped her daughter in her arms. Come, let me kiss you. How sweetly you said that. When we go to the country we will give those little shoes to an infant Jesus in the church. We certainly owe that to the kind Holy Virgin. But what a charming voice you have. When you were speaking to me just now, it was like music. Ah! Lord God! I have found my child again. And yet who would believe the story? Surely nothing can kill me, since I have not died of joy. She then began to clap her hands, laughing, and exclaiming, how happy we shall be. At that moment the cell rang with the clank of arms and the tramp of horses, which seemed to be advancing from the bridge of Notre-Dame along the quay. The gypsy threw herself in unutterable anguish into the arms of the recluse. Save me, she shrieked. Save me, mother. They are coming. The recluse turned pale. Oh, heavens! What are you saying? I had forgotten. They are searching for you. What have you done, then? I do not know, answered the unfortunate girl, but I am condemned to die. Die, cried the recluse reeling, as if stricken by a thunderbolt. Die, she slowly repeated, fixing her glazed eye on her daughter. Yes, mother, replied the frightened girl, they mean to put me to death. They are coming to take me. That gallows is for me. Save me. Save me. They are coming. Save me. For some moments the recluse remained motionless as a statue, then she shook her head doubtingly and suddenly burst into a loud laugh, her old terrific laugh. No, no, you must be dreaming. It cannot be. To lose her for 15 years, and then to find her for a single minute. And they would take her from me again, now that she is grown up and handsome, and talks to me and loves me. They would now come to devour her before my face, mine, who am her mother. Oh, no! Such things are not possible. God Almighty would not permit such doings. By this time the cavalry had apparently halted. A distant voice was heard calling out, "This way, Messire Tristan. The priest says that we shall find her at the rat hole." The sound of the horses resumed. The recluse started up with a shriek of despair. Away! Save yourself, my child. I remember now. You are right. It is for your death. Curses on them. Get out of here. She put her head out the window and quickly drew it back again. Stay, she said, in a low, pained voice, convulsively grasping the hand of the gypsy, who was more dead than alive. Stay. Hold your breath. The square is full of soldiers. You cannot escape. It is too light. Her eyes were dry and burning. For a moment she remained silent, but she rapidly paced up and down her cell, stopping now and then, and tearing out handfuls of her gray hair, which she threw on the floor. They are coming, she exclaimed suddenly. I will talk to them. Hide yourself in this corner. They will not see you. I will tell them that I let you go, that you have run away, that's what I'll do. She carried the girl to a corner of the cell that was not visible from outside. Here she made her crouch down, taking care that neither foot nor hand should protrude beyond the dark shadow, loosened her black hair, which she spread over her white dress in order to conceal it, and placed before her the water jug and paving stone, the only furniture she possessed, imagining that they would help to hide her. This done, she was more calm, knelt down, and prayed. Day had just broken, but shadows still pervaded the rat hole. At that moment the voice of the priest, that infernal voice, passed very close to the cell, crying, "This way, Captain Phoebus de Chateaupers." At that name, at that voice, La Esmeralda made a slight movement. "Don't move," said Sackwoman. She had scarcely uttered the words when a tumult of horses and men was heard outside the cell. The mother hastily rose and posted herself before the window to block their view of the interior. She saw a great troop of armed men, on foot and horseback, drawn up in the greave. Their commander descended and advanced toward her. He looked horrible. "Old woman," he said, "we are looking for a witch to hang her, we were told that you had her." The poor mother, assuming a look of as much indifference as she could, answered, "I don't know what you mean." "By God," cried the other. "What kind of story did that crazed archdeacon tell us? Where is he?" "Monseigneur," said one of the soldiers, "he has slipped away." "Come, come, old crone," resumed the commandant, "let us have the truth. A witch was given to you to hold. What have you done with her?" The recluse, apprehensive that by denying everything she might awaken suspicion, replied in a tone of affected sincerity and surliness, "If you mean a tall young girl that I was told to hold just now, all I can tell you is that she bit me, and I let her go. Leave me alone, I beg you." The commandant's expression betrayed his disappointment. "Tell me no lies, old scarecrow," he rejoined. "I am Tristan the Hermit, the compere of the king." "Tristan the Hermit, do you hear? It is a name," he added, looking around at the Place de Grève, "that has an echo here." If you were Satan the hermit, replied Sackwoman, regaining some hope, I should have nothing else to tell you, nor should I be afraid of you. My God, cried Tristan. There's a hag for you. So, the young witch has escaped. And which way has she gone? Down the Rue du Mouton, I believe, answered Sackwoman in a careless tone. Tristan turned his head and motioned to his troop to prepare to start. The recluse began to breathe again. Monseigneur, said one of the archers suddenly, ask the old witch why the bars of her window are broken like that. That question once more overwhelmed the wretched mother's heart with anguish. Nevertheless she retained some presence of mind. They were like that, she stammered. Bah, replied the archer. Only yesterday they formed a fair black cross, fit to remind a man of his prayers. Tristan cast a sidelong glance at the recluse. By my faith, he said, the hag does begin to look confused. The wretched woman felt that all depended on keeping up a bold face, and, while her soul was racked with mortal anguish, she began to laugh. Mothers have this kind of force. Pshaw, she said. That fellow is drunk. It is more than a year since the tail of a cart laden with stones was backed against my window and broke the grating. How I insulted the driver. That's true enough, said another archer, I was there. Wherever you may be, you are sure to meet people who have seen everything. This unexpected testimony somewhat revived the recluse, who felt during this interrogation like one forced to cross an abyss on the edge of a knife. But she was doomed to go from hope to panic. If it was a cart that did this, replied the first soldier, the stumps of the bars would be driven inward, whereas these are bent outward. Aha, said Tristan to the archer. You have a nose like an inquisitor of the Châtelet. What do you say to that, woman? Good God, she exclaimed, driven to extremity, and in a voice in spite of herself akin to that of weeping. I assure you, Monseigneur, that it was a cart which broke those bars. That man saw it, you hear. Besides, what does this have to do with your gypsy? Grumbled Tristan. The devil, resumed the first soldier, flattered by the compliment of the provost. The fractures of the iron are quite fresh. Tristan shook his head. The recluse turned pale. How long is it, do you claim, since this affair of the cart? A month, a fortnight perhaps, Monseigneur. I cannot remember exactly. She said at first above a year, observed the soldier. That looks suspicious, said the provost. Monseigneur, she exclaimed, still standing close to the window and trembling in fear that they would think of putting in their heads and looking around the cell, Monseigneur, I swear to you that it was a cart which broke this ironwork. I swear it by the angels in paradise. If it was not a cart, may I deny God, and may eternal perdition be my lot. You swear with enthusiasm, said Tristan, with the look of an inquisitor. The poor creature felt her assurance forsaking her by degrees. She was so confounded that she made awkward blunders, and she saw with terror that she was not saying what she ought to have said. A soldier now came up, crying, Monseigneur, the old witch lies. The girl has not been on the Rue du Mouton. The chain has been up all night, and the keeper has not seen a creature pass. Tristan, whose look became every moment more threatening, turned to the recluse. What do you have to say to this? I do not know, Monseigneur, she replied, still striving to make headway against this new incident. I may be mistaken. In fact, I almost think she must have crossed the river. Why, that is the very opposite way, said the provost. Besides, it is not likely that she would have gone back to the site, where the search was on for her. You lie, hag. And then, added the first soldier, there is no boat, either on this side of the water or on the other. She must have swum over, replied the recluse, defending the ground inch by inch. Whoever heard of women swimming? Cried the soldier. By God, old woman, you lie. You lie, exclaimed Tristan with vehemence. I have a good mind to let the young witch go, and to take you instead. A quarter of an hour's torture will bring the truth out of your throat. Come, you shall go with us. As you please, Monseigneur, she said, eagerly catching at these words. Hurry, hurry. The torture. I am ready. Take me. Let us go right away. Meanwhile, she thought, my daughter will have an opportunity to escape. Christ, cried the provost. What an appetite for torture! The mad creature completely puzzles me. An old grey-headed sergeant of the watch advanced from the ranks. Mad indeed, Monseigneur, he said, addressing the provost. If she has let the gypsy go, it is not her fault, for she is not fond of the gypsies. For these 15 years that I have belonged to the watch, I have heard her every night cursing the Bohemian women with bitter and endless execrations. If the one we are seeking is, as I suppose, the dancing girl with the goat, I know that she hates her above all. The recluse made an effort and repeated, above all. The unanimous testimony of the men belonging to the watch confirmed the words of the old sergeant. Tristan the hermit, despairing of being able to extract any information from the recluse, turned his back on her, and with inexpressible anxiety she watched him slowly heading toward his horse. Come, he muttered between his teeth, let us be off and pursue our search. I will not sleep till the gypsy is hanged. Nevertheless he paused for some time before he mounted his horse. Sack woman wavered between life and death, on seeing him cast around the square the restless look of a hound, which is aware that the lair of the game is nearby and is unwilling to leave the spot. Eventually he shook his head and vaulted onto the saddle. The recluse's heart, so cruelly oppressed, once more expanded, and, casting an eye on her daughter, at whom she had not dared to look while the soldiers were there, she said in a soft voice, saved. The poor girl had remained all this time in her corner, without stirring, without breathing, with the image of death before her eyes. She had not missed a single detail of the scene between Sackwoman and Tristan, and she had shared all the agonies endured by her mother. She had heard the successive snappings of the threads by which she was suspended over the abyss. 20 times she expected to see them all break, then she began again to breathe and to feel herself on solid ground. At this moment she heard a voice saying to the provost, Corboeuf. Mr. Provost, it is no business of mine, who am a soldier, to hang witches. That is beneath me. I leave you to attend to it alone. You must let me go and rejoin my company, because it is without a captain. That voice was the voice of Phoebus de Châteaupers. What she felt then is not to be described. He was there, then, her friend, her protector, her refuge, her Phoebus. She sprang up and, before her mother could prevent her, darted to the window, crying, Phoebus! My Phoebus! Come here! Phoebus was gone, he had just turned at a gallop the corner of the Rue de la Catellerie. But Tristan was there still. The recluse rushed to her daughter with the roar of a wild beast. Striking her nails into her neck, she drew her back with violence. A mother tigress is not very particular. But it was too late. Tristan had seen her. Hey ho, he cried, with a grin that revealed all his teeth and made his face resemble the muzzle of a wolf. 2 mice in the trap. I suspected as much, said the soldier. You are an excellent cat, replied Tristan, patting him on the shoulder. Come, he added, where is Henriette Cousin? A man who had neither the garb nor the look of a soldier stepped out of the ranks. He wore a dress half gray and half brown, with leather sleeves, had lank hair, and carried a coil of rope in his huge fist. This man always accompanied Tristan, who always accompanied Louis XI. My friend, said Tristan the hermit, I presume that there is the witch we are seeking. You will hang her right away. Do you have your ladder? There is one under the shed of the Maison aux Piliers, replied the man. Is it at this justice that we are to do the business? He continued, pointing to the stone gallows. Yes. Ho ho ho, rejoined the man, with a more vulgar, more bestial grin than even that of the provost. We don't have far to go. Hurry up, said Tristan, you can laugh afterward. Ever since Tristan had seen the girl, and all hope was at an end, the recluse had not uttered a word. She had thrown the poor gypsy, half dead, in the corner of the cell and posted herself again at the window, with her two hands like claws resting on the corner of the entablature. In this posture her eyes, which had again become wild and fierce, wandered fearlessly over the surrounding soldiers. When Henriette Cousin reached the cell, her look was so ferocious that he started back. Monseigneur, he said, returning to the provost, which are we to take? The young one. So much the better, for that old hag looks uneasy. Poor dancing girl with the goat, sighed the veteran sergeant of the watch. Once more Henriette Cousin approached the window. His eye quailed before that of the mother. Madam, he began very timidly. What do you want? She cried, interrupting him in a low but resolute tone. I don't want you, he said, I want the other one. What other? The young one. She shook her head, crying, There is nobody, I tell you nobody. Nobody. There is, replied the executioner, and you know it. Let me take the girl. I will not harm you. Oh. You will not harm me, she said, with a terrible laugh. Let me take the other, madam, it is by the order of Monsieur the Provost. Panic-stricken, she repeated, There is nobody. Nobody. I tell you there is, replied the executioner. We all saw that there were two of you. Look then, said the recluse, grinning. Stick your head in at the hole. The hangman eyed her nails and dared not venture further. Hurry, cried Tristan, who had drawn up his men in a semicircle around the rat hole and posted himself on horseback near the gallows. Henriette returned once more to the provost, quite at a loss for how to proceed. He had laid his rope on the ground and, with a clownish air, twirling his hat on his hand, he asked, Monseigneur, how are we to get in? By the door. There is none. By the window. It is too small. Enlarge it then, said Tristan angrily. Don't you have pickaxes? The mother watched them from her den, still leaning against the windowsill. She had ceased to hope, she did not know what she would do, but she would not let them take her daughter from her. Henriette Cousin went to the shed of the Maison aux Piliers to fetch his tools. He also brought a ladder, which he immediately set up against the gallows. 5 or 6 of the provost's men armed themselves with picks and crowbars, and Tristan proceeded with them to the cell. Old woman, said the provost in a stern voice, give up the girl to us quietly. She looked at him as if she did not understand what he was saying. By God, resumed Tristan. Why do you want to prevent us from hanging the witch according to the king's will? The wretched woman burst into one of her wild laughs. Why? Why? She is my daughter. The tone with which she uttered that word made even Henriette Cousin himself shudder. I am sorry about that, replied the provost, but it is by order of the king. What is your king to me? Cried she, redoubling her terrible laugh. I tell you, she is my daughter. Break down the wall, said Tristan. Nothing more was required to make the opening sufficiently wide than to remove one massive stone from under the window. When the mother heard the picks and the crowbars attacking her fortress, she gave a terrific scream and then began to run around her cell with frightful swiftness, one of the habits of a wild beast that she had contracted from confinement. She said nothing, but her eyes flashed fire. The soldiers were terrified to their heart's core. Suddenly she picked up her paving stone in both hands, laughed, and hurled it at the workman. The stone, feebly thrown, for her hands trembled, missed them all and rolled to the feet of Tristan's horse. She gnashed her teeth. Meanwhile, though the sun had not yet risen, it was broad daylight. The old mossy chimneys of the Maison aux Piliers were tinged a beautiful pinkish hue. It was the hour when the earliest windows of the great city opened cheerfully on the rooftops. Certain inhabitants, fruit sellers and other merchants riding on their asses to the markets, began to cross the Grève. They paused for a moment in front of the party of soldiers collected around the rat hole, surveyed them with looks of astonishment, and went on their way. The recluse had sat down in front of her daughter, covering her with her body, listening to the poor girl, who did not stir, who did not speak, except to murmur in a low tone, "Phoebus! Phoebus!" As the besiegers' work seemed to advance, the mother mechanically drew back and pressed the girl closer and closer against the wall. Suddenly she saw the stone shake. She kept strict watch, and never took her eyes from it, and she heard the voice of Tristan encouraging the laborers. This roused her from the stupor into which she had sunk for some minutes, and she cried. Her voice sometimes tore the air like a saw, sometimes it stammered as if all the curses filling her throat were jostling one another on her lips. Ho ho ho! But this is horrible. Robbers, do you really mean to take my daughter from me? I tell you it is my daughter. Oh, the cowards! Oh, the hangman's lackeys! Oh, the assistant murderers! Help! Help! Fire! Will they rob me of my child in this manner? Can such a thing be allowed by the Almighty? Then, turning to Tristan, with foaming lips, glaring eyes, on all fours like a panther, and bristling with rage, "Come a little nearer to rob me of my daughter. Do you not understand that this woman is telling you it is her daughter? Do you know what it is to be the mother of a child? And if you have young ones, when they howl, do you not have within you something that is moved by their cry?" "Remove the stone," said Tristan. "It is loose." The crowbars displaced the heavy stone. It was, as we have said, the mother's last rampart. She threw herself on it. She would have held it fast, she scratched it with her nails, but the massive block, set in motion by 6 men, slipped from her grasp and glided gently to the ground along the iron levers. The mother, seeing an entry made, threw herself across the opening, barricading the breach with her body, waving her arms, striking her head against the top of the window, and shouting with a voice so husky with fatigue that it could scarcely be heard, "Help! Fire! Fire!" "Now take the girl," said Tristan, as cool as ever. The mother glared at the soldiers so fiercely that they were much more disposed to fall back than to advance. "Go on," shouted the provost. "Henriette, cousin." Not a creature stirred a step. The provost exclaimed, "What? Men-at-arms afraid of a woman?" "Monseigneur," said Henriette, "you call that a woman?" "She has the mane of a lion," said another. "Advance," replied the provost. "The opening is large enough. Enter 3 abreast, as at the breach of Pontoise. Let us finish the business. By the death of Mahound! The first one who retreats I will cut in 2. Placed between the provost and the mother, and threatened by both, the soldiers hesitated for a moment, then, making their choice, they advanced toward the rat hole. When the recluse saw this, she suddenly raised herself up on her knees, threw back her long hair from her face, and dropped her lank and lacerated hands onto her thighs. Tears sprang into her eyes, trickling down one by one the wrinkles in her cheeks, like a stream along the riverbed that it has made for itself. At the same time she began to speak, but in a voice so suppliant, so meek, so subdued, so cutting, that more than one old trooper who could have eaten human flesh had to wipe his eyes. "Gentlemen, and messrs sergeants, one word. There is one thing that I must tell you. It is my daughter, my dear little girl, whom I had lost. Listen, it is a strange story. I am no stranger to Messrs the sergeants. They were always very kind to me when the boys in the streets pelted me with stones, because I was a streetwalker. You will leave me my child when you know all. I was a poor unfortunate girl. The Bohemians stole my infant. Look, here is her shoe, which I have kept for 15 years. Her foot was no bigger than that. La Chantefleurie, Rue de Falpain, in Reims, perhaps you know that name. Well, I was she. You will take pity on me, won't you, gentlemen? The gypsies stole her from me and hid her away for these 15 years. I thought she was dead. Only think, my good friends, I thought she was dead. I have lived here these 15 years, in this den, without fire in winter. It is hard, is it not? The poor dear little shoe. I have prayed so earnestly that God Almighty has heard me. This very morning He has restored my daughter to me. It is a miracle of His doing. She was not dead, you see. You will not take her from me, I am sure. If it were myself I would not say a word, but as for her, a girl of 16, give her time to see the sun. What harm has she done to you? None whatever. Nor I either. If you only knew that I have none but her, that I am getting old, that she was a blessing bestowed on me by the Holy Virgin herself. And then you are all so kind-hearted. You did not know that it was my daughter, till I told you. Oh! How I love her! Monsignor High Provost, I would rather be stabbed in the heart than have a scratch upon her finger. You look like a good, kind gentleman. What I tell you explains everything, no? Oh, my lord! If you ever had a mother. You are the captain, leave me my child. Consider that I am praying to you on my knees, as one prays to Jesus Christ. I ask nothing of anyone. I am from Reims, gentlemen. I have a little spot left me by my uncle, Matthew Pradon. I am not a beggar. I want nothing but my child. God Almighty, who is the master of us all, did not give her to me for nothing. The king, you say. The king! How could it please him for you to kill my daughter? And then the king is merciful. It is my daughter. Mine, I tell you. She is not the king's. She is not yours. I will be gone, we will both go. Who would stop two weak women, one of them the mother, the other the daughter? Let us pass, then. We are from Reims. Oh! You are very kind, Messrs sergeants, I love you all. You will not take my darling from me. It is impossible. Isn't it? Quite impossible. My child. My own dear child. We shall not attempt to convey any idea of her gestures, of her tone, of the tears that she swallowed as she spoke, of her hands, which she clasped and then wrung, of the devastating smiles, the moans, the sighs, the heartrending shrieks that she blended with this wild, rambling, and incoherent harangue. When she was done, Tristan the hermit frowned, but it was to conceal a tear that rolled from his tiger-like eye. Overcoming this weakness, however, he said in a dry tone, "The king wills it." Then, bending to the ear of Henriette Cousin, he whispered, "Finish this business." Perhaps the terrifying provost himself felt even his own heart fail him. The hangman and the sergeants entered the cell. The mother made no resistance, she merely crawled toward her daughter and threw herself headlong on her. The gypsy girl saw the soldiers approaching. The horror of death roused her. "Mother," she cried, in a tone of inexpressible anguish, "Mother, they are coming, save me." "Yes, my love, I will defend you," replied the mother in a faint voice, and, clasping her tight in her arms, she covered her with kisses. Mother and daughter, as they lay on the ground, presented a sight that was truly pitiable. Henriette Cousin grabbed hold of the girl around the waist. When she felt the touch of his hand she shuddered, cried ugh, and fainted. The hangman, from whose eyes big tears fell drop by drop on her, attempted to lift her but was prevented by the mother, who had entwined her arms around her daughter's body and clung so firmly to her child that it was impossible to part them. Henriette's cousin, therefore, dragged the girl out of the cell and the mother after her, the latter, too, with her eyes shut, and apparently unconscious. The sun was just then rising, and a considerable number of people collected this early in the square were trying to make out what the hangman was dragging along the pavement toward the gallows. It was Tristan's way to prevent the approach of the gawkers at executions. There was not a creature at the windows. On the top of that tower of Notre Dame that overlooks the Grève, two men could be seen in dark relief against the clear morning sky. They appeared to be looking on. Henriette's cousin stopped with what he was dragging when he reached the foot of the fatal ladder and, scarcely breathing, so deeply was he affected, he slipped the cord about the girl's lovely neck. The unfortunate creature felt the horrid touch of the rope. She opened her eyes and saw the hideous arm of the stone gallows extended over her head. Rousing herself, she cried in a loud and heartrending voice, "No! No! I will not!" The mother, whose face was buried in her daughter's garments, did not utter a word, her whole body trembled, and she was heard to kiss her child even more intensely. The hangman took advantage of this moment to wrench open her arms, with which she had clung to the condemned girl. From either exhaustion or despair, she did not resist. Then he lifted the girl on his shoulder, from which the charming creature hung gracefully folded in two, and began to ascend the ladder. At that moment the mother, crouched on the pavement, opened her eyes. Without uttering any cry, she sprang up with a terrific look, then, like a beast of prey, she seized the hand of the hangman and bit him. It was like lightning. The executioner roared with pain. Some of the sergeants ran to him. With difficulty they extricated his bleeding hand from the teeth of the mother. She maintained profound silence. They thrust her back brutally, and her head fell heavily on the pavement. They lifted her up, but again she sank to the ground. She was dead. The hangman, who had not set the girl down, continued to mount the ladder. Chapter 2. La creatura bella bianco vestita for. When Quasimodo saw that the cell was vacant, that the gypsy was not there, and that while he was defending her she had been kidnapped, he grasped his head with both hands and stamped the ground with rage and astonishment. Then he began to run all over the church in search of the Bohemian, sending up strange shouts at every corner and sowing his red hair on the ground. When the king's archers entered the cathedral victorious, also seeking the gypsy, Quasimodo helped them, having no suspicion, poor deaf creature, of their fatal intentions. It was the crew of tramps whom he regarded as the enemies of the girl. He himself conducted Tristan the hermit to every possible hiding place, opened for him all the secret doors, the double-bottomed altars, and the back sacristies. Had the unfortunate girl still been there, he would inevitably have betrayed her. When Tristan was tired of the unsuccessful search, and on such occasions he was not soon tired, Quasimodo continued it alone. He crossed the church 20 times, 100 times, length and breadth, from top to bottom, mounting, descending, running, calling, crying, shouting, ferreting, rummaging, poking his head into every hole, thrusting a torch into every dark corner, distracted, mad. A male beast who has lost his mate could not have been more distraught or desperate. At last, when he was sure, quite sure, that she was no longer there, that she had been stolen away from him, he slowly ascended the tower stairs, those stairs that he had mounted with such transport and exultation on the day he saved her. He passed that way again, with drooping head, speechless, tearless, almost unbreathing. The church was once more empty, and silence again reigned within it. The archers had left the sacred edifice to track the witch in the sight. Quasimodo, left alone in the vast cathedral, ringing but a few moments before with the clamor of the besiegers, returned toward the cell where the gypsy had slept for so many weeks under his guardianship. As he approached it he could not help imagining that he might find her there again. When, at the turn of the gallery that opens on the roof of the aisles, he saw the narrow room with its small window and its little door, wedged under a great flying buttress, like a bird's nest under a bough. His heart failed him, poor fellow. He leaned against a pillar, in case he should fall. He imagined that she might have returned there, that a good genie had no doubt brought her back, that this little cell was too quiet, too safe, too charming for her not to be there, and he dared not take another step for fear of destroying the illusion. Yes, he said to himself, perhaps she is asleep, or praying. Let us not disturb her. Eventually he mustered courage, advanced on tiptoe, looked in, entered. Empty. The cell was still empty. The unhappy hunchback slowly paced around it, lifted up the bed and looked under it, as though she could have been hidden between the mattress and the floor. He shook his head and remained for a while in a state of stupor. Then he furiously stamped out his torch, and without a word or sigh he dashed his head with all his strength against the wall and fell in a dead faint on the ground. When his senses returned he threw himself on the bed, he rolled on it, he wildly kissed the spot where La Esmeralda had lain, he remained there for some time as motionless as if life had left him. Then he rose, bathed in perspiration, panting, beside himself, and began to beat his head against the wall with the frightful regularity of a pendulum, and the resolution of one who was determined to dash out his brains. After a while he fell a second time, exhausted. Then he crawled on his knees out of the cell and crouched opposite the door in an attitude of despair. In this state he continued for more than an hour, without moving, his eye fixed on the vacant cell, more gloomy and more thoughtful than a mother seated between an empty cradle and a full coffin. He did not say a word, only at long intervals a sob violently shook his whole body, but it was a sob without tears, like summer lightning that makes no noise. It seems that then, trying in his doleful reverie to figure out who the surprise kidnapper might be, he thought of the archdeacon. He remembered that no one but Dom Claude had a key to the staircase leading to the cell. He remembered his nocturnal attempts upon the young girl, in the first of which he, Quasimodo, himself had assisted, and the second of which he had prevented. He remembered 1,000 other things and soon felt not the least doubt that it was the archdeacon who had taken the girl from him. Such, however, was his respect for the priest, so deeply had gratitude, devotion, and love for that man taken root in his heart, that even at this moment they withstood the pull of jealousy and despair. He considered that the archdeacon had done this, and instead of the mortal rancor that he would have felt for anyone else, he was even more pained. When the dawn began to whiten the flying buttresses, he saw on a higher story of the cathedral, at a corner formed by the outer balustrade that runs around the apse, a moving figure. The face of this figure was turned toward him. He recognized the person. It was the archdeacon. Claude's step was grave and deliberate. He did not look ahead as he walked toward the north tower, his face was turned toward the right bank of the Seine, as if he were trying to see something over the intervening roofs. The owl frequently assumes this oblique posture, flying in one direction while looking in another. The priest passed above Quasimodo this way without seeing him. The hunchback, petrified by this sudden apparition, watched until he lost sight of him at the door of the staircase of the north tower. The reader already knows that this is the tower that commands a view of the Hôtel de Ville. Quasimodo rose and followed the archdeacon. He went up the stairs to climb the tower, in order to find out why the priest had gone up. The poor bell ringer did not know what he would do, or what he wanted. He was full of rage and apprehension. In his heart, the archdeacon and the gypsy clashed. When he reached the top of the tower, before he emerged from the darkness of the staircase and stepped out onto the platform, he looked cautiously around to find out where the priest was. Claude had his back to him. A balustrade of openwork surrounds the platform of the steeple. The priest, whose eyes were bent on the town, was leaning with his breast against that corner of the balustrade that looks down on the bridge of Notre-Dame. Quasimodo stole up behind him to see what he was looking at. The priest's attention was so completely engrossed that he did not notice the hunchback's approach. Paris, viewed from the towers of Notre-Dame in the cool light of a summer morning, is a magnificent and lovely sight. It must have been the month of July. the sky was perfectly serene. A few lingering stars were going out in different places, and there was still a very bright one in the east, in the lightest part of the sky. The sun was just rising. Paris began to stir. A very white and a very pure light touched the eastward faces of its countless houses and made them stand out. The giant shadows of the steeples extended from roof to roof, from one end of the great city to the other. There were neighborhoods that had already begun to make noise and bustle. Here was heard the hammer of the smith, there that of the carpenter, and beyond that the complicated creaking of a cart as it passed along the street. A few columns of smoke rose out of different places in this vast terrain of roofs, as from the fissures of an immense solfatara. The river that flowed against the arches of so many bridges, and the points of so many islands, was streaked with silver. Around the site, beyond the ramparts, the horizon melted into a wide circle of fleecy clouds, through which could be faintly discerned the indefinite line of the plains and the graceful swelling of the hills. All sorts of sounds floated confusedly over this half-awakened city. Toward the east the morning breeze drove across the sky a few white strands of mist torn from the mantle of fog that enwrapped the hills. In the parvis certain housewives, with milk jugs in their hands, pointed out to each other with astonishment the shattered state of the great portal of Notre-Dame, and the two streams of lead congealed in the interstices between the stones of the pavement. These were the only vestiges of the tumult of the past night. The fire kindled by Quasimodo between the towers was extinguished. Tristan had already ordered the square to be cleared and the dead to be thrown into the Seine. Kings such as Louis XI take care to have the pavement speedily washed after a massacre. Outside the balustrade of the tower, below the exact point where the priest had stopped, there was one of those stone gutters, fantastically carved, with which Gothic edifices bristle, and in a crevice of this gutter were two fine gillyflowers in full bloom, which moved, as if they were animated by the breeze and seemed to be playfully bowing to each other. Above the towers, high in the air, small birds were heard twittering and screaming. But the priest neither heard nor saw any of these things. He was one of those who take no notice either of mornings or of birds or of flowers. His attention was engrossed by only one point on that immense horizon, which presented so many things to him. Quasimodo burned with impatience to ask what he had done with the gypsy, but the archdeacon seemed at that moment to be somewhere else. With him it was evidently one of those critical moments of life, when a man would not feel the earth crumbling beneath his feet. He remained motionless and silent, with his eyes unwaveringly fixed on a particular spot. The silence and the motionless attitude were so formidable that the savage bell ringer himself shuddered before it and dared not disturb it. All he could do, therefore, and this was one way of questioning the archdeacon, was to follow the direction of his eye. Thus guided, the unhappy hunchback's gaze fell on the Place de Grève. He now saw what the priest was looking at. The ladder was set up against the permanent gallows. There were a few people in the square and a great number of soldiers. A man was dragging along the pavement something white, to which something black was clinging. This man stopped at the foot of the gallows. What then took place he could not clearly make out, not that the sight of his only eye was at all impaired, but a party of soldiers prevented his distinguishing what was going on. Besides, at that moment the sun came out and poured such a flood of light above the horizon that every point of Paris, steeples, chimneys, gables seemed to be set on fire at the same moment. Meanwhile the man began to mount the ladder. Quasimodo now saw distinctly again. He carried across his shoulder a young woman dressed in white. This young woman had a rope around her neck. Quasimodo knew her. It was the gypsy. The man reached the top of the ladder. There he arranged the rope. The priest, in order to see better, now knelt down on the balustrade. The man suddenly kicked away the ladder, and Quasimodo, who had not breathed for some moments, saw the unfortunate girl, with the man mounted on her shoulders, dangling at the end of the rope within 2 or 3 yards of the pavement. The rope spun around several times, and Quasimodo saw the body of the gypsy shaken by terrible convulsions. The priest, for his part, with outstretched neck and eyes staring from his head, contemplated the terrifying couple, the man and the young girl, the spider and the fly. At this most awful moment, a demon laugh, a laugh such as only one who has ceased to be human is capable of, burst across the livid face of the priest. Quasimodo did not hear this laugh, but he saw it. The bell ringer recoiled a few steps from the archdeacon, then, rushing furiously on him, thrust him with his two huge hands into the abyss, over which Dom Claude was leaning. "Damnation!" cried the priest as he fell. The gutter beneath caught him and broke the fall. He clung to it with desperate hands and was just opening his mouth to give a second cry when he saw the formidable and avenging face of Quasimodo over the balustrade above his head. He was then silent. The abyss was beneath him, a fall of more than 200 feet, and the pavement. In this terrible situation, the archdeacon uttered neither word nor groan. He writhed on the edge of the gutter and made astonishing efforts to hoist himself onto it. But his hands had no hold of the granite, and his toes merely scratched the blackened walls without finding the least support. All who have ever been up the towers of Notre Dame know that the stone bulges immediately under the balustrade. It was against this slope that the wretched archdeacon exhausted himself in fruitless efforts. He was dealing not with a perpendicular wall but with a wall that receded from him. Quasimodo might have saved him from the abyss merely by extending to him his hand, but he did not so much as look at him. He looked at the grieve. He looked at the gypsy. He looked at the gallows. The hunchback was leaning on the balustrade, at the very spot that the archdeacon had just before occupied. And there, never turning his eye from the only object that existed for him at that moment, he was motionless and mute as one thunderstruck while a stream flowed in silence from that eye that till then had not shed a single tear. The archdeacon meanwhile began to pant. The perspiration trickled from his bald brow, the blood oozed from his fingers' ends, the skin was rubbed from his knees against the wall. He heard his cassock, which hung by the gutter, crack and rip at every movement he made. To crown his misery, that gutter ended in a lead pipe that was bending with his weight. The archdeacon felt it slowly giving way. The wretched man said to himself that when his cassock was torn, when the lead pipe yielded, he would fall, and fear took hold of his entrails. At times he wildly eyed a sort of narrow ledge, formed about 10 feet below him by the sculpture of the church, and in his distress he prayed to heaven in the recesses of his soul to permit him to end his life on this space of 2 square feet, even if it were to last 100 years. Once he glanced at the abyss beneath him. When he lifted his head his eyes were closed and his hair standing erect. There was something frightful in the silence of these two men. While the archdeacon, a few feet away, was experiencing the most horrible agonies, Quasimodo kept his eye fixed on the grieve and wept. The archdeacon, seeing that all his exertions served but to shake the only frail support that was left him, determined to move no more. There he was, clasping the gutter, scarcely breathing, absolutely motionless except for that automatic convulsion of the abdomen that you feel in your sleep when you dream you are falling. His staring eyes were open in a wild and ghastly manner. Meanwhile he began to lose his hold, his fingers slipped down the gutter, he felt his arms becoming weaker and weaker, and his body heavier and heavier. The lead pipe that supported him bent more and more every moment toward the abyss. Beneath him he saw fearful sight, the roof of Estingine-Laurent, diminutive as a card bent in two. He looked one after another at the pitiless sculptures of the tower, suspended like himself over the abyss, but without fear for themselves or pity for him. All around him was stone, before his eyes, gaping monsters, under him, at the bottom of the gulf, the pavement, over his head, Quasimodo weeping. In the parvis several groups of curious spectators were calmly wondering who could be the maniac that was amusing himself in this strange manner. The priest heard them say, for their voices reached him, clear and sharp, "He's going to break his neck." Quasimodo wept. Finally the archdeacon, foaming with rage and terror, realized that everything was useless. He nevertheless gathered all his remaining strength for a last effort. Setting both his knees against the wall, he He hooked his hands into a cleft in the stones and succeeded in raising himself about a foot, but this struggle caused the lead beak that supported him to give way suddenly. His cassock was torn from the same cause. Feeling himself sinking, having only his stiffened and crippled hands to hold by, the wretched man closed his eyes, and soon his fingers relaxed their grasp. Down he fell. Quasimodo watched him fall. A fall from such a height is rarely perpendicular. The archdeacon, launched into the abyss, fell at first head downward and with outstretched arms, then whirled several times over and over, dropping on the roof of a house and breaking some of his bones. He was not dead when he reached it, for the bell ringer saw him try to grab the ridge with his fingers, but the slope was too steep, and his strength utterly failed him. Sliding rapidly off the roof like a loose tile, down he went, and bounced on the pavement. Then he moved no more. Quasimodo raised his eye to the gypsy, dangling from the gallows. At that distance he could see her quiver beneath her white robe in the last convulsive agonies of death. Then he looked down at the archdeacon, stretched at the foot of the tower, looking hardly human at all, and, heaving a deep sigh, he cried, "There is all I ever loved." Chapter 3. The Marriage of Captain Phoebus. Toward the evening of the same day, when the judicial officers of the bishop came to remove the mangled corpse of the archdeacon from the pavement of the Parvis, Quasimodo was not to be found in Notre-Dame. Many rumors circulated respecting this affair. The general opinion was that the day had arrived when, according to agreement, Quasimodo, or the devil, was to carry away Claude Frollo, the sorcerer. It was presumed that he had smashed the body to get at the soul, just as monkeys crack the shell of a nut to get at the kernel. For this reason the archdeacon was not buried in sacred ground. Louis XI died in the month of August in the following year, 1483. As for Pierre Gringoire, he tried to save the goat, and to gain applause as a tragic writer. It appears that, after dabbling in astrology, philosophy, architecture, alchemy, and all sorts of vain pursuits, he reverted to tragedy, which is the most vain of all. This he called having come to a tragic end. In the accounts of the ordinary for 1483 may be found the following entry relative to his dramatic triumphs. To Jehan Marchand and Pierre Gringoire, carpenter and composer, who made and composed the play enacted at the Châtelet of Paris at the entry of Monsieur the Legate, and arranged the characters, dressed and equipped as by the said play was required, and also for having made the scaffolds that were necessary thereto, £100.5. Phoebus de Chateaupers likewise came to a tragic end, he got married. Chapter 4. The Marriage of Quasimodo. We have just said that on the day the gypsy and the archdeacon died Quasimodo was not to be found in Notre-Dame. He was never seen afterward, nor was it ever known what became of him. The night after La Esmeralda's execution, the hangman and his assistants took her body down from the gallows, and transported it, according to custom, to the vault of Montfaucon. Montfaucon, as we are told by Sauval, was the most ancient and the most superb gallows in the kingdom. Between the faubourgs of the Temple and Street Martin, about 160 fathoms from the walls of Paris, and a few crossbow shots from La Courtille, was seen at the top of a gentle, imperceptible rise, yet sufficiently elevated to be visible for several leagues around, a building of strange form, almost like a Celtic cromlech where human victims were also sacrificed. Imagine on the top of a mound of chalk, a clumsy rectangular piece of stone masonry, 15 feet high, 40 long, and 30 wide, with a door, an outer railing, and a platform. Upon this platform 16 massive pillars of unhewn stone, 30 feet high, ranged in the form of a colonnade around 3 of the 4 sides of the stonework that supported them, connected at the top by strong beams, from which at certain distances hang chains, each with a skeleton dangling at the end of it. There on the flat surface a stone cross and 2 gallows of secondary rank seem to spring up like shoots from the central fork. Above all this, in the air, crows perpetually fly. Now you have a picture of Montfaucon. At the end of the 15th century, this terrifying gallows, which dated from 1328, was already very decrepit, the beams were rotten, the chains eaten up with rust, the pillars green with moss, there were wide gaps between the blocks of the stone. Grass grew on the deserted platform. The silhouette of this edifice against the sky was a horrible one, especially at night, when the faint moonlight fell on those bleached skulls, or when the night breeze, shaking the chains and the skeletons, made them rattle in the dark. The presence of this gallows was enough to make you believe that the entire area was haunted. The stonework that served as a base to the odious building was hollow. Here a vast vault had been formed, shut in by an old crazy iron gate, into which were thrown not only the human remains taken from the chains of Montfaucon but the bodies of all the wretches executed at the other permanent gallows of Paris. In this vast mortuary, in which so many corpses and so many crimes have rotted together, many of the great of the world, and many innocent people, have successively been laid to rest, from Enguerrand de Marigny, who made a present of Montfaucon to the king, and who was a good man, to the Admiral de Coligny, who was the last to be brought there, and who also was a good man. With regard to the mysterious disappearance of Quasimodo, all that we have been able to discover is this. About a year and a half or 2 years after the events with which this story concludes, when a search was made in the vault of Montfaucon for the body of Olivier le Diem, who had been hung 2 days before, and to whom Charles VIII had granted the favor of being in better company at Issy-Lorraine, among these hideous corpses 2 skeletons were found in an unusual posture. One of the skeletons, which was that of a woman, still had on it some rags of a dress that had once been white, and around the neck was a necklace of the seeds of a dreserac, and a little silk bag embroidered with green beads, which was open and empty. These things were of so little value that the hangman no doubt had not thought it worth his while to take them. The second, which embraced the first tightly, was the skeleton of a man. It was noticed that the spine was crooked, the head jammed between the shoulder blades, and one leg shorter than the other. There was, however, no rupture of the vertebrae of the neck, and it was obvious that the person to whom it belonged had not been hanged. He must have come there and died in the place. When those who found this skeleton attempted to disengage it from the one it embraced, it fell to dust. The end. About the author. Victor Hugo. Victor Marie Hugo was born in 1802 in Besançon, where his father, an officer, eventually a general, under Napoleon, was stationed. In his first decade the family moved from post to post, Corsica, Elba, Paris, Naples, Madrid. After his parents separated in 1812, Hugo lived in Paris with his mother and brothers. His literary ambition, to be Chateaubriand or nothing, was evident from an early age, and by 17 he had founded a literary magazine with his brother. At 20 he married Adele Fouquer and published his first poetry collection, which earned him a small stipend from Louis XVIII. A first novel, Hun of Iceland, 1823, won another stipend. Hugo became friends with Charles Nodier, a leader of the Romantics, and with the critic Sainte-Beuve, and rapidly put himself at the forefront of literary trends. His innovative early poetry helped open up the relatively constricted traditions of French versification, and his plays, especially Cromwell, whose preface served as a manifesto of Romanticism, and Hernani, whose premiere was as stormy as that of Stravinsky's Rite of Spring, stirred up much protest for their break with dramatic convention. His literary outpouring between 1826 and 1843 encompassed 8 volumes of poetry, 4 novels, including The Last Day of a Condemned Man, 1829, and Notre-Dame, Paris, 1831, 10 plays, among them Le Roi s'amuse, the source for Verdi's Rigoletto, and a variety of critical writings. Hugo was elected to the Académie Française in 1841. The accidental death 2 years later of his eldest daughter and her husband devastated him and marked the end of his first literary period. By then politics had become central to his life. Though he was a royalist in his youth, his views became increasingly liberal after the July Revolution of 1830, freedom in art, freedom in society, there is the double goal. Following the Revolution of 1848, he was elected as a Republican to the National Assembly, where he campaigned for universal suffrage and free education and against the death penalty. He initially supported the political ascent of Louis Napoleon but turned against him when Louis Napoleon established a right-wing dictatorship. After opposing the coup d'état of 1851, Hugo went into exile in Brussels and Jersey, launching fierce literary attacks on the Second Empire in Napoleon the Little, Chastisements, and the Story of a Crime. Between 1855 and 1870 he lived in Guernsey in the Channel Islands. There he was joined by his family, some friends, and his mistress, Juliette Drouet, whom he had known since 1833, when as a young actress she had starred in his Lucrezia Borgia. His political interests were supplemented by other concerns. From around 1853 he became absorbed in experiments with spiritualism and table tapping. In his later years he wrote the Contemplations, 1856, considered the peak of his lyric accomplishment, and a number of more elaborate poetic cycles derived from his theories about spirituality and history, The Immense The Legend of the Centuries, 1859-1883, and its posthumously published successors, The End of Satan, 1886, and God, 1891. In these same years he produced the novels Les Miserables, 1862, Toilers of the Sea, 1866, The Man Who Laughs, 1869, and 93, 1873. After the fall of the Second Empire in 1870, Hugo returned to France and was re-elected to the National Assembly, and then to the Senate. He had become a legendary figure and national icon, a presence so dominating that on his death in 1885 Émile Zola is said to have remarked with some relief, "I thought he was going to bury us all." Hugo's funeral provided the occasion for a grandiose ceremony. His body, after lying in state under the Arc de Triomphe, was carried by torchlight according to his own request, on a pauper's hearse, to be buried in the Pantheon. Pigeon, Publishing House, presented The Hunchback of Notre-Dame. Author, Victor Hugo. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this classic, follow the show and leave a quick review, and join us every Tuesday and Thursday for more timeless stories.